Chapter 1. Only where you are is freedom, Brother Yin. Xinian, is your girlfriend. Are you truly willing to hand her over to those older men for their amusement? A delicate, affected voice inquired. The man cast his gaze downwards at the disheveled woman on the ground, stained with blood, and disdainfully averted his eyes, turning instead to the petite woman in his embrace. Of course. I would Ying, the one I have always loved is you. He replied. I thought that after Brother Yin and sister had been in this fake relationship for so long, you might genuinely develop feelings for her. She retorted her. Does she even deserve it? The woman, her eyes glinting fiercely beneath her tangled hair, glared daggers at the pair of scoundrels. What right does a wretched woman like you have to be with Brother Yin? He only approaches you to ruin the Gu family, considering you are Gu Yuchen's Achilles heel sold out by others and still counting the money. How utterly foolish. Xinian froze, her pupils trembling as she looked at Shuying. Am I really Gu Yuchen's Achilles heel? Gu Yuchen had imprisoned her in a villa for 5 long years, forbidding her from stepping outside or interacting with anyone, subjecting her to daily humiliation. How could she possibly be his weakness? It was inconceivable. Yet, the moment Gu Yuchen's handsome visage flashed in her mind, an inexplicable pang of sorrow pierced her heart. Shuying glared at her with envy, refusing to answer her question, instead twisting her lips in a cruel grin. He's dead. I sent him a message telling him you were eloping with Brother Yin, lured him to the port, and then shot him dead. He fell into the sea, devoured by sharks. Xinian's arms could no longer support her weight, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground, biting her lip, tasting the metallic sweetness of blood. Gu Yuchen is dead. Xinian, do you think that escaping Gu Yuchen will grant you freedom? It certainly will not. You will be sent to the beds of various men, utterly reduced to a plaything. But Xinian could no longer hear Shuying's words. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought. Gu Yuchen died because of her. Are you wondering why? It is simply because you deserve to die. I am the rightful daughter of the Shu family, yet your existence has turned me into a shameful, illegitimate child. Shuying, who was merely her stepsister. How could this be? She suddenly raised her head to look at Shuying. Shuying's heart skipped a beat, and she kicked at Xinian. But Xinian would not allow herself to be bullied. With a fierce determination, she bit into Shuying's calf. Shuying screamed in pain. Quick, kill her! At that moment, the creaking sound of a wheelchair echoed through the room. Xinian lifted her gaze toward the slowly emerging figure at the door. Gu Yuchen, the handsome man seated in the wheelchair, smiled faintly. Yin Yin, don't be afraid. With that, a swarm of men surged into the basement, their dark guns trained directly on Su Yin and Shuying. Shuying screamed in terror, the sharp tip of a knife pressed against Xinian's face as she shrieked, "Let me go, or I will kill Xinian." The warmth in Gu Yuchen's eyes evaporated in an instant, replaced by an icy chill. His thin lips parted. You dare? Those 2 words felt like an invisible mountain crushing down upon Shuying, forcing her blood to run cold and her body to tremble with a clang. The dagger fell unexpectedly. Su Yin seized the moment and fired at Xinian without a moment's hesitation. Gu Yuchen rushed forward to shield Xinian, their chests pressed tightly together. Xinian felt the tremor as the bullet pierced Gu Yuchen's chest, her small hands frantically pressing against the wound from which blood gushed. Gu Yuchen, why? Why? She was merely a caged canary to Gu Yuchen, his secret lover, a lowly plaything, yet why did he choose to take a bullet for her? Gu Yuchen struggled to maintain consciousness, his eyes opening to reveal a tear-streaked face before him, his pale lips stiffly curving into a faint smile. Do not cry. His inky black eyes were filled with tenderness, but Xinian felt as if the love reflected in his gaze burned her, and she shut her eyes, shouting desperately, Gu Yuchen, please tell me why? Gu Yuchen was like a madman, a pervert, a control freak, obsessively managing every aspect of her life, binding her ankles with chains, imprisoning her for 5 years. Thus, she desperately sought to escape his obsessive grasp. Yet now, upon witnessing the profound affection in Gu Yuchen's eyes, she realized how wrong she had been all along. Yin Yin, if there is an afterlife, I will learn to love you. A promise for the next life. His fingers, gently caressing her cheek, slowly slipped away. Xinian gazed at the lifeless man in her arms, and memories of her entanglements with Gu Yuchen flooded her mind. Those recollections she once deemed painful and humiliating now filled her with an aching nostalgia. Gu Yuchen, I used to think of nothing but escaping you, seeking freedom. But now I realize that only where you are is freedom. Tears formed a cascade, falling on Gu Yuchen as Xinian bowed her head. Pressing her lips to his cold ones, their lips stained with blood, everything fell into silence. Chapter 2. The red-clad maiden kidnaps the rat man at last. I can escape. In a pale blue space, Mo Jiang reclined, exhaling a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing his features. Just then, a sphere of black light materialized before him, flickering with a dim glow. Host, would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? The mischievous sphere chimed. Mo Jiang was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow as he inquired. What do you mean? 9527. Don't you dare cause any trouble. With that, he sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at the orb, shouting, Do you have any idea how much effort I've expended to court these 8 women? I've practically become a master of time management. I had to accompany Bai Jinjin shopping in the morning, share a meal with Qin Yao at noon, and then spend the afternoon with 2 others for more shopping and milk tea. Do you have any idea how torturous that has been for me? In the face of Mo Jiang's fury, the black sphere showed no fear, transforming into the shape of a rat, with its tiny paw scratching its large nose. It nonchalantly remarked, Oh, really? I could have sworn you were rather enjoying yourself. Your smile was practically uncontainable all day long, ahem. That was merely for the sake of the mission. Mo Jiang feigned a cough, his face flushing. And what is this ridiculous news? To reveal it at such a critical juncture. I still need to hurry back and format my phone. He continued to complain. The rat, observing Mo Jiang's demeanor, suddenly realized something and promptly dropped its paw from its nose, casting a glance at Mo Jiang before darting a dozen meters away. Mo Jiang stood frozen, utterly unprepared for 9527's cunningness. Wait, what on earth is the bad news? Why have you run off so far? He queried, bewildered that it can't be that we can't go back, can it? A hint of unease and anxiety crept into his voice. 9527 nodded slightly. Host, you are correct that I just checked the system and discovered some issues. In simple terms, we lack the sufficient energy to initiate time-space travel. This means we cannot return. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang's eyes widened, and he bellowed in anger. 9527. What the hell? Calm down, host. The situation is not entirely devoid of hope. 9527 reassured that where's the hope? Mo Jiang ground his teeth, demanding an answer that we can return to the original world and pursue our objectives once more. Or as compensation, I can arrange for you to have an apartment and a fund of 5 million that you can live your life in this world. 9527 replied. Even if you spend it all, it's fine. You'll receive a monthly allowance of 6,000, as long as you refrain from vices. I assure you, you will not perish. How does that sound? After all, in reality, you are just a loser, as long as you don't return. Even if your browser history is discovered, what would it matter? Besides, in your original world, you're orphaned and alone, with nothing to hold dear, right? In this world, at least your parents are alive, and you have a sister. Isn't that wonderful? Mo Jiang fell silent, pondering for a moment. 9527 was indeed correct. In his previous life, he was nothing but a penniless soul, devoid of money, property, or a vehicle. Once, while crossing the street, he was struck and killed by a speeding truck, only to become bound to 9527 and transported to this world to pursue the beautiful maidens. 9527 had once promised that if he successfully completed the mission, he could return to the real world and erase this experience as if it had never occurred. During his endeavors, he had indeed felt a pang of affection and even contemplated remaining in that world to live alongside those enchanting women. Formatting his phone seemed less significant now. Very well, I choose to accept the compensation that I wish to lead a simple and ordinary life, Mo Jiang declared resolutely, lifting his gaze to meet 9527's. Excellent. Now that you have made your decision, let us commence without delay. With that, 9527 waved its tiny paw, drawing a teleportation array in front of them, then turned to Mo Jiang and gestured with its PAW that Mo Jiang nodded and stepped forward. Yet, before he could take more than a few strides, 9527 kicked him into the portal. From within the teleportation array, Mo Jiang's furious voice echoed, I swear, 9527. In the control room, a rat donned in level 4 gear gazed down at the blade resting precariously against its neck, swallowing hard as it spoke cautiously. Please put down the knife, dear sister, that you're not appearing very ladylike. Silence, you wretched rat. If it weren't for you, How could Mo Jiang have abandoned me? Upon hearing this, the young woman erupted in fury. Her once beautiful face now contorted in a terrifying snarl, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Every time I see him with those vixens, I long to eliminate them all. Then I would bind him in a dark room, whip him mercilessly, and listen to his pleas for mercy, ensuring he would never dare betray me again, that he is mine and mine alone, as she spoke. The pressure of the blade intensified, its sharp edge nearly piercing 9,527 skin, blood trickling down the blade. Yet 9527 was filled with dread, its eyes wide as it trembled, saying, "Sister, I'm merely fulfilling my mission. Besides, I've already sent Mo Jiang back. Once you bind him in that dark room, you can do as you please. Whips, steel balls, candles, anything you desire." However, the young woman appeared unfazed by 9,527's words, her gaze filled with murderous intent, fixated on the rat before her. In her mind, only one thought persisted: to eliminate anyone who approached Mo Jiang. "Spare you, perhaps, but you must take me back, that I want to eradicate those vixens and bind Mo Jiang so that he belongs solely to me. Even if he doesn't love me now, so what? With time, he will surely come to love me," the red-clad maiden declared with unwavering conviction. Originally, she had been an experimental subject organized by her family, having undergone modifications long before the resurgence of spiritual energy. When she was with Mo Jiang, she inadvertently overheard his secrets regarding the system. Thus, when he attempted to escape, she immediately traversed time and space, locating this rat and thwarting Mo Jiang's departure. Despite successfully arriving here, she found herself lost in this unfamiliar world, unable to find her way home. Upon hearing the red-clad maiden's demands, 9527 panicked. "No, my dear, I can take you back. But you absolutely cannot kill anyone. These individuals are the protagonists of this world. If they perish, the entire realm will collapse." The red-clad maiden pondered this, nodding in understanding of the gravity of the situation. She then lowered her blade, proposing her own terms. "All right, if that is the case, I shall refrain from killing those women. But you must remain by my side at all times, reporting on Mo Jiang's status and whereabouts." "Fine, I agree." 9527 sighed in resignation, acquiescing to the red-clad maiden's demands. After all, in the face of her, it possessed no means of resistance. Thus, the red-clad maiden, accompanied by the level 4 rat, leapt into the teleportation array. Had Mo Jiang been present, he would have been astonished, for this woman was none other than Qin Yao, the very maiden he had previously pursued. Chapter 3. The corner of the mouth that even AK can't suppress, damn it. "You dead rat, just wait. How dare you kick me?" Mo Jiang rubbed his eyes, cursing as he opened them. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was in an unfamiliar room. Blinking, he scrutinized the environment, suddenly recognizing that this was not his former rental. He had evidently been deposited here by 9527 into this so-called house. The room exuded a vibe that resonated with him, brimming with elements of the two-dimensional world. Particularly, the corners were adorned with numerous figurines of two-dimensional maidens, clad in maid outfits, catgirl attire, and bunny suits. Even his bedding bore the likeness of our Mo Jiang's gaze landed on the property deed and a brand new Fruit 18 mobile phone placed beside his bed, instantly brightening his spirits. Although 9527 can be a bit cunning, the treatment here is quite generous that he felt a surge of delight within, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Taking a deep breath, he rose to his feet and strode confidently toward the door. Upon opening the door, he beheld a living room that was both simple and bright, radiating a pure white aesthetic, creating an atmosphere of comfort. "From this moment on, I shall live anew, determined to create a splendid life for myself." Mo Jiang resolved silently, his tone resolute. With that, he leapt in excitement, eager to step out of the room. The interior was somewhat minimalist, showcasing a pure white style, resembling a 3-bedroom apartment. Approaching the window, he gently pulled back the curtains, allowing the sunlight to cascade upon his face. Offering a warm embrace that as he focused his gaze, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that not far off lay the original Starry University of this world. To his astonishment, it turned out to be situated in a coveted school district, which was indeed splendid news. That Mo Jiang's joy was palpable, his smile widening as he realized that the Starry University, where his original self had studied, was located in the very heart of the bustling metropolis, Where property prices had always remained exorbitantly high. In particular, the prices of school district properties were astonishing, sometimes reaching over 100,000 per square meter. Furthermore, clutching the fruit of 18 in his hand and glancing at the text message revealing a bank account balance of 2.5 million marked by the digits 9527, he felt an undeniable sense of security that a life of affluence was indeed a comfortable one. Yet, the three individuals he had previously pursued were all affiliated with Star University, complicating matters, especially as he was now in his third year with a mere year remaining until graduation. Fortunately, they were not in the same department and had little interaction. Subsequently, Mo Jiang checked the time on his phone. It was July 21, 2024, but there was still ample time. Besides Kai Yunjing, there were two others with whom he had only exchanged a few messages, while the remaining five had no connection whatsoever. This meant that as long as he disregarded Kai Yunjing from tomorrow onward and navigated through this year smoothly, he could sell the house upon graduation and return to Liangcheng to be with his parents, leading a simple and unpretentious life. Perfect. It was settled. With this thought, Mo Jiang's spirit soared. As if he could envision a serene and beautiful future, he knew that this decision was the right choice for him, allowing him to break free from the shackles of his past. Star University was a prestigious institution, gathering the finest teaching resources in the metropolis, equipped with the most advanced experimental apparatuses in the country, and attracting top scholars from across the nation. Its status rivaled that of Qingbei University in the imperial capital, drawing the offspring of many influential families seeking education. The students here predominantly hailed from affluent backgrounds. Their discussions naturally diverged from the mundane topics of ordinary university students, delving instead into matters of global significance, commercial trends, and stock fluctuations, as they were all heirs poised to inherit their family businesses. Do you see that dashing young man ahead? He is none other than the one who confessed to Kai Yunjing, the daughter of the chairman of the Kai Group. Such occurrences are hardly remarkable, considering Kai Yunjing is the belle of our institution, with suitors aplenty, enough to form a line extending all the way to the land of cherry blossoms. Why the fuss? I understand. Yet this striking fellow is remarkable. He has professed his love to Kai Yunjing a staggering 99 times. So many. Is this young man truly so devoted? One girl exclaimed in astonishment. Another girl chimed in, yes, he's incredibly handsome. If Kai Yunjing doesn't want him, she can certainly pass him along to me. I would gladly accept, even without the need for 99 attempts. The girls were speaking of none other than the charismatic Mo Jiang, the romantic hero in the eyes of the female students and the affectionate admirer in the eyes of the male students. Hush, look over there. That handsome, emotional young man with abs. Could it be the legendary Mo Jiang? One girl whispered excitedly. The others followed her gaze, gasping in awe. Wow, it really is him. So handsome. Is he going to confess to Kai Yunjing again today? This would mark the 100th time. Someone speculated. Who knows? I heard he always brings a rose, but it seems he hasn't this time. What does that mean? Our opportunity has arrived, sisters, one girl exclaimed eagerly. The eyes of the girls sparkled with admiration, their gazes fixed on Mo Jiang as he sauntered by, flipping his hair and striking a pose. Their faces radiated anticipation and longing, as if they could envision a sweet future together with this charming campus idol. This hair is truly obstructing my view. I suppose I'll need to get it trimmed soon, Mo Jiang thought with a hint of exasperation as he swept his bangs aside, revealing his captivating fox-like eyes that exuded an irresistible charm, making it hard for others to look away. Just then, he caught the sound of soft whispers. Look, isn't that Mo Jiang? So handsome. Mo Jiang slightly turned his head, offering a smile to the group of sweet-faced, fashionably dressed younger students. Wow, Mo Jiang, he smiled at me. He must like me out. Sisters, my heart can't take it. I'm already in the shape of Mo Jiang. Upon hearing the excited squeals from the younger students, Mo Jiang's smile broadened, almost reaching his ears, a sense of pride swelling within him that even an AK could not suppress. That he knew that his handsomeness was unparalleled, that it was no exaggeration to say that his looks could rival those of Peng Yuyan. With delicate features and a striking three-dimensional visage, particularly that chiseled jawline enhancing his allure, coupled with his cunning fox-like eyes, deep and enchanting gaze, towering height of 1.85 meters, and enviable 8-pack abs, he was the epitome of the perfect male idol in the hearts of many women. It was precisely for these reasons that he had successfully captured the hearts of 8 beautiful girls. Chapter 4. Rejection. It seems that today marks the 100th day since I confessed my feelings to Kai Yunjing in my previous life. And it was on this very day that she agreed to be my girlfriend. Now that I have resolved to distance myself, it would be unkind to burden her further. When we initially parted ways, Kai Yunjing nearly succumbed to despair. Mo Jiang took a deep breath, the image of Kai Yunjing flashing through his mind, and he shook his head, attempting to dispel those thoughts that he understood that their relationship had come to an end. Further entanglement would only lead to more pain for both. Clearly, she had genuine feelings for him. Otherwise, her affection would not have reached such heights. Now, free from the burden of 9527, he was akin to a promising young man holding $5 million in his grasp. With this thought, Mo Jiang cheerfully hummed a tune as he continued on his way. Not long after, he spotted a striking figure amidst the throng of people, a young woman with long, lustrous black hair, possessing a pure and beautiful countenance, her dignified features accentuated by the rosy hue of her cheeks. Standing quietly and capturing attention, that Mo Jiang swallowed hard, stealing a few glances, his heart in turmoil. After a struggle within himself, he resolved to turn and take a different route. Just as he was about to pivot, a familiar voice rang out, Mo Jiang. Although the voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Mo Jiang shivered involuntarily, silently lamenting his predicament, that he glanced around, noticing the peculiar looks directed at him, the faces of those around displaying awkward smiles. With no choice but to acknowledge the call, he steeled himself and slowly turned to face the source of the voice. At that moment, the surrounding crowd seemed to recognize him as well. Oh my, isn't that the romantic guy from the campus forum? Is he about to embark on another grand confession? This must be the 100th time. Right, someone exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, this fellow is truly persistent. He knows full well that she won't accept him, yet continues to try again and again. Another chimed in, look, he is merely torturing himself. She is the daughter of the Kai group. How could someone like him ever catch her eye? Another scoffed. Plus, with his looks, he could easily find a wealthy woman to take care of him. Why linger in this fruitless pursuit? Others chimed in, their comments dripping with disdain. That's right. The surrounding boys nodded in agreement, their eyes revealing sympathy and derision toward Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang. What is so great about that girl? She has just a pretty face. I have plenty of money. If you spend a night with me, that Lamborghini will be yours, a hefty woman exclaimed, weighing over 300 pounds, adorned with extravagant gold chains, her nails painted in a garish pink. Twirling a car key, to be honest, Mo Jiang felt a flicker of temptation. After all, a Lamborghini was a coveted dream for many young men. However, the image of her massive frame sent a shiver down his spine. He envisioned himself in contact with such a figure and instinctively recoiled, as if anticipating the pain of a wire brush. Just then, Kai Yunjing completely disregarded the murmurs of the crowd, her gaze fixed intently upon Mo Jiang. Her eyes shimmered with an intense brilliance, as if threatening to consume him whole. That face of Mo Jiang's truly was captivating, one that one could gaze upon endlessly. How I longed to confine him within the realm of my existence. Ah, how I yearned to rush forward, to wrap my arms tightly around his waist, and rub my cheek against his broad chest with reckless abandon. No, I must exercise restraint. I shall wait until Mo Jiang confesses his feelings for me. I must keep a vigilant watch over him, ensuring that no other wicked woman can steal my Mo Jiang away. At this moment, Mo Jiang, devoid of the presence of 9527, remained oblivious to the innermost thoughts of the girl in front of him. He observed Kai Yunjing quietly, scrutinizing her expressions and gestures, and detected a hint of madness and morbidity in her gaze. Such an unsettling look instilled a sense of caution within Mo Jiang, making the situation increasingly perplexing. Something was amiss. Indeed, it felt exceedingly off. Mo Jiang furrowed his brows, lost in contemplation. Logically speaking, Kai Yunjing should not be regarding him with such eyes at this moment. Could it be that she too had been reborn? Dismissing this notion with a shake of his head, Mo Jiang deemed it unlikely. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. After all, the concept of rebirth was far too fantastical to be so coincidentally true. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. Exhaling a sigh of frustration, that he adjusted his attire, striving to present a more composed demeanor before lifting his gaze to Kai Yunjing, feigning tranquility as a faint smile graced his lips. Miss Kai Yunjing, may I inquire if there is anything else you seek from me? Mo Jiang endeavored to infuse his voice with calmness and warmth, yet his heart brimmed with uncertainty. Upon hearing Mo Jiang's words, Kai Yunjing instinctively replied, I promise you. However, as the words left her lips, she realized something was amiss, her entire being momentarily frozen. What was happening? Wasn't Mo Jiang supposed to confess to me at this time? Why hadn't he brought roses today? I distinctly remember him doing so in our past life. Could it be that other vixens have been reborn as well? Have they intercepted my Mo Jiang ahead of time? Mo Jiang, why didn't you? Are you referring to the absence of roses? I didn't mean it that way that you am. I like you that I accept your confession and would be willing to be your girlfriend, as Kai Yunjing uttered her final declaration. It felt as if she had exhausted every ounce of her strength, bowing her head to bury her flushed face into her chest. The surrounding classmates were taken aback, erupting into a chorus of astonished exclamations. No way. Did I hear that correctly? I pinched my thigh. Ow, why doesn't it hurt? Dude, that's my leg you're squeezing. One boy hastily swatted away the hand that had been gripping his leg, a pained expression adorning his face. My sincere apologies, my friend. I got a bit too excited there. The students began to murmur among themselves, some wearing expressions of shock and confusion, while others exhibited envy and jealousy. That moment, countless hearts among the boys and girls present felt shattered. After all, Kai Yunjing was the cherished moonlight of many, a frosty beauty, who had been wooed by a mere pig. In the eyes of the onlookers, Mo Jiang had pursued Kai Yunjing for an entire semester, confessing nearly 100 times, and now, with her acceptance, there was simply no reason for her to refuse. That it was akin to a miracle. Yet, the next moment, Mo Jiang's words left everyone in utter disbelief. All present, save for Kai Yunjing, felt their previously shattered hearts mend once more. Chapter 5. Mo Jiang, you wouldn't want to see Annie and Uncle lose their jobs, would you? Mo Jiang scratched the back of his head. His suspicions now undeniable that he muttered to himself, this girl has undoubtedly been reborn, showing no attempt to conceal it. Kai Yunjing, you must be aware that we are both adults now. Patience can only be sustained for so long. After pursuing you for so long, I find myself utterly exhausted. As soon as these words escaped Mo Jiang's lips, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Wow. This guy is a true warrior. That's impressive. He simply stated he no longer liked her, but upon reflection, it makes sense. After 99 confessions, anyone would feel fatigue. I truly admire this guy for hanging on for so long. Hearing the murmurs, Kai Yunjing's complexion turned pale, disbelief clouding her eyes as she stammered, Mo Jiang, what do you mean? Am I mishearing you? Her voice trembled with panic and unease as she stepped closer, grasping his hand to confirm the truth of his earlier words. Yet, due to their height difference, Mo Jiang instinctively lowered his head, inadvertently fixing his gaze upon Kai Yunjing's chest. His face flushed crimson, and he quickly turned away, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Kai Yunjing, please release my hand. I have made myself quite clear. I am tired. Mo Jiang spoke with unwavering conviction. No, this cannot be true. You are deceiving me, aren't you? Kai Yunjing clung to his hand, tears welling in her eyes, her voice quivering. Mo Jiang, witnessing the distress etched across Kai Yunjing's face amidst the surrounding chatter, felt a twinge of irritation. Initially intending to let go and walk away, he found it difficult to abandon her in such a vulnerable state. Thus, he refrained from further explanation and simply took her hand, leading her away from the crowd. As they walked, silence enveloped them, an awkward atmosphere lingering in the air. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves in a secluded grove. Mo Jiang halted, intending to release her hand, when suddenly he felt a force wrap around his waist. Mo Jiang, please don't walk away. Kai Yunjing's voice trembled with a hint of desperation, tugging at his heartstrings. I truly like you. She held him tightly, unwilling to let go. Would you stay with me, please? As she spoke, her head rested against his back, tears soaking into his shirt. Mo Jiang sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Truth be told, his heart began to waver. Perhaps he should reconsider their relationship. Nevertheless, he resolved to remain calm and contemplate the matter thoroughly. Upon not hearing Mo Jiang's response, Kai Yunjing's expression turned icy. a glint of bitterness in her eyes. Mo Jiang, do you have someone you like outside? She questioned, laced with anxiety. Did I ask that why you rejected me? She scrutinized him closely, hoping to decipher his emotions, for reasons unbeknownst to him. An inexplicable chill coursed through Mo Jiang's spine, prompting him to hastily wave his hands in denial. No. Kai Yunjing, you are the heiress of the Kai family, while I am merely an impoverished boy with nothing to my name. This is reality, not some whimsical tale. The disparity between us is insurmountable. It is destined that we cannot be together, that we should part ways, at least allowing us to remain friends. Mo Jiang gazed at Kai Yunjing with a pleading expression, hoping she would grasp his predicament. However, Kai Yunjing was not one to relinquish easily. That a flicker of determination ignited within her gaze, and she thought to herself, since Mo Jiang is being obstinate, perhaps a more forceful approach is necessary. She resolved to employ stronger tactics to keep Mo Jiang by her side. Just friends? Kai Yunjing murmured, disappointment and defiance flickering in her eyes. Then she shifted the conversation to Mo Jiang's parents. Mo Jiang, I recall that auntie and uncle both work at the Kai family company, correct? Her lips curled into a sly smile, as if she had found leverage to threaten him. Mo Jiang froze, an ominous sensation bubbling within him. He had not anticipated Kai Yunjing would use his parents as leverage. He was at a loss for how to respond. The thought of his family's livelihood being jeopardized was unbearable. The repercussions would be dire, likely leading to a barrage of accusations and perhaps even a visit from them, resulting in a storm of parental wrath and an untimely reprimand. Kai Yunjing, why bring this up? Just then, Kai Yunjing suddenly released his hand, stepping in front of him. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she rose onto her toes, leaning in to whisper into his ear, Mo Jiang, you wouldn't wish for Annie and Uncle to lose their jobs, would you? How come Kai Yunjing's words carry a hint of Japanese inflection? What do you intend to do? With a light chuckle, Kai Yunjing pressed a gentle kiss against Mo Jiang's cheek, her face slightly flushed. Of course, I want you to be my man. If you agree, all of my father's fortune will be yours. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang's heart raced with disbelief. From what he understood, the Kai family's total valuation soared into the hundreds of billions. The number is truly astonishing. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately decided to forego this tempting offer. After all, at this moment, he merely yearns for a simple and ordinary life. Kai Yunjing mused, a fruit that is forcibly picked is seldom sweet. Yet it does quench one's thirst. Mo Jiang replied. May I have a few days to ponder this? Suddenly, an idea struck Kai Yunjing, and a sly smile crept on her lips. Very well, I shall grant you a few days, for I am in no rush. However, there is one condition, she said playfully, winking. What condition? Mo Jiang inquired with curiosity. You must join me for lunch at the school hall every day and feed me, Kai Yunjing declared with a mischievous grin. Damn, Mo Jiang gasped internally, unable to restrain a curse. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? He said, feeling somewhat awkward. Ditto. You wouldn't want Annie and Uncle to lose their jobs, would you? Kai Yunjing threatened, her tone elongated deliberately. Mo Jiang sighed helplessly, a pained expression etched on his face, as he covered it with his hands, seemingly attempting to mask his internal struggle and helplessness. Fine, I agree. He finally yielded to the pressures of reality. Upon hearing this, Kai Yunjing was as delighted as a child, throwing her arms around Mo Jiang's neck and showering him with excited kisses. Sweetheart, you are truly wonderful, she said softly. But we aren't even together yet. Mo Jiang exclaimed, startled by her actions. In a few days, we will be. Kai Yunjing replied nonchalantly. Chapter 6. Luo Shihan, as Mo Jiang tidied up his disheveled clothes, he let out a resigned sigh. He had merely wished for an ordinary existence. Yet everything had been thrown into disarray. That I hope the others haven't been reborn. Otherwise, I shall be in dire straits, he silently prayed. However, fate seemed to relish in tormenting him. Before he could venture far, a group of burly men in black suddenly emerged from the shadows, swiftly encircling him. Given that this small grove was seldom traversed by passers-by, there were no other souls around. What do you want? Mo Jiang asked anxiously, attempting to step back to maintain some distance. That I warn you not to act recklessly, or I shall call the police. He threatened loudly, preparing to retrieve his phone. Yet, at that moment, One of the men swiftly snatched the phone from his grasp and seized both of his arms, twisting them forcefully behind his back. That M.O. Zhang's slight frame appeared diminutive compared to these towering figures, akin to a chick awaiting slaughter. "Ouch, that hurts," he exclaimed involuntarily. "Come on, let us talk this over. What have I done wrong? Please be gentle," M.O. Zhang pleaded, his face pale with pain. But the men remained silent, roughly hoisting him like a chick and tossing him into a nearby Maybach. Before driving off, M.O. Zhang's trembling gaze darted to the four men in black within the vehicle, as he winced and shifted his shoulders, feeling a sense of unease as he watched the trees blur past outside. Heavens, they aren't planning to take me to northern Myanmar to harvest my organs, are they? The thought sent a chill down his spine. "Where are we headed?" he asked cautiously. The man in sunglasses glanced at him and casually replied, "You look rather scrawny. I can't fathom why the young lady would be interested in someone like you." With that, the burly man rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, casting a challenging glance in M.O. Zhang's direction. M.O. Zhang felt a flush of embarrassment. Truth be told, at 1.85 meters tall, he was not short, and he had muscles too, including an impressive six-pack. However, standing before these four men, each towering around 2 meters, he felt utterly dwarfed. Yet, upon hearing the mention of the young lady, a surge of panic coursed through him. "Oh no! It seems I have indeed been reborn. What a ridiculous beginning!" There was no alternative now. He could only adapt to the unfolding situation, taking it step by step. Before long, M.O. Zhang noticed through the car window that they had arrived at a villa district. This area seemed familiar to him. It appeared to be Luo Shirhan's residence. According to the normal course of events in his previous life, they had barely interacted, having exchanged only a few casual greetings during the previous semester before losing all contact. Before he could ponder further, the men in black blindfolded him with a cloth and dragged him from the car, leading him to an outdoor platform. Fortunately, these men were relatively gentle. They did not toss him roughly, but instead gave him a light kick. M.O. Zhang nearly stumbled but was caught by something, causing him to kneel on the ground. Bound hand and foot, he had no clarity on what was transpiring, as both his hands and eyes were tightly restrained. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air. "You may all leave." That a respectful reply followed. "As you command, Mississippi." At that moment, a breathtaking figure quietly appeared before M.O. Zhang, taking a seat with an air of elegance. A wave of panic surged within him as he struggled to rise, but a stern admonition halted him. "Do not move." "Why am I bound? What is your purpose?" The exquisite figure let out a light laugh before slowly rising. She extended her slender finger to lift M.O. Zhang's chin, scrutinizing the face that had once captivated her. "M.O. Zhang, do you still remember me?" M.O. Zhang's heart tightened, but he feigned calmness, responding, "How could I recognize you if you don't remove this blindfold?" In truth, he was acutely aware of her identity, but revealing too much knowledge could unveil his own status as a reborn individual. Given his previous life's disgraceful actions, the days ahead promised to be immensely challenging. After all, in his past life, as soon as he raised the affection levels of the beautiful protagonists to 100, he would unhesitatingly break up with them to pursue the next romantic interest. Or he would engage in shared pursuits, breaking up as soon as one relationship reached its limit. He had been solely focused on expediently completing these conquests without considering the repercussions. Nevertheless, he maintained a moral compass. With those 8 beautiful girls, he had only held hands and never crossed any further lines. The stunning figure before him wore a cold smile, reminiscent of a blooming poppy, exuding a captivating fragrance intertwined with lethal danger. She resumed her seat, raising her black silk-clad legs slightly, as if a streak of black lightning slicing through the air, aimed at M.O. Zhang's face. She picked up a wine glass filled with red wine, gracefully swaying it like an elegant dancer before pouring the wine. The vibrant liquid cascaded down her beautiful leg, resembling glistening gemstones that sparkled alluringly, while the droplets that landed on the ground appeared as shattered hearts. M.O. Zhang's expression tightened. The humiliation was nearly unbearable. She then extended her dampened leg toward M.O. Zhang, her tone laced with mockery and provocation. "If you have the guts, clean it up, and I shall remove it." Her voice was like a celestial melody, yet it carried an icy undertone that sent shivers down his spine. That M.O. Zhang inhaled deeply, catching a faint floral fragrance mingled with a hint of wine. He lifted his gaze slightly through the gaps of the blindfold. He could vaguely discern the long, straight legs swaying lightly, appearing extraordinarily tempting due to the alcohol Mo Jiang swallowed hard, despite the powerful urges surging within him. He steeled himself to maintain the last vestige of his dignity as a man. That's impossible. Your actions are nothing short of an affront to my character. Yet, she merely laughed derisively, taunting, "Oh really? A scoundrel like you still possesses character?" Luo Shihan continued to sway her leg provocatively before Mo Jiang's face, causing him to blush intensely. Without missing a beat, she delivered a swift kick that Mo Jiang's face reddened as he struggled against her. If others witnessed this, I swear, he thought, how could I be so ungrateful, being in such fortunate circumstances? In mere moments, her delicate foot exhibited an unusual demeanor. The young lady swiftly employed her other foot to kick Mo Jiang's face. Breaking free, Luo Shihan's eyes turned icy as she observed the tear in the fabric beneath her foot. "Indeed, a scoundrel," she exclaimed, yet devoid of any real anger. She then crouched down, pulling off Mo Jiang's blindfold. Chapter 7. Luo Shihan's dominance. Mo Jiang vigorously shook his head, and once the blindfold fell from his nose, he slowly raised his eyes to meet Luo Shihan's gaze. Yes, he beheld her. He noted the faint smile upon her stunning face, her eyes reflecting a blend of amusement and mockery. She gently swayed the torn black silk. "So, have you remembered me?" Mo Jiang suppressed the tension within him, striving to maintain an appearance of calm innocence. That he wore a bewildered expression, his lips curving into what seemed to be a guileless smile. "You must be Luo Shihan from the neighboring department. Right? Why have you tied me up here and treated me this way? Is there something you wish to discuss?" His tone betrayed a hint of grievance and confusion, evoking a sense of pity. Then he shifted to a serious demeanor, furrowing his brow and raising his voice. "And why am I labeled as scum? Just because you possess wealth does not grant you the liberty to wrongfully accuse an innocent person." Upon hearing this, Luo Shihan's expression subtly changed, her smile deepening. She chuckled softly, rising to her feet before slowly squatting down to meet Mo Jiang's gaze. Extending her slender, elegant hand, she gently lifted his chin, scrutinizing his eyes in an attempt to discern any sign of weakness. That Mo Jiang's heart raced, though he masked his apprehension, that he understood that this was a test of his acting skills. Any misstep could lead to his exposure by Luo Shihan. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his demeanor, maintaining his innocent facade as he locked eyes with her. Meanwhile, Luo Shihan regarded him with keen interest, seemingly relishing the unfolding performance. Under her intense gaze, Mo Jiang felt his face flush, and he hastily turned away, attempting to evade her penetrating stare. However, Luo Shihan was not inclined to let him off easily, continuing her probing. "Have you truly forgotten everything?" Mo Jiang gazed at her in confusion. Responding, Luo Shihan, "I genuinely do not comprehend what you are saying. If there is nothing else, could you please untie me? I need to return to school." Upon hearing this, Luo Shihan chuckled lightly, saying, "Since you truly remember nothing, I shall no longer beat around the bush." Suddenly, she leaned closer to Mo Jiang, and before he could react, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him fervently. The kiss was bold and assertive, leaving Mo Jiang utterly taken aback. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a bold move from her. To his astonishment, Luo Shihan further pushed him down to the ground, straddling his waist. Mo Jiang inwardly cursed, thinking, "What on earth? How has Luo Shihan's personality transformed so drastically from her previous life?" In his memories, she had been a shy and demure girl during their time together. Yet now, she exuded a commanding presence, taking charge of him without hesitation. Thus, they embraced tightly, kissing for several moments. Eventually, Luo Shihan released him, a lingering look of satisfaction gracing her features. That Mo Jiang's face was flushed, and he coughed violently, nearly choking from the intensity of the kiss. It was undeniable that Luo Shihan's tenacity was overwhelming, leaving him at a loss. Perhaps their commotion had alerted the men in black outside, as one swiftly opened the door to investigate. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he froze in shock. There was Luo Shihan, seated atop the slender figure of the boy, her expression a mixture of shyness and satisfaction. The sight caused the man in black to widen his eyes in disbelief. "Seriously, what does this guy possess that is appealing? Apart from being slightly more handsome than me, what else does he have? No physique, no height. How could the young lady be interested in him?" Upon noticing the intrusion, Luo Shirhan swiftly turned her head, her eyes glinting with cold indifference. "Leave," she commanded, her voice laced with authority, leaving no room for defiance. In stark contrast to her earlier gentleness with Mo Jiang, she now exuded an entirely different demeanor. The man in black, cowed by her order, immediately bowed his head. "My apologies. Mississippi, I heard unusual sounds from within. Hence I opened the door to investigate. I shall close it now and will not interrupt you further." With that, he quickly shut the door, leaving Mo Jiang alone. At that moment, Mo Jiang attempted to turn towards a man in black for help, yearning for some assistance. Yet, just then, Luo Shirhan captured his lips once more, rendering him voiceless, that Mo Jiang could only helplessly submit to her fervent attentions, inwardly lamenting his predicament. Mo Jiang gradually stood, gently dabbing at his swollen lips and collar with his hand. With a resigned expression, he remarked, "You've taken full advantage of me. Can I leave now?" Yet, Luo Shirhan merely cast him a fleeting glance, stepping closer as she hooked her finger around his neck and stood on tiptoe, kissing him fiercely once more. This time, her kiss was even more dominant and passionate. "From this day forward, you are forbidden from associating with any other girls. You are not allowed to date anyone else. You belong solely to me. Do you understand? If you dare disobey, should I catch you in the act, I will ensure you are forever locked within my world." Mo Jiang's eyes widened as he stared into her unsettlingly crimson gaze. A chill running down his spine, that he suddenly realized that Luo Shirhan was capable of following through on her threats, perhaps even imprisoning him like a prize canary. With this thought, he nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains, his voice trembling as he replied, "Yes, I understand. Good boy," Luo Shirhan said, her face blossoming into a radiant smile reminiscent of spring flowers. She tenderly stroked the top of Mo Jiang's head, akin to a doting owner with a beloved pet. Raising her wrist, she glanced at her Patek Philippe watch. It was precisely 11 o'clock in the morning. "Come, let me take you to lunch." With that, she naturally took Mo Jiang's hand, leading him out of the room. As they reached the door, she instructed the waiting man in black, "Take us to Xinguang Restaurant." "Understood." Mississippi. Despite his internal confusion, the man in black refrained from asking further questions. He recognized his role and responsibilities, understanding the importance of discretion. After all, why would this pampered young lady wish to dine at such an unremarkable little eatery? Choosing to remain silent, he adhered to the principle of saying little and making no mistakes. The man in black elegantly opened the rear door of the Maybach, respectfully standing aside as Mo Jiang and Luo Shirhan entered the vehicle. Once they were settled, he proceeded to the driver's seat, starting the engine and smoothly driving towards their destination. Due to the luxurious configuration of the Maybach, a partition separated the front and rear seats. Chapter 8. The Flaw. A smile graced Luo Shirhan's lips as she reclined gracefully, her supple form draping across the seat, her captivating gaze fixed on the man before her. She casually placed her long, black-stockinged legs over Mo Jiang's lap, as if to showcase her allure and confidence. Propping her head up with her right hand, she stared intently at Mo Jiang's handsome face, seemingly attempting to peer into the depths of his soul. In that moment, Luo Shirhan resembled an enchanting fairy, radiating an endless charm. Indeed, when dealing with scum, a stronger approach is necessary. Mo Jiang could not help but blush as he regarded this beautiful yet assertive woman, turning his gaze toward the window in an attempt to escape her burning stare. Xinguang Restaurant was a name familiar to Mo Jiang. In fact, upon hearing it for the first time, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Once, while on a date with Luo Shirhan, they had been low on funds and could not allow her to pay. They had simply sought a place to satisfy their hunger. Unexpectedly, that chance encounter led them to discover this quaint restaurant nestled in a rural alley. Initially, they had not held high expectations, but to their surprise, the dishes were exceptionally delicious. Thus, they became regular patrons of the establishment. It wasn't at the entrance of this restaurant that they parted ways. Mo Jiang silently recalled that time, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. As the vehicle came to a gradual stop, they had finally arrived at their destination. The man in black quickly exited the car, respectfully opening the door for the two inside. "Miss, we have arrived," he announced. Luo Shirhan nodded slightly, shifting her legs from Mo Jiang's lap before taking his hand as they exited the vehicle. Upon entering the restaurant, a familiar warmth enveloped them. The interior maintained its signature cozy decor. creating an inviting and relaxing atmosphere. The restaurant was owned by a couple in their 50s whose children had grown and moved away. Reluctant to retire too early, they chose to continue running the establishment. Given the affordable and delicious food, combined with the lunchtime rush, the restaurant was bustling with patrons. Yet the ambience remained lively rather than chaotic. As they entered, the proprietress, busy at the cash register, immediately greeted them with a bright smile. With great enthusiasm, she inquired, "Hello, handsome and beautiful. May I ask how many tables you require?" Roshan, adorned with a gentle smile, softly replied, "There are 2 of us. Please arrange for table number 6 on the 2nd floor." The proprietress, smiling, responded, "Certainly, I shall escort you upstairs immediately." Most patrons were gathered on the 1st floor, rendering the 2nd floor relatively tranquil. Once they were seated, the proprietress presented the menu and warmly stated, "Here is the menu. Please feel free to place your orders." However, Roshan shook her head and said, "No need to look at the menu. Kindly bring us a portion of kung pao chicken, pan-seared pork tenderloin, spicy ribs, poached shrimp, and dry pot base." The proprietress diligently noted all the dishes and then replied with a smile, "All right, no problem. The tea is already prepared. Please wait a moment," after placing the tea on the table. She turned and departed. Roshan rested her chin on one hand, her gaze peacefully fixed on Mo Qiang, who was engrossed in washing the dishes. "These are all your favorites. If it's not enough, we can order more." Roshan said tenderly to "No need. This is plenty, sufficient for the 2 of us," Mo Qiang responded. After a brief silence, Roshan spoke, "Mo Qiang." "What is it?" he replied this time. "I will not let you slip away from my side, in truth. There are many exceptional young men in this world, but I only desire you." Mo Qiang was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Just then, the dishes began to arrive at their table, perhaps due to their shared experience of living together in a past life. Mo Qiang instinctively placed food into her bowl, then skillfully peeled the shell off the poached shrimp, dipping it in sauce, his movements as natural as instinct. He gently placed the shrimp meat into Roshan's mouth, then picked up a napkin, carefully wiping away the sauce at the corner of her lips. That a warmth surged within Roshan, her eyes shimmering with a hint of infatuation as she gazed intently at Mo Qiang, who was peeling shrimp. "Mo Qiang, whether or not you have been reborn, this time it was you who first stirred my heart at that moment." The proprietress ascended the stairs bearing the final dish, upon witnessing the scene before her. A motherly smile involuntarily graced her face. "Oh, dear girl, just look at how well your boyfriend treats you. You 2 will surely be very happy together." Hearing this, Roshan's heart leapt with joy, a sweet smile blooming on her face. She hurriedly reached out, tightly grasping Mo Qiang's shoulder, gently resting her cheek against it. "Yes, Annie, thank you for your blessings." "Haha. Well then, dear girl, I must return to my duties," said the proprietress, turning to descend the stairs. However, Mo Qiang suddenly froze, halting his actions of peeling shrimp. What on earth is happening? Why am I peeling shrimp for her? And why does it feel so natural and effortless? Isn't this a blatant indication that I have been reborn? This is a disaster. Mo Qiang chuckled awkwardly, attempting to explain. "Well, Roshan, my mother taught me from a young age that when dining with a girl, I must never let her peel shrimp, so please don't overthink it." "Is that so? But I don't believe it." "However, it's all right. You are destined to be mine eventually," Roshan teased, winking playfully, her lips adorned with a blissful smile. At the entrance of Xingshan University, a throng of students bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere. A luxurious Maybach glided to a halt at the gates. Although most students hailed from affluent families, this Maybach clearly belonged to the elite echelon of luxury cars, unattainable for the average person. Shortly thereafter, a driver clad in black swiftly exited the vehicle, respectfully opening the door. 2 figures then emerged from the car. One of them, a bespectacled young man, curiously glanced at photos on the campus forum, then lifted his gaze to scrutinize the figure before him, suddenly struck by realization. Wait a minute, isn't that the passionate guy who previously rejected the campus beauty Kai as his girlfriend? He murmured under his breath. It struck me as odd. The young lady from the Kai family proposed a relationship, yet he turned her down. Turns out he had already set his sights on the equally affluent Roshan. Roshan, overhearing the growing chatter among her peers, felt a smile tug at her lips. Without hesitation, she clung tightly to Mo Qiang's arm, walking forward with her head held high and an air of confidence. Indeed, She intended for all faculty and students to know that Mo Qiang had become her man, and that no one else should entertain any notions of pursuing him. That in a nearby corner, a striking figure cautiously peeked out, her eyes brimming with a mix of madness and intrigue. She fixated on the duo walking side by side, particularly on Mo Qiang, her gaze growing increasingly crimson, as if it could ignite into flames. Her hand slowly reached towards her bag, and through a small opening, a glimmer of cold steel could be discerned, a sharp machete. Indeed, Mo Qiang has strayed. He dares to lie to me, she muttered bitterly, her voice laced with anger and disappointment. That wretched woman dares to take my Mo Qiang. Her tone darkened further, the machete in her hand trembling slightly, almost as if it sensed her murderous intent. Due to their differing academic departments, the two naturally parted ways midway. Before saying farewell, Roshan wrapped her arms. She approached, a bag slung over her shoulder, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, despite the gentle expression on Cai Yunjing's face, Mo Jiang felt a cold sweat break out on his back, his heart racing with unease. The surrounding classmates, upon seeing the main character arrive, hastily silenced their chatter, busying themselves while stealing glances in this direction, their curiosity and anticipation palpable. Cai Yunjing, is there something you wish to discuss? Mo Jiang endeavored to maintain his composure, inquiring as calmly as he could. Due to their height difference, he slightly lowered his head, catching a glimpse through the gap in her bag, where he discerned what appeared to be a handle of some sort. Nevertheless, he assumed it was merely a common item belonging to a girl and dismissed it from his mind. Cai Yunjing stood before Mo Jiang, biting her lip hesitantly as she spoke. Let us go to the rooftop. There's something I wish to ask you. What is the matter? Why must we talk on the rooftop? Mo Jiang's eyes widened, a tightening sensation gripping his heart. Historically, rooftops were not regarded as safe places. Countless individuals had leapt from such heights to end their lives, while others had met with tragic accidents. It's nothing. I merely want to talk, she replied softly. Is that acceptable? Seeing her somber demeanor, Mo Jiang reluctantly consented. All right, I suppose that's fine. The two ascended the staircase to the rooftop. Mo Jiang glanced at the bag she carried and curiously inquired, by the way, what do you need the bag for? Upon hearing this, Cai Yunjing quickly covered her bag with her hands, stammering, It's nothing, just some small toys. Observing her reaction, Mo Jiang felt a flicker of doubt rise within him, but chose not to press further. So, did you call me up here for a specific reason? He asked again. Cai Yunjing lowered her head, whispering, I want to give you a surprise. A surprise? Mo Jiang's confusion deepened. Before long, they reached the rooftop. It was the sweltering summer. Yet the wind on the rooftop blew fiercely, causing their clothes to flutter. Now that we're here, it's time to reveal what this surprise is. Isn't it? Mo Jiang turned to Cai Yunjing, eagerly awaiting her response to that moment. However, a series of sobs echoed from behind him. Mo Jiang, why? Why did you betray me? I liked you so much. Mo Jiang stood bewildered, utterly lost regarding what was unfolding. Betrayal? Upon hearing those words, a sense of foreboding gripped him. He slowly turned to face Cai Yunjing, only to find her weeping profusely, her eyes swollen and her expression wrought with agony and despair. Seeing this, Mo Jiang's heart was in turmoil. He didn't know how to react. Why? You promised me you would give me an answer, and I waited for you all afternoon, Cai Yunjing sobbed, her voice laced with endless grievance. And you're with that wretched Luo Shirhan. She continued, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string. Then Mo Jiang's expression darkened as he realized the situation was spiraling out of control. He attempted to explain, Cai Yunjing, it's not what you think. I was forced into this. The moment we parted, I was seized by men in black. Really? Cai Yunjing lifted her gaze, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Absolutely true, I swear. Mo Jiang nodded earnestly, affirming the truth of his words. Cai Yunjing nodded in response, seemingly convinced. She wiped her tears and softly murmured, Then come here and hold me. Hearing this, Mo Jiang felt a surge of joy. Believing Cai Yunjing had forgiven him, that he hurried over, eager to embrace her and soothe her wounded heart. However, as he approached, he suddenly noticed her hand reaching towards the bag, as if something dangerous was concealed within. His heart raced, an ominous premonition washing over him, that he halted in his tracks, warily watching Kai Yunjing's bag, his mind racing with speculation about the potential peril hidden inside. As expected, Kai Yunjing, witnessing the unfolding scene, could no longer contain her tears. She slowly retreated until her legs were pressed against the edge of the rooftop. Just one more step back, and she would plummet to her demise, Jiang thought to himself. This is all my fault, Kai Yunjing wept. She forced a bitter smile, saying, in this lifetime, I have deeply fallen for you, a love as addictive as poison, that if I cannot have your love, if I cannot possess you, then my life holds no meaning. I might as well die in that moment. Jiang was beyond caring for his own safety. He lunged forward, tightly embracing Kai Yunjing. Yet, as she averted her gaze, he could not discern her expression. Kai Yunjing, don't do anything foolish. The world still holds beauty. At that instant, an eerie laughter erupted from Kai Yunjing, and she raised her eyes. The sight of her blood-red, menacing gaze sent a jolt of terror through Jiang, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, that a sharp pain pierced through his abdomen. He glanced down to see a slender hand gripping a gleaming machete, deeply embedded in him. The girl before him seemed unsatisfied, continuing to stab him several more times. Jiang could not suppress a spray of blood, staining Kai Yunjing's pristine attire, with droplets splattering onto her cheeks. Her sinister, crimson eyes fixated on him. Jiang, I truly love you. Therefore, I can only resort to this extreme measure. Only when you are gone can responded. They ascended the staircase, firmly grasped hand, unwilling to loosen his grip for even a moment, as if fearing that she might suddenly brandish a cleaver at him. Meanwhile, felt the warmth of his gentle hand enveloping her smaller one, causing a surge of warmth to blossom in her heart. However, as thoughts as actions crossed her mind, she was engulfed by a tumult of conflicting emotions and helplessness. Do not blame me for being cruel. It is my profound love for you that compels such actions. They treaded slowly up the stairs, the atmosphere thick with tension and oppression. Eventually, they reached the rooftop. Upon hearing his voice, turned her head slowly, a slight smile gracing her lips. Do you have something to say? I apologize for earlier today. S voice was low, tinged with remorse. That all you have to say? Just an apology, raised an eyebrow, disappointment flickering in her eyes. No, it's not like that. I hardly know her. Quickly clarified. Her. Are you referring to? Yet you emerged from her car, holding her hand, and now you claim you don't know her. S tone was laced with anger and dissatisfaction. S face flushed crimson with rage as she shouted. I like you, but that does not make me a fool. Despair and helplessness resonated in her voice. Her hand instinctively reached for her bag. The words have sent a jolt of realization through. He understood he had to act swiftly to salvage the situation. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, seizing his hand and forcefully pinning her against the wall, adopting a wall slam posture. You scoundrel, let me go. Was taken aback by this sudden action, her face paling as she struggled to free herself from his grasp. However, due to their physical disparity, easily subdued her. He swiftly snatched the cleaver from her bag and tossed it aside. Please let me explain, held on to his wrist, gazing at her with determination, hoping for her understanding and forgiveness. Listen to your explanation, glared at him, tears glistening in her eyes, as if she had suffered a profound injustice. What is there to explain? The facts are evident, you scoundrel. Why treat me this way? She choked back sobs, her voice heavy with despair and sorrow. Left with no alternative, leaned in and kissed on the lips. She was momentarily stunned, her body slackening as if she had lost all strength. Yet merely moments later, she took control, fiercely kissing him back, seemingly intent on venting her pent-up anger and grievances. After several seconds, she reluctantly released him, having bitten his lip until it bled. Now can you let me explain? Asked softly, his gaze revealing a hint of helplessness, that if you cannot persuade me, I will take you home tonight. Gasped, her tone tinged with shyness. This morning, right after you left, a group of men in black ambushed me and took me to IT was odd. She accused me of being a scoundrel, but I hardly know her. Hurriedly explained, his expression one of innocence. Upon hearing this, scrutinized his face, seemingly pondering the truth of his words. Ultimately, she offered a faint smile and nodded gently. All right, I shall give you the benefit of the doubt this once. So you won't stab me with a cleaver anymore? I won't. Before could catch his breath, flashed a mischievous smile. I'll be watching your actions. If you betray me again, I can't guarantee I won't pick it up again. Thank you for with you. The seasons are warm. S. lips twitched slightly as he silently grumbled. However, do remember to keep your distance from. She's a dangerous person. Only I wish you well. Understand, you don't seem to be in a much better position yourself. Remarked, observing the girl before him, who oscillated between tenderness and fierceness, marveling at the complexity of women. Yes, they were not in the same department. The time to part ways had come that he had classes in the afternoon, and thus hurriedly departed. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification for a message from 15. Opened his phone and clicked on a chat with a dragon avatar, saved as, I just heard someone say you went to the rooftop with. Is that true? Good. You promised to be single for 4 years, yet you've not only found someone, but are also juggling two at once. I'm furious. By the way, today's class is a core subject. I've saved you a spot, so hurry over. If you're late, don't blame me for not helping you out. That smiled faintly and replied, all right, thanks. Get lost, Chapter 11. Good friends, the classroom for the core subject was not far. Just a few minutes walk away, Def strolled leisurely through the back door, shaking his head, scanning the room for his friend. Soon, he spotted a young man with dyed yellow hair and a wolf-tail hairstyle waving at him. Over here, all right, smiled and nodded in response, quickly walking over to take a seat. As soon as he sat down, the young man immediately threw his arms around his neck, cursing playfully, well, you little rascal, juggling 2 relationships with the 2 top heiresses of our school. I must say, you truly excel in this regard. Shot him an exasperated glance. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want these 2 relationships for yourself? You nearly drove me to my death. Oh, I see. So you're quite the player. Observed the knowing look on his friend's face and, without hesitation, slapped him on the back. This guy was undoubtedly lost in his own thoughts again. The young man before him was one of his few close friends, hailing from a family in the food industry and possessing considerable wealth. Hey, now that the new semester has begun, it seems the freshmen have started their military training. Should we go check it out? Not interested. How can you not be interested? Watching those girls sweat and glow with youth is quite a sight, continued, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What a pervert you are! Lifted his head and shot him a glare. The professional course instructor stepped onto the podium, cleared his throat, and began taking attendance. The classroom fell silent as students straightened up, waiting for their names to be called. After attendance, the teacher noted the number of absentees, then adjusted his glasses, addressing them sternly. You lot dare to skip professional classes? When you fail at the end of the semester, don't come crying to me. His voice was strict and resolute, instilling a sense of respect among the students. After that, the instructor began explaining the course content. Although he had just issued a harsh warning, everyone understood that as long as they didn't go too far, performed decently, and attended on time, they would likely pass by the end of the semester. After all, university courses weren't overly strict. As long as students didn't push their limits, teachers would generally not make things difficult for them. Meanwhile, sat next to, head down, engrossed in a video on his phone, glanced over, and, through the reflection of his eyes, caught a glimpse of a beautiful woman in black stockings dancing that felt somewhat bored but still listened intently to the instructor's explanation. At that moment, a petite figure sitting 2 desks away was fixated on his profile. That I really want to tie up in a small dark room, just to admire him alone, that seemed to sense someone watching him. So he turned his head and surveyed the surroundings. He locked eyes with a pure and adorable girl, her face flushed, resting her chin on her hand, pen in hand, waving it aimlessly as if she were quite busy. Yet the tip of her pen remained blank, that had no recollection of this girl, and thus did not think much of it. For reasons unknown, since his rebirth, he seemed to have forgotten certain memories. Yet he could not clearly recall the details. That he only remembered having pursued several beautiful girls, though he could no longer recall the exact number. Was it 8 or 2? If it were 8, then he could not recall the names of the others at all. Forget it, if I can't remember, then so be it. After graduation, I'll sell the house and return home to live with my parents. All right, class, we've covered enough for now. That will be all for today. After the teacher finished speaking, a wave of cheers and sighs erupted in the classroom. Qingye stretched lazily and, with a relaxed expression, remarked, finally, class is over. It wasn't easy. That chuckled and playfully patted Qingye on the shoulder, teasing, well, you little rascal, after a whole class of pretty girls, you're saying it wasn't easy. You're clearly over the moon. Qingye, caught off guard by the remark, coughed awkwardly a couple of times and explained, ahem. Not at all. He glanced at his phone and then looked up at, saying it's getting late. Let us go grab a bite. Nodded in agreement, sure. They prepared to head to the night market's barbecue stall to indulge in some delicious food. Just as they stepped out of the classroom, they unexpectedly spotted a stunning figure standing there. Her icy gaze fixed upon them. "Stop right there. Where are you two going?" Upon hearing the voice, Qingye looked up and was taken aback to find it was. Her expression seemed rather displeased, stirring a sense of unease within Qingye. He hastily turned to, forcing a smile, and said, "Old Jiang, I have some matters to attend to at home, so I can't join you. Let us plan for next time. Bye. I'll miss you with that." He swiftly turned and left, leaving to face the situation alone. "Xiao Yezi, you dog. We agree to share both joys and sorrows," grumbled in irritation. "What is that?" Not satisfied, S' voice carried an increasingly frosty tone. Hearing this, slightly turned his head, a sheepish smile on his face. "And no, it's just a secret between good brothers that be by the way. Shirhan, what do you need from me?" He attempted to divert the topic. "Is it wrong for me to look for you?" Retorted that of course not, quickly replied. "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you. You want to escape until you clarify everything today," said, grabbing his hand and striding away, disregarding the curious stares of those around them. Shortly after they left, the petite figure that had been spying on reappeared at the end of the corridor. She cautiously peeked out, observing the retreating silhouettes of and, a strange smile curling at the corners of her lips, her eyes glinting with an inscrutable light, that I in a quiet, secluded corner of the school, unceremoniously shut the door. Her tone dripped with coldness and mockery. "What did Kai Yunjing want with you on the rooftop? It wouldn't happen to be about me, would it?" Her words were laced with a hint of distrust. Chapter 12. The gentle and adorable Lin Yue. How could this be? Nothing happened between us. "We merely had a chat," exclaimed, his face etched with shock and confusion. However, remained unfazed, her cold gaze fixed on, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. "Just a chat. It seems you want to give up until you see the Yellow River," she said, her tone tinged with mockery and scorn, sending shivers down his spine. Suddenly, S' tone shifted, becoming even more frigid. She reached in her pocket and pulled out several photographs, tossing them forcefully onto his chest. Froze, instinctively lowering his gaze to the fluttering images. When he discerned the content of the photographs, his complexion drained of color, his eyes widening in astonishment and fear. The photos had captured the very moment he had pinned Kai Yunjing against the wall. The angle rendered the scene exceedingly ambiguous, provoking all manner of thoughts. The troubling reality was that he had indeed kissed her. Damn it. How could this have been caught on camera? Cursed inwardly, completely blindsided by the realization that his every move had been secretly recorded. "Shirhan, please, let me explain. It's not as you imagine," quickly raised his head, attempting to clarify the situation too. However, she interrupted him with a cold laugh. "What is there to explain?" Her eyes betrayed a deep-seated distrust and disappointment. Having said that, extended her hand once more, now wielding a pair of pliers. She manipulated them lightly, the sharp clinking sound sending chills down one's spine, her gaze gradually turning crimson, exuding an eerie intensity as if she had lost her sanity. She slowly advanced toward, each step laden with an overwhelming sense of dread. "You really are quite the obedient one." S' voice was low and hoarse, filled with threats and warnings. S' face went pale with terror, trembling as he retreated until his back pressed firmly against the cold, unyielding Mo Jiang gazed at the girl in his professional class who seemed to be fixated on him, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "It was just a small gesture, to be by the way, I'm Lin Yue," she introduced herself with a smile. Chapter 13. The Rich Woman Steel Ball. "So, Lin Yue, did you really come here just to ask about the major?" Mo Jiang suddenly looked up, a hint of suspicion in his eyes as he questioned Lin Yue. She blinked her bright, star-like eyes, her lips curving into a radiant smile as she softly replied, "Of course, Mo Jiang." Her voice was gentle and melodious, akin to a celestial hymn. "All right, although my expertise isn't particularly strong, I do have a solid grasp of fundamental concepts." Mo Jiang nodded confidently, that he was aware that there was much he needed to learn and improve upon in terms of professional knowledge. Yet he felt quite assured about the basics. Lin Yue then carefully opened the thick professional textbook in her hands and leaned closer to Mo Jiang, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, radiating an enchanting glow to Mo Jiang. "This." Lin Yue pointed to a challenging problem in the book, her eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion and helplessness. Without hesitation, Mo Jiang leaned in closer to Lin Yue, intently observing the issue she had highlighted. However, at that moment, he was oblivious to the peculiar expression on her face, focusing solely on resolving the problem. "This problem isn't actually difficult," he murmured, his tone laced with assurance. Coincidentally, it was a problem he had encountered before, and since Lin Yuer had just saved him from a predicament, he was particularly diligent in his explanation, striving to clarify the underlying principles for her. Meanwhile, Lin Yuer had long since drifted away from the problem, her gaze captivated by the profile of Mo Jiang, her eyes betraying an almost obsessive emotion. She relished the closeness of this moment with him. Her heart brimming with joy. "Oh, why did Mo Jiang looks so handsome when he's serious that I really want to take him home." Lin Yue's inner thoughts intensified, and she felt an overwhelming urge that she could scarcely control. She bit her lip tightly, attempting to calm herself, yet her gaze remained fixated on Mo Jiang, as if she could never get enough of him. After a while, feeling parched from his explanations, Mo Jiang paused to take a sip of water. As he lowered his gaze, he suddenly noticed Lin Yuer staring intently at his face, her expression revealing a mix of curiosity and wonder. "Lin Yuer?" Mo Jiang inquired softly. Lin Yuer startled, snapping back to reality, apologetically saying, "I didn't mean to. I just thought you looked really handsome when you were serious." With that, her face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Mo Jiang chuckled awkwardly, uncertain of how to respond. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Did you understand what I just explained?" Lin Yue hesitated for a moment before shaking her head and replying, "Yeah, I mostly understood. Thank you." Mo Jiang, "You're welcome. It was the least I could do." Mo Jiang replied with a smile, By the way, Mo Jiang, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? How about I treat you to a meal?" Lin Yue suddenly raised her head, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she looked at Mo Jiang. "No, that's not necessary. I'm already very grateful for your help earlier. I can't let you spend money on me." Mo Jiang quickly waved his hand in refusal. However, Lin Yue was undeterred. She wrapped her arms around Mo Jiang's and playfully said, "It's not a bother at all. I'm actually quite happy to treat you. Just agree." Mo Jiang hesitated still. "Besides, the restaurant I'm taking you to is owned by my family, so it won't cost anything," Lin Yue added. Hearing this, Mo Jiang finally nodded. "All right then, I suppose I can trouble you, but even if it's your family's restaurant, I still insist on paying for my part as a way to repay you." A towering, magnificent five-star hotel loomed in the bustling heart of the magical city. A luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a halt at the hotel entrance, resembling an elegant giant. Subsequently, the driver exited the vehicle with practiced ease, his demeanor solemn and respectful. Approaching the back door, he gracefully opened it in a nearly perfect gentlemanly manner. "Miss Master Mo, we have arrived at our destination," the driver said, slightly bowing with a tone of respect. Sitting inside the car, Lin Yue smiled at Mo Jiang and gently said, "Let's go, Mo Jiang." Her clear eyes sparkled with anticipation, and Mo Jiang took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, that he exited the car nervously, gradually raising his gaze to behold the astonishingly grand hotel before him, that he couldn't help but gasp in awe, inwardly marveling that as he swallowed hard, countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet he had never anticipated such a scenario. Suddenly, he realized that the 2.5 million yuan in his bank account would likely diminish significantly after tonight. The thought alone sent a pang of pain through his heart, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. What shocked him further was that this luxurious hotel was situated in the vibrant center of the magical city, implying a level of power and wealth that was undeniably formidable. Mo Jiang could never have imagined that this seemingly innocent and charming girl had such a formidable family background. Seeing Mo Jiang standing in a daze, Lin Yue smiled softly, then took his hand, gently resting her shoulder against him. She tenderly said, "It's all right. You won't have to spend a dime. Perhaps this hotel will belong to you someday." As she spoke, her voice gradually became quieter, to the point where Mo Jiang could barely catch her words that moment. Mo Jiang was still preoccupied with the impending loss of money, completely oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Lin Yue's words. Upon entering the hotel, all the staff members greeted Lin Yue with nods and smiles, collectively saying, "Welcome, Miss Lin." After all, this was a five-star establishment, and the clientele was equally distinguished that moment. All eyes converged on Lin Yue. Just then, a wealthy woman, weighing over 200 kilograms, was holding hands with a tall, handsome male model, preparing to check in. The Hermes bag she carried was not fully zipped, and through the gap, a blood-stained steel ball could be faintly seen. As the staff greeted her, her gaze inadvertently shifted towards Lin Yue. However, when her eyes landed on Mo Jiang, who was leaning against Lin Yue, her attention was instantly captivated. Mo Jiang possessed a striking profile and chiseled features, particularly his alluring fox-like eyes, exuding a unique charm. His overall demeanor radiated a delicate beauty, yet he retained a masculine presence. Chapter 14. Mo Jiang's drugging just then. The wealthy woman's eyes widened, sparkling as if transformed into the shape of a heart. She released the male model's hand, taking dainty steps towards Mo Jiang. Hearing the commotion behind him, Mo Jiang's heart raced, and he instinctively turned slightly that he saw a massive figure approaching, causing his heart to tremble. The wealthy woman approached Mo Jiang, her gaze unabashedly surveying him, her face breaking into a satisfied smile. Then, she glanced at Lin Yue leaning on Mo Jiang's shoulder, particularly noting her innocent and charming face, which stirred a flicker of displeasure within her. After all, it was such women who had tempted her husband, leading to the demise of their marriage. Young man, I'll give you 100,000 yuan to spend the night with me. What do you say? Mo Jiang furrowed his brow, looking at the woman who weighed over 200 kilograms, particularly noting the Hermes bag in her hand and the blood-stained steel ball peeking through the zipper. He couldn't help but take a step back, suddenly feeling a chill in his lower body. Meanwhile, Lin Yue's expression turned icy as she fixed her gaze on the overweight woman, her voice laced with hostility as she said, "Who do you think you are to covet my man? Ha, little girl. Open your eyes and see clearly that I am Madame Gu, the wife of the president of Ming Group." The woman looked down at Lin Yue with a disdainful gaze, her tone dripping with arrogance. Ming Group? I recall you recently had a collaboration with the Lin Group. Lin Yue replied, a faint smile on her lips, her expression both mocking and defiant as she regarded the haughty woman before her. So what, little girl, I suggest you hand over your man. I'll give you 20,000 as a consolation fee. How about that? If that doesn't work, I can give you 50,000 done in Madame Gu's eyes. A glimmer of greed flickered. She believed she had already displayed considerable generosity, for 50,000 yuan was no trifling sum for an ordinary person. Lin Yue let out a cold laugh, disregarding Madame Gu's words as she silently retrieved her phone and dialed a number. After a brief moment, a deep, magnetic male voice resonated from the other end of the line. Darling daughter. What is it, Dad? Please cancel the collaboration with the Ming Group, Lin Yue replied, her tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. What's wrong, darling? Are they bullying you? The man inquired with genuine concern. Yes, Lin Yue answered succinctly. Tio dare bully the daughter of Lin Fan. They're courting death. It seems the weather has turned. The Ming Group ought to vanish. The man's voice darkened, chilling the air as if a cold wind swept through the phone line. That moment, the man's voice clearly brimmed with anger as he continued. Yue, do not worry. Your father will handle this matter. Those who dare to bully my daughter must pay the price. With that, he hung up the call. Lin Yue returned her phone to her pocket, her gaze once more resting upon Madame Gu. Before long, the hotel doors swung open, and a disheveled middle-aged man in a suit stormed in, rage written across his face, as he stood directly before the corpulent woman and slapped her. Zhao Jimei. What on earth have you done? Do you realize you have just ruined the Ming Group? Madame Gu's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, her body trembling, her eyes filled with terror and despair. She finally comprehended that she had provoked someone she should not have. Mo Jiang gazed at the array of exquisite seafood before him, including succulent Boston lobsters, tender abalone, and shark fins, along with king crabs and other luxurious ingredients, leaving him utterly dazzled. Yet confronted with such tantalizing delicacies, Mo Jiang hesitated not for a moment, diving in to feast voraciously, savoring every bite and not allowing a single drop of broth to go to waste. As he ate, tears of heartache streamed down his face. Just moments ago, upon entering the private room, Lin Yue had commanded the waitstaff to bring forth all the signature dishes without even glancing at the menu. Mo Jiang felt an ache in his heart, yet dared not voice his objections, silently enduring the torment with tears welling in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yue sat beside him, her head propped on her hand, quietly observing Mo Jiang's ravenous consumption, a faint smile gracing her lips. Occasionally, she would rise to pour a few glasses of champagne for him, gently urging, Mo Jiang, Do take your time. Be careful not to choke. Gratefully, Mo Jiang accepted the champagne, unceremoniously tilting the bottle to drink deeply. Thank you. Once Mo Jiang had eaten his fill, Lin Yuer extracted a packet of powder from her pocket, carefully pouring it into a glass of champagne. The powder dissolved rapidly, leaving no trace of its presence. She then presented the spiked champagne to Mo Jiang with a soft, "Here, have a glass of champagne." Without hesitation, Mo Jiang accepted the glass and downed it in one go. However, at that moment, an overwhelming wave of dizziness washed over him, his body swaying uncontrollably, his head growing heavier by the second. Did I ask this how quickly one gets drunk? No, I still have so much left to eat. I cannot waste it. Cannot waste. Lin Yuer's gaze fixated on Mo Jiang, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, slumped over the table. The pathological longing in her eyes could no longer be concealed, drawn by an invisible force. She leaned closer to him, her slender fingers gently caressing his face, feeling the warmth and texture of his skin. Each touch sent shivers through her, intensifying the desire within her heart. Her gaze grew increasingly infatuated. Wholly immersed in her adoration for Mo Jiang, she traced her fingertip along the corner of his mouth, lingering on the remnants of alcohol, then brought her fingertip to her lips, tasting it. The faint sweetness spread across her tongue, prompting her to murmur softly, "Sweet Mo Jiang, do you know, I have awaited this day for so long." Her voice was low and tender, laden with a morbid yearning. "Soon, you shall belong solely to me." That a satisfied smile danced upon her lips. At that moment, she suddenly called out, "Butler!" That as her words faded, the door to the private room quietly opened, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in a gentleman's suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, who stepped into the chamber with measured grace. His demeanor exuded a calm and composed aura. Approaching Lin Yuer, he bowed respectfully and inquired, "Miss, how may I assist you?" Continuing to stroke Mo Jiang's hair with a gentle touch, as if soothing a docile creature. She declared with unwavering resolve, "Take him home." "Understood, miss." The butler nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He then raised his gaze to the inebriated youth, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before quickly returning to calmness. After all, this was a matter concerning the young lady. He merely needed to comply with her wishes. Chapter 15. Extreme Love. Ugh, where have I ended up? Mo Jiang, still feeling somewhat dazed, struggled to open his eyes. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in a confined space. The walls adorned with only a few dimly lit lamps, but he attempted to shift his body, only to discover he was firmly secured to a chair equipped with peculiar devices. What is going on? I distinctly remember only getting drunk. How could I have been inexplicably brought to this place? Is someone planning to harvest my kidneys? Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the enclosed space as the central door creaked open. Revealing AGAPIN walked a girl clad in a JK uniform, her delicate features illuminated by the morning light as she carried a platter of sumptuous breakfast. Her clear eyes bore an unsettling, morbid intensity as she fixated on Mo Jiang and approached him slowly. That Mo Jiang's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face. The innocent and endearing Lin Yuer he once knew now appeared so foreign. "Lin Yuer, what on earth do you want?" "What do I want? Of course, I wish to be with you," Lin Yuer replied softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she approached Mo Jiang and tenderly kissed his forehead. "If you wish to be with me, why have you bound me here?" Mo Jiang's eyes widened further, fear welling up within him as he regarded this increasingly unsettling version of Lin Yuer. "This is illegal. Do you not understand? Illegally imprisoning someone." Mo Jiang shouted at Lin Yuer, his voice trembling with fear. He had initially thought Lin Yuer was merely a pure and charming girl, but now she seemed nothing short of a demon. Upon hearing his furious outburst, tears welled in Lin Yuer's eyes, cascading down her cheeks. "But there are too many women lusting after you, Mo Jiang, that I had no choice but to lock you in my world to ensure my peace of mind." Her voice bore a quavering tone, evoking a sense of sympathy. That Mo Jiang, do you know, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was irrevocably captivated that I could not extricate myself, and I have lost sleep over you. Mo Jiang, you will forgive me, won't you? Lin Yuer implored, her tone filled with desperation, reminiscent of an injured creature begging for care. "You must be hungry as well. Come, have something to eat," Lin Yuer said softly, reaching for a sandwich and smiling brightly at Mo Jiang. She slowly brought the sandwich to his lips, coaxing gently, "Open up. Let me feed you." However, Mo Jiang turned his head away, firmly closing his eyes. Unwilling to acknowledge her, that he attempted to express his dissent and discontent through this silent protest, that a flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Yuer's face. Her tone suddenly turning, "I see why Mo Jiang. I advise you not to refuse my hospitality. My patience has its limits." Despite a slight tremor of fear in his heart, Mo Jiang resolutely rejected her demands. Lin Yuer's lips curled into a cold smile as she replied slowly, "Since you were so disobedient, I shall have to make you more compliant." With that, she withdrew a device resembling a remote control from her pocket and pressed a button. In an instant, visible currents of electricity surged through Mo Jiang's body. A sharp, intense pain surged through his entire body in an instant, stimulating every inch of Mo Jiang's skin and causing him to tremble involuntarily. His eyes, bloodshot and wide with terror, were fixed intently on Lin Yuer, who wore a mad grin before him. If a gaze could kill, Lin Yuer would have surely met her demise at Mo Jiang's hands countless times by now. 3 days later, at a certain moment. Even now, Mo Jiang maintained a semblance of his former self, though his complexion was slightly pale, clearly indicating a loss of weight, that he donned a set of brand-new clothes. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the horrifying bloodstains marring his skin beneath. His eyes had lost their luster, as if the very essence of life had faded from them. After enduring Lin Yuer's brutal torment and conditioning over the last few days, Mo Jiang had finally subdued. No longer resisting as he once did, he had attempted to escape numerous times, but each effort was thwarted by the heavy iron chains weighing down his wrists, rendering him immobile at that moment. The door to the small, dark room swung open once more. Mo Jiang exhibited no emotional response. He merely lowered his head, silently reflecting on the myriad of wrongdoings he had committed throughout his life. From helping an elderly woman cross the street to snatching a lollipop from a 3-year-old, even to urinating in a swimming pool. These were all sins of his past, and he began to ponder which transgression had led to such excruciating retribution. Suddenly, a gentle, sweet voice reached his ears. "Mo Jiang, it's time for lunch. I prepared a special meal, just for you." Lin Yuan entered, carrying a tray bearing a few burnt slices of stir-fried green peppers and meat, alongside an egg that looked as if it had been coated in charcoal, not to mention a few other unappetizing, undercooked dishes. Mo Jiang couldn't shake the feeling that he would not be tortured to death, but rather poisoned by her culinary endeavors. "Come on, Mo Jiang, open your mouth. Allow your Yuer to feed you to as she spoke." Lin Yuer picked up the charcoal-coated egg and brought it to his lips. Mo Jiang remained silent, reluctantly parting his lips, inwardly praying that the egg would not be overly distasteful. However, upon inhaling that peculiar odor, he instantly regretted his decision. The scent was reminiscent of something that had been mixed with vomit, inducing nausea. Yet to avoid inciting Lin Yuer's ire, he forced himself to swallow the egg with great difficulty. "Was it delicious?" "Mo Jiang, smile for me," Lin Yuer urged eagerly, her eyes gleaming with a twisted delight. Mo Jiang, feeling utterly defeated, cast a glance at her and muttered, "Delicious," managing to conjure a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and gently settled onto Mo Jiang's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck as she leaned in for a kiss. Despite the alluring fragrance of her lips, soft and warm, Mo Jiang found himself devoid of the will to relish the moment. His heart had grown numb, incapable of feeling any emotion. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of the Lin Corporation, an elderly gentleman, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles and dressed in a tailored suit, stood before a stern and strikingly handsome middle-aged man seated in an executive chair. "Sir, it seems the young lady is somewhat unwell." Lin Fan shook his head, propping his chin on his hand, and replied with resignation, "There is little I can do. Yuer's mother passed away early, and my commitments to the company left me little time to shower her with affection. Now that she has finally found a boy she likes, her love is far too extreme. Sir, while this may be for her benefit, it is a torment for that young man. Alas, I understand that I have a slight understanding of Yuer's character. It won't be long before she grows tired of him. At that point, I shall request Xinjiang University to ensure he receives a postgraduate recommendation, along with a few million as consolation." Chapter 16, ultimately soft-hearted. Yet reluctant to strike the final blow, time slipped by unnoticed as Mo Jiang gazed at the few remnants of his meal, tears of restraint glistening in his eyes. The recent ordeal had been agonizing, particularly the chicken leg, which had been shockingly undercooked. Lin Yuer surveyed the tray, clapping her hands in delight as she chimed. It seems my culinary skills are rather impressive, having created such delectable dishes. Since Mo Jiang enjoys it so much, I shall personally prepare all your meals from now on. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang nearly choked, coughing violently. Lin Yuer, noticing his distress, gently patted his back and soothingly said, Mo Jiang, don't be anxious. I know you're excited that as a reward, you may make a small request of me. Really? Mo Jiang asked eagerly. Of course, Lin Yuer assured him. After receiving her affirmation, Mo Jiang cleared his throat and cautiously spoke. Let me leave this place. However, Lin Yuer promptly rejected him without hesitation. Noted Mo Jiang, hearing this, became frantic, raising his voice. But you promised I could make a request. I merely wish to leave. Is that too much to ask? Anything but that I will not allow it. Lin Yuer insisted with a tone of finality that Mo Jiang turn away in silence, refusing to engage with her any further. Observing his cold shoulder, Lin Yuer felt a surge of anger rising within her. With a mocking laugh, she produced a remote control from her pocket and waved it in front of him. Turn your face around. You wouldn't want to experience the sensation of being electrocuted again. Would you? Her voice dripped with threat and provocation. The mere mention of electrocution, Mo Jiang, like a frightened rabbit, immediately turned to face her, terror etched on his features. His body trembled involuntarily, his complexion as pale as a ghost. Clearly, his previous experience with electric shocks had left him with deep psychological scars. The thought of that pain and fear sent chills down his spine. Lin Yuer, observing his reaction, smiled triumphantly. She gently caressed his hair and cooed. Now that's more like it to at that moment. A sudden, urgent ringtone erupted from Lin Yuer's pocket. Furrowing her brow, she displayed an expression of annoyance. Nevertheless, she retrieved her phone and glanced at the screen, which revealed an unfamiliar number, piquing her curiosity. After a brief hesitation, Lin Yuer pressed the answer button, perhaps activating the speaker function, allowing Mo Jiang to hear the voice on the other end. Lin Yuer. Did you kidnap Mo Jiang? The voice belonged to Luo Shihan. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang's heart, once shrouded in despair, ignited with newfound hope, but he never anticipated that he would find himself seeking help from Luo Shihan one day. Mustering all his strength, he shouted, I'm right here. Lin Yuer shot him a glance, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Not listening again, are we? It seems my training hasn't been thorough enough with that. She pressed a button on the remote, and a jarring electrical shock coursed through Mo Jiang's body. Upon hearing Mo Jiang's voice, Luo Shihan felt a surge of joy, but that joy quickly morphed into fury as she heard his agonizing scream. Lin Yuer, you wretched woman! How dare you harm my Mo Jiang? I want to let you get away with this. Don't act so high and mighty. Who is it that wanted to use pliers to sever Mo Jiang's hand? Lin Yuer retorted, that I'm not like you. Hypocrite, Lin Yuer scoffed before abruptly hanging up the phone, disregarding the enraged protests of Luo Shihan on the other end. Within the teaching building of Xinjiang University, Luo Shihan glared at her phone after the call ended, her frustration causing her to stomp her feet as she muttered a stream of curses. Concerned, Kai Yunjing approached her and asked, What is going on? Luo Shihan, did you receive any news? Luo Shihan clenched her fists, nodding as she gritted her teeth. Yes, I heard Mo Jiang's voice. That despicable woman. Is Mo Jiang at Lin Yuer's house? Kai Yunjing pressed on. It seems so. How ruthless of her to hide him in her own home. But this time, she won to escape. Let us go. It's a rare opportunity for us to team up and rescue him. Having spoken, Luo Shihan led Kai Yunjing out of the school grounds in the basement. Lin Yuer gazed at the unconscious Mo Jiang, a flicker of madness dancing in her smile as she murmured to herself, Mo Jiang, why are you still so disobedient? She slowly crouched down, her hand gently caressing Mo Jiang's cheek, her eyes brimming with obsession and possessiveness. What a nuisance that lunatic woman managed to call, with her influence. She will soon pinpoint my location. How unfortunate that I have only spent a few fleeting days with you. And now, we must part. Lin Yuer sighed, her tone heavy with helplessness and reluctance. Then, she approached a nearby table. Retrieving a sharp cleaver that glinted ominously, sending chills down the spine. Gradually, she walked back to Mo Jiang, the cleaver dancing across his cheek, as if she were contemplating something profound. That my dear, do you think if I were to turn you into a specimen, we could remain together forever? This way, we would never have to part. Lin Yuer's gaze betrayed a hint of insanity, yet it was overshadowed by a deep affection. Ultimately, however, she refrained from taking action, gently placing the cleaver on the ground and leaning down to rest her head on Mo Jiang's chest, quietly listening to his softly tender breaths. Forget it. Not turning you into a specimen is far better while you're still warm, Lin Yuer whispered, a slight smile gracing her lips, a glimmer of happiness flashing in her eyes. At that moment, the basement door was abruptly flung open with a loud bang. The bespectacled butler strode in with measured steps, a hint of apology on his face as he addressed Lin Yuer. I beg your pardon, miss, but Miss Luo and Miss Kai have forced their way in. I was unable to stop them and had no choice but to let them enter. It's quite all right. Butler Lu, Lin Yuer said somewhat reluctantly as she rose from Mo Jiang's form, her eyes like a tranquil spring, quietly observing the two girls who had burst in. Rest assured, he is not dead, merely incapacitated. Upon hearing Lin Yuer's voice, Luo Shihan's anger flared, akin to an irate kitten, as she stormed forward, fists clenched. Yet before she could strike, Butler Lu intercepted her. Miss Luo, this is the Lin family's territory. I kindly ask you to exercise caution. Chapter 17. Rescued. Luo Shihan shot Lin Yuer a furious glare, her eyes ablaze with rage as she trembled. Release him. Butler Lu's gaze shifted to Lin Yuer, seemingly awaiting her command. Upon receiving a slight nod from her, he relinquished his hold and apologized to Luo Shihan. I sincerely apologize, Miss Luo, for the earlier rudeness. However, Luo Shihan did not acknowledge his apology. Resolutely turning towards Mo Jiang, her eyes lingered on the heavy black chains binding his arms, her heart swelling with sympathy. Swiftly, she turned her gaze back to Lin Yuer, her voice firm. Unshackle him. Lin Yu's lips curved into a faint smile. There's no need to rush, she replied softly, pressing the remote control in her hand once more. Instantly, two crisp sounds echoed as the heavy chains on Mo Jiang's arms swiftly retracted into the chair. Freed from their constraint, Mo Jiang's body lurched forward, collapsing against Luo Shihan's chest. Kai Yunjing hurriedly rushed to Mo Jiang's side, her hand barely brushing his chest when he instinctively let out a pained groan. Dressed in a white shirt, the damp fabric revealed a stark, crimson mark on his chest. Kai Yunjing quickly tugged at Mo Jiang's collar, revealing several ghastly wounds on his chest, her heart aching for him. The thought of the torment he had endured during those days filled her with uncontainable rage. Lin Yuer, you are despicable. Yet at that moment, Luo Shihan did not explode in fury. Instead, her gaze roamed the surroundings. Taking in the bizarre assortment of toys hanging on the walls for reasons unknown, a certain emotion began to unfurl within her. It seemed she could also use these toys on Mo Jiang. Should he misbehave, she could employ them for gradual taming. She imagined his expressions would be quite extraordinary, a malicious grin spreading across her face that if Mo Jiang were aware of Luo Shihan's thoughts, he would prefer to dash himself against a wall. It was akin to escaping a wolf's den only to stumble into a tiger's lair, trapped in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, Butler Lu stood a short distance away, shaking his head in dismay as he observed the wounds on the boy's chest. He understood Mo Jiang exceedingly well. The boy, named Mo Jiang, hailed from a rather ordinary background. Nevertheless, he had earned a place at Xinjiang University through his exceptional academic performance. Not only that, but he had recently won a multi-million-dollar lottery and purchased a property near the university, with a bank account boasting a deposit of 2.5 million yuan. Undoubtedly, his fortune was remarkable. Yet tragically, he found himself entangled with someone as extreme as Miss Luo. Nonetheless, winning the affection of the daughter of a Fortune 500 conglomerate proved that Mo Jiang must possess an extraordinary charm and uniqueness. In the heart of the bustling metropolis, within the confines of a high-end private hospital, a young man whose chest was tightly wrapped in bandages slowly opened his eyes. Have I escaped? Mo Jiang struggled to open his eyes. Shaking his heavy head in an attempt to dispel the dizziness clouding his mind, that he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in an unfamiliar setting, likely a hospital. The room was lavishly decorated, a stark contrast to the ordinary hospitals he remembered. Coupled with Luo Shihan's voice from the earlier phone call, Mo Jiang concluded that she must have rescued him that moment. A series of urgent knocks echoed from the room's door. Mo Jiang turned his head, catching a glimpse of a familiar face through the translucent door. It was his best friend, Qing Yi. "Come in," Mo Jiang said softly. Hearing his response, Qing Yi wasted no time in turning the handle and entering, carrying a basket of fresh fruit with great care. The fruits appeared to be of the finest quality, clearly selected with great thoughtfulness by Qing Yi. He placed the fruit basket on the bedside table, his gaze falling upon Mo Jiang's bandaged chest. Worry etched across his face as he asked, "Old Jiang, are you all right? Your kidney is still intact, right?" Mo Jiang shot him a deadpan look, exasperatedly retorting, "What kidney? What are you even talking about? Can you speak in a way that makes sense? You have no idea. These past few days, when you vanished, no one could reach you by phone or WeChat. We were so worried that we even called the police. Then last night, our counselor sent a message in the group chat saying you had been abducted for your kidneys and had just been rescued." Qing Yi recounted, his expression filled with incredulity. "Oh, here I am, as your good brother, coming to check on you." He added with a grin, "Is it really that ridiculous?" "Ah, forget it, it's too embarrassing to explain," Mo Jiang said, lightly punching Qing Yi, only to wince as pain shot through him. Hey, old Jiang, don't move around. The doctor said you've just recovered and can't exert yourself. Otherwise, it will prolong your healing," Qing Yi quickly cautioned. "Xiao Yi, you're abandoning me. You just ran off," Mo Jiang complained. Qing Yi's face flushed, and he cleared his throat, washing 2 bright red apples from the fruit basket at the nearby sink in an attempt to ease the awkwardness. "How can you say I'm abandoning you? You were the one who was too timing. So naturally, they came looking for you," Qing Yi replied with a mischievous grin, evidently relishing in Mo Jiang's predicament. "But during your absence, those 2 heiresses at our school have been at each other's throats over you," he continued, excitement gleaming in his eyes. It was quite the spectacle, just shy of a physical altercation. He exaggerated, as if he had witnessed the fierce contention firsthand. "1. Can tell they genuinely care for you." Qing Yi sighed, his expression tinged with envy. Afterward, he gently nudged Mo Jiang's arm, placing the washed apples in his hand. Although Mo Jiang was injured, his hands were still functional enough to hold something. "What kind of spell did you cast on these 2 school beauties to make them so infatuated with you? You're only a tad more handsome than I am," Qing Yi said, his tone laced with jealousy. Mo Jiang chuckled softly, opting not to respond to Qing Yi's inquiry. He took a gentle bite of the apple, savoring its sweetness and juiciness, contentedly closing his eyes. "What do you know? Would you like some of this happiness?" He longed to distance himself from these 3 deranged women, while others might perceive him as fortunate. He understood all too well that this fortune could prove fatal. Chapter 18. An encounter on a rainy night. Qing Yi glanced at her phone and smiled at Ma Jiang, who was still munching on a banana. "Old Jiang, it's getting late and I must return to class. Your situation has already been communicated to the counselor, and you've been granted leave for these few days. Take good care of your injuries, if there's nothing else. I'll be on my way." Ma Jiang looked up at Qing Yi, nodding with a smile. "All right, you go ahead and take care of your business." Qing Yi stood up, patted Ma Jiang on the shoulder, and advised, "Make sure you recover quickly. Don't let your studies suffer." Ma Jiang replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll be back on my feet soon." As Qing Yi reached the door, she suddenly halted, turning back to Mo Jiang to be, "By the way, old Jiang, if you need any assistance, don't hesitate to ask. No need to be polite." Ma Jiang smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Qing Yi." Qing Yi waved her hand dismissively. "What are we to each other? All right then, I'm off." With that, she opened the door and left the hospital room. Ma Jiang sat quietly on the hospital bed, his gaze drifting outside the window as a wave of complex emotions surged within him. He recalled the events of the past few days, feeling as though he had traversed a nightmare. All he had ever desired was a simple, stable life, yet fate seemed to play cruel tricks, ensnaring him in an endless cycle of turmoil. First, there was their collective rebirth, with love that bordered on madness. Then, there was Lin Yuer, a stranger to him. In this life, all he wished for was to live peacefully. As time slipped by like grains of sand in an hourglass, he lost track of how long had passed when the hospital door was gently pushed open once more. Ma Jiang instinctively turned his head and recognized the silhouette standing at the entrance. It was Cai Yunjing. Cai Yunjing appeared as she always did, holding several somewhat extravagant boxes in her hands. The familiar posture and the concern radiating from her eyes warmed his heart. She lifted her gaze slightly, and upon meeting Ma Jiang's eyes, she noticed he seemed to have regained consciousness, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. She briskly approached Ma Jiang's bedside and settled onto the small stool beside him. As she prepared to place the boxes on the table, she noticed a rather exquisite fruit basket already occupying the space, which took her by surprise, though she said nothing about it. "Ma Jiang, are you feeling any better?" Kai Yunjing asked softly, her voice tinged with worry and anticipation. Before Ma Jiang could respond, she opened one of the boxes on the table, unveiling a selection of dishes from within, releasing a refreshing aroma that wafted towards him. These are carefully chosen light and nutritious meals, made from the finest ingredients. The doctor advised that your current condition isn't suitable for heavy flavors, so I specially brought you these. Let me know if you like them. As she spoke, she attentively observed Ma Jiang's reaction. Gradually, her gaze fell upon the bandages wrapped around his chest, and her eyes reflected a deeper concern and tenderness. "Do you want me to feed you?" At the mention of being fed, Ma Jiang instinctively shivered, an expression of profound fear crossing his face. The harrowing experiences of the past few days loomed in his mind like a haunting nightmare. Especially Lin Yue, her cooking was nearly inedible, verging on poisonous. What was worse, she insisted on feeding him bite by bite. The very thought was more unbearable than consuming poison. If he refused to eat, he would face the punishment of electric shocks. This recollection sent a shiver down Ma Jiang's spine. "No, that's unnecessary that I can manage on my own." He quickly shook his head in refusal. Kai Yunjing silently regarded Ma Jiang, taking in the fear evident in his eyes. Her heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, aching to the point of near suffocation. "All right," she replied softly, her tone laced with a barely perceptible hint of disappointment. "You should rest well these days, that I might have some matters to attend to and may not be able to visit you. Remember to take good care of yourself." 4 days later, after a thorough examination of Ma Jiang's wounds, the doctor smiled and said, "Mr. Ma Jiang, your injuries are healing well, but do avoid any strenuous activities for the next few days. Here is a box of ointment for you to take home. Apply it regularly to help your wounds heal faster. With a bit more rest, around a week, you should be completely recovered." Ma Jiang clutched the box of ointment tightly, his gaze fixed on the doctor. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "What about the medical fees?" "Oh, the medical fees? Mr. Ma Jiang, you need not worry. Our hospital is a subsidiary of the Roche Group, and Miss Roche has already instructed that all your expenses here will be waived," replied the balding Mediterranean doctor with a smile. Upon hearing this news, Ma Jiang felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he politely thanked the doctor. "Thank you very much. It is my honor to serve you, Mr. Ma Jiang," the doctor beamed in response. After leaving the hospital, Ma Jiang looked up at the sky, which was heavily overcast with dark clouds, threatening to unleash a torrential downpour at any moment. The pedestrians on the street hurried along, seemingly eager to return home and evade the impending storm. "Ah, it seems the weather is truly about to turn," Ma Jiang mused to himself, glancing at his phone, which read exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That he adjusted his clothing and prepared to head to the nearby market to purchase some ingredients, intending to cook for himself. After all, during his previous life, he had struggled alone, relying on takeout that was neither economical nor healthy. Gradually, he learned to buy groceries and cook, and while his culinary skills could not compare to those of a professional chef, at least it was edible. Emerging from the market, Ma Jiang glanced at the 2 bags of groceries in his hands, sighing inwardly that he had initially thought that cooking for himself would save him some money. But the prices here were surprisingly steep. It seems the Magic City truly has its unique currency. Ma Jiang had not purchased much, just a grass carp, half a chicken, some pork ribs, a dozen eggs, and a selection of vegetables. Holding the umbrella he had bought halfway, he gazed at the torrential rain pouring down outside, then looked at the heavy bags of ingredients in his hands and shook his head. "Well, I suppose I should just take a taxi home. After all, I am now a promising young man with 2.5 million in hand. I can afford this fare." Before long, a ride-sharing vehicle came to a stop in front of him. Ma Jiang opted for a fast ride, with a fare that was relatively reasonable, just over 50 yuan for a few kilometers. The driver cheerfully inquired, "May I have the last 4 digits of your phone number?" 9527, Ma Jiang replied. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of his community. Ma Jiang carried the groceries back home, quickly washing and preparing the ingredients. However, he soon discovered that he lacked any seasonings, so he disposed of the waste opened his umbrella, and tossed the trash into the downstairs bin before purchasing some chicken essence and soy sauce from a nearby convenience store. As night fell, the downpour showed no signs of abating, cascading down like a waterfall. Mahjong walked alone along the road, accompanied only by a few scattered lights along the roadside that he held the umbrella. Trudging through the rain, like a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, as he walked slowly, he unknowingly approached a corner and came to a halt. He held the umbrella, a hint of surprise flickering across his face as he observed a small figure huddled in the corner. The figure appeared exceedingly petite, seemingly a girl, completely exposed to the rain, soaked through. Her face was flushed, and her eyes trembled slightly, as if she might faint at any moment. Why is this little girl hiding here? She looks like she might catch a cold, Mahjong thought to himself. Chapter 19. The Fractured Girl. Mom, I really, really miss you, the girl murmured, tears mingling with the rain as they trickled down her cheeks. Did the rain stop? The girl suddenly felt a strange sensation, for at that moment, she could no longer feel the raindrops hitting her. She lifted her gaze slightly, scanning her surroundings, and found that the rain continued to pour heavily around her. However, curiously, not a single drop fell where she stood. Puzzled, she looked up and saw a tall figure standing straight before her. It was a boy with a gentle smile and an elegant demeanor, quietly holding an umbrella that provided shelter over her head. Have you encountered some trouble? Why are you all alone here? Mahjong gently inquired, his voice imbued with concern and unease as he softly opened the door. Holding in his hands the cold medicine he had just purchased from the pharmacy, along with some clothes meant for girls, that he first placed these items on the table, then picked up a cup, pouring some freshly boiled hot water into it to dissolve the cold medicine. After completing these tasks, he settled into a chair, lifted the cup of prepared medicine, and extended it towards the drenched girl before him. He then handed her the clean clothes and softly suggested, after you finish this medicine, perhaps a warm shower would do you good, that if you find yourself feeling hungry, just wait a moment, as I happen to be preparing dinner. He smiled, adding, though I can't guarantee that my culinary skills will meet your expectations. With that, Mahjong stood up with a smile, turning towards the kitchen to continue preparing the ingredients that awaited transformation into a delectable meal. Just as he stepped into the kitchen, a faint yet grateful voice from the girl reached him. Thank you. But why are you being so kind to me? Mahjong paused for a moment, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied, perhaps it is merely an act of kindness. After all, who wouldn't feel compelled to offer assistance to a girl caught in the rain alone? Kindness? The girl, with her delicate hands tightly clasping the still warm cup, exhaled softly, attempting to let the medicine cool before cautiously taking a small sip. Gradually, her hands began to warm. Before long, she drained the cup of medicine, and warmth began to seep back into her body. Raising her gaze, she surveyed her surroundings, noticing the clean and inviting environment. Her attention was drawn to the neatly arranged clothes on the table, causing her cheeks to flush as her eyes quickly shifted away, landing on her own prominent figure. However, summoning her courage, she grasped the clothes and carefully made her way towards the bathroom, taking care to avoid dirtying the floor with each step. As she passed the kitchen, she caught sight of the boy busily stir-frying, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Merely from the side, admiring his charming visage and deep, fox-like eyes caused her cheeks to flush with warmth. The girl slowly undid the buttons of her top, peeling it off, followed by her pants and shoes, and finally discarding her undergarments. She stood silently, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, her body marred with scars that bore witness to the suffering and torment she had endured. A faint smile, tinged with sorrow, graced her lips as she murmured, Mom, I have finally escaped that bastard. How are you doing in heaven? The warm water cascaded down from the showerhead, drenching the girl, yet her brow remained unfurrowed, as if she had long grown accustomed to this pain. She quickly washed, donning the new clothes the boy had bought for her. The outfit was evidently a bit snug, clinging closely to her form, beautifully accentuating her curves. Though somewhat malnourished, she felt a sense of fullness in her body. As she glanced at herself in the mirror, a blush crept across her cheeks, especially with the cartoonish large eyes on the front of the garment, which, coupled with her alluring and slightly seductive face, exuded an indescribable charm. Gently twisting the doorknob of the bathroom, she stepped outside, only to discover that directly across from her was the boy's room. Curiosity piqued, she entered the room. The decor was warm and tidy, yet her attention was drawn to a shelf against the wall. The shelf displayed figurines, predominantly featuring alluring bunny girls and maid-themed characters. The design of the garments and the poses of these figurines made her feel a tinge of shyness, causing her cheeks to redden as her gaze instinctively fell. She couldn't help but glance at her own figure before directing her eyes back to the figurines on the wall. Additionally, the posters plastered beside the bed were brimming with an anime aesthetic, and even the bedding was styled after Remington. The entire room was steeped in a maid-like ambience. Does he really like this? The girl whispered to herself, "At that moment, Mo Zhang's voice called from outside. "Dinner's ready. Have you finished washing up?" Upon hearing his voice, she perked up, resembling a mischievous kitten caught in the act, and swiftly exited the room. "All done. That's great. I've already washed the dishes for you." Mo Zhang smiled, inviting her to take a seat and eat. However, when he raised his head, he was taken aback to find her face flushed. Resembling a ripe apple, Mo Zhang felt a wave of surprise. But as his gaze followed her blushing face downward, he felt his own face heat up. It was evident that the clothes he had bought were too small. Particularly, the exaggeratedly large eyes on the front only served to amplify her embarrassment, and the sight of her ample curves left him astonished, perhaps even more so than he had ever felt before. With a hint of apology, Mo Zhang said, "I'm sorry, it seems the clothes are a bit small. Should I go downstairs and buy another set?" The girl quickly shook her head. "No, it's fine if you go now. The food will get cold." That's true, he conceded, "so you might have to make do tonight." "Thank you." Mo Zhang had prepared a sumptuous meal of 4 dishes and a soup, all of which looked enticing and tasted delightful. He served chicken and some pork ribs into her bowl. "Eat more." "Thank you. You're welcome. By the way, I realized I still don't know your name." The girl slightly raised her head and quietly replied, "My name is Su Yao." "Oh, Su Yao, what a lovely name," Mo Zhang chuckled. "How old are you?" 18. As Chapter 20 unfolds, the girl's night raid, Mo Zhang inquired, "Are you here alone?" "Yes, but speaking of which, what about your family?" "My mother has passed away." Mo Zhang lowered his gaze to Su Yao, his eyes reflecting evident sorrow. "I'm sorry to bring up something that saddens you." Su Yao wiped away her tears. It's okay. So, what are your plans for the future?" Noticing Su Yao's silence, he paused before suggesting, "How about you stay with me for the time being? Once you find a job or have a source of income, you can move out whenever you wish." "Thank you. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Mo Zhang. My home has 3 bedrooms and a living room. Feel free to choose whichever of the remaining 2 rooms suits you best for sleeping. You don't need to be polite. Just treat it like your own home." Mo Zhang. "Thank you." Su Yao grasped Mo Zhang's hand, lifting her slightly flushed face, her eyes brimming with gratitude, along with a hint of a different emotion. Mo Zhang felt his own cheeks warm as he sensed his hand enveloped by a gentle, delicate touch, leaving him somewhat flustered as he stammered, It's just a small favor. I simply wanted to help." Perhaps due to her prolonged state of malnourishment, Su Yao ate voraciously. Even as her belly began to slightly bulge, her mouth continued to chew like an adorable little hamster. Perhaps out of habit. Mo Zhang picked up a napkin, gently wiping the remnants of food from the corners of Su Yao's mouth with tender care, as if afraid to hurt her. "Don't push yourself. If you're full, it's perfectly fine to stop. Please don't overexert your body," Mo Zhang advised softly. But there is still so much food left," Su Yao lamented, gazing at the leftovers on the table. "That's all right, a little waste won't hurt." Mo Zhang reassured her. "Okay," Su Yao nodded, accepting his suggestion. About 10 minutes later, the two finally finished their dinner. Mo Zhang neatly placed all the dishes into the dishwasher, preparing them for automatic cleaning, while Su Yao tidied up the remnants on the table, ensuring it was spotless. Finally, Mo Zhang showed Su Yao the other 2 vacant rooms. The layouts of these rooms were nearly identical, and Su Yao selected the room directly opposite her own as her bedroom. It was still early, just past 9, and Mo Zhang intended to sit by the television for a bit. Turning to Su Yao, he asked, "Would you like to come watch TV with me?" "Sure." Su Yao nodded gently and rose to take a seat beside the sofa. As she settled down, a gentle fragrance enveloped her, a subtle scent that beckoned her to draw nearer. She inhaled softly, then slowly lifted her gaze to behold Mo Zhang's profile. Handsome beyond compare, surpassing any star she had ever seen on television. Moreover, he exuded a tender warmth. This must be what her mother referred to as the ideal standard of a good man. Contemplating this, Su Yao recalled her mother's past words. Her mother had once remarked on her beauty, suggesting that as she matured, she would undoubtedly captivate many men, urging her to protect herself from the unscrupulous. Furthermore, her mother emphasized the importance of a woman's happiness in later life, advising her to keep her eyes open for kind, handsome, and affluent partners who could accompany her through life. That as a woman, one must be observant, attuned to a man's preferences, for only then could she ensure his unwavering affection. Though these words had lingered in the past, they now resurfaced vividly in Su Yao's mind, evoking a ripple of emotion within her. She raised her eyes to the television screen, captivated by the sight of beautiful girls clad in JK uniforms, maid outfits, and catgirl costumes, stirring her curiosity. The figurine she had seen earlier in Mo Zhang's room flashed through her mind, deepening the intrigue in her gaze. She murmured softly to herself, "Mother, I believe I may have discovered the secret to capturing this man's heart." As the clock struck 11 that night, Mo Zhang emerged from the bathroom, his torso bare, showcasing a physique that was both robust and powerful. He prepared to apply ointment to his wounds, only to realize that some injuries on his back were beyond his reach, causing him to frown in mild frustration. That moment, Su Yao peeked from her room, her gaze falling upon the gruesome scars on his back, an inexplicable wave of compassion washing over her. With soft steps, she approached him, her eyes reflecting a gentle warmth as she noticed the ointment in his hand. Seemingly understanding his predicament, "Do you need a hand?" she inquired softly. That Mo Zhang paused, momentarily taken aback. Before nodding in appreciation, taking the ointment from him, Su Yao delicately began to tend to his wounds, each touch imbued with infinite tenderness, as if she feared causing him pain. "Does it hurt?" she asked, her voice filled with concern, as gentle as a spring breeze. "That it's bearable. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to manage these injuries on my back," he replied. "Really? I'm so glad to be of help," Su Yao said, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Once the ointment was applied, Mo Zhang donned a shirt and smiled at Su Yao, saying, "It's getting late. You should head to bed." Good night," she replied, exhausted from the events of the past few days. Mo Zhang quickly succumbed to sleep upon returning to his room. 2 hours later, a faint sound echoed from Mo Zhang's door, first a gentle knock followed by the soft turning of the doorknob. It was Su Yao, peeking in to confirm Mo Zhang's slumber before fully entering the room. She approached him cautiously, her face flushed with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. After swallowing hard to calm herself, she climbed onto the bed, gazing intently at Mo Zhang's face. After a tumultuous inner struggle, she summoned her courage and gently pressed her lips against his. Instantly, her hands flew to cover her face, akin to a mischievous kitten that had tasted forbidden fruit. Then, like a slippery eel, she burrowed into his blankets, snuggling close to him. Chapter 21. My scalp has gone bald, yet I cannot think of a solution. The following morning, sunlight poured through the curtains, illuminating Mo Zhang's face. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he stretched comfortably. Last night had been the most restful night he had experienced. Free from the torments of electric shocks and whips, enveloped instead in tranquility and ease. In his dreams, Mo Zhang sensed a gentle touch against his body, though it could merely be a figment of his imagination. Born from recent mental strain, he shook his head, attempting to cast away such thoughts. Emerging from his room, he heard faint sounds coming from the kitchen. Driven by curiosity, he ventured inside, where he was greeted by the sight of 2 steaming bowls of seafood and egg ramen on the dining table. The tantalizing aroma made his stomach growl. It seemed the noodles had been crafted from leftover shrimp and eggs from the previous day. Just then, Su Yao emerged from the kitchen, her smile brightening as she noticed Mo Zhang was awake. "I prepared breakfast. You can eat after washing up," she said softly. Then Mo Zhang looked at her gratefully and sincerely replied, "Thank you for making breakfast so early." Su Yao quickly waved her hands, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Oh, it's no trouble at all, as long as you don't mind." Mo Zhang couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "How could I possibly mind? Having such a lovely girl like you share my home brings me immense joy." "Really?" Su Yao murmured, her heart swelling with happiness as she watched him walk away. After washing up, Mo Zhang sat at the dining table, immediately noticing the heart-shaped fried egg in his bowl. Although surprised, he did not dwell on it, simply picking up his chopsticks to take a bite. "How is it? Is it to your liking?" Su Yao asked, sitting beside him, her chin resting in her hands, her eyes filled with anticipation. She yearned for his approval, which held significant meaning for her. Quite good. Mo Jiang nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His simple affirmation brought joy to Su Yao's heart, and her face blossomed into a radiant smile. When Mo Jiang's gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Yao, she resembled a dazzling pearl radiating enchanting light. Beneath her gracefully arched brows were large, clear eyes that sparkled like the stars, concealing endless tenderness and affection. Her fair skin bore a delicate blush, reminiscent of a ripe peach, while her lips, naturally rosy and inviting, tempted one to savor their sweetness. Unlike the commanding presence of Cai Yunjing or the assertive aura of Luo Shihan, Su Yao embodied a fragile beauty, pure yet filled with desire. This unique charm captivated Mo Jiang, rendering him momentarily speechless. Noticing his dazed expression, Su Yao blinked her eyes innocently at Mo Jiang. She called softly, finally snapping back to reality. Mo Jiang realized he had been staring at her and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry for being rude just now." Su Yao lowered her head, shyly replying, "It's all right. If you wish to look, you may gaze as long as you desire." Mo Jiang was taken aback by her words, hastily changing the subject. "By the way, shall we exchange WeChat?" Su Yao hesitated before shyly admitting, "My phone accidentally broke yesterday." Concerned, Mo Jiang asked, "Oh, is that so? Do you still have your SIM card?" "Yes," she replied. "How about this? Since you've been living with me lately, we can go buy some clothes and daily necessities and get you a new phone as well," Mo Jiang suggested. "Thank you." Su Yao expressed her gratitude. Once at the mall, Mo Jiang accompanied Su Yao as she browsed. With bags of clothing and feminine essentials in hand, Su Yao observed him with a twinge of sympathy, saying, "You really don't have to buy such expensive clothes. You don't need to go all out." Mo Jiang glanced at Su Yao, a smile gracing his lips as he responded softly, "These are all intimate items for a girl, so naturally, they should be the best and most expensive to ensure quality." He playfully winked at her. At his words, Su Yao's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, and she nodded shyly. They then ventured into a fruit shop, where Mo Jiang approached the counter and said, "I'll take the latest model of the phone, please." Before long, the clerk returned with a beautifully packaged eco-friendly box and carefully presented it to Mo Jiang. "Sir, this top-tier smartphone totals 15,999 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or another method?" The clerk inquired with a smile. WeChat. "Please," Mo Jiang replied without hesitation. "All right, please scan here to complete the payment." Su Yao's heart ached at the sight of the price. She could scarcely fathom that a single mobile phone could command such an exorbitant price. Nearly 15,000 yuan to Mo Jiang. "Perhaps we should refrain from purchasing it. It is simply too expensive," she whispered, tugging gently at his hand. After all, in her eyes, Mo Jiang was merely a young man in his 20s. "Do not worry. This amount is insignificant to me," Mo Jiang reassured her. Observing his demeanor, Su Yao realized she could not alter his decision, so she chose to remain silent, standing quietly beside him as she softly murmured, "Thank you." Her voice carried a hint of gratitude and helplessness, evoking a sense of sympathy. However, it seemed Mo Jiang was oblivious to Su Yao's emotional shift, instead smilingly inquired, "By the way, Su Yao, can you cook?" Taken aback by the question, Su Yao quickly replied, "Yes, I used to cook at home." "That is splendid." Mo Jiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How about you take charge of my meals? As a token of appreciation, consider this mobile phone a gift. You need not feel any burden with that." He flashed a radiant smile, evidently pleased with his proposition. Subsequently, Mo Jiang retrieved his phone, opened WeChat, added Su Yao as a friend, and swiftly transferred 10,000 yuan. He then handed the phone to Su Yao, cheerfully stating, "This 10,000 yuan shall serve as your meal allowance. If it proves insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me." Accepting the phone, Su Yao gazed at the transfer amount on the screen. Feeling a surge of emotion, she looked up at Mo Jiang, wishing to express something, but found her throat constricted, rendering her speechless. Ultimately, she merely watched Mo Jiang's retreating figure, a relieved smile gracing her face. In that moment, it felt as though she had shed a heavy burden from her heart, and a sense of lightness enveloped her. Inhaling deeply, she directed a smile towards Mo Jiang's direction, whispering to herself, "Thank you, Mo Jiang." Chapter 22. The alleged cousin of Luo Shihan. Along the way, they purchased a laptop and visited the local market to procure some ingredients. Upon returning home, Mo Jiang placed the items in the kitchen and turned to Su Yao with a smile, saying, "Well then, I shall trouble you for lunch today. It is no trouble at all. It is my duty." Su Yao replied gently with a smile that if you require any assistance, feel free to call upon me. Mo Jiang remarked, looking at her. "All right," Su Yao nodded softly. Soon after, Mo Jiang retreated to his room, picked up the laptop, and logged into the author-assistant backend of Kuandian. Indeed, Mo Jiang was also a literary scribe. Due to the mischievous device known as 9527, which transported him to this realm without any material rewards, the initial stages of courting the enchanting maidens proved exceptionally arduous. Thus, he recalled the immensely popular web novels from his past life, such as Do Pitsang Xiong, Zhetian, and Qindi in a world where novels were scarce. It was evident that any single title he produced would be destined for viral success, that Mo Jiang was aware that his thoughts were astute. He sent the outline and 10,000 words of the manuscript via email to the editor Xing. To his astonishment, merely half a day later, he received a reply, informing him that he had successfully signed a contract and requesting him to add them on QQ. In an era dominated by a lack of innovation and uniformity in the web literature market, the phrase 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River, do not underestimate the youth ignited the passion of countless readers. Consequently, in the early stages, the book achieved remarkable success, garnering over 10,000 subscriptions upon release, with the number of readers surpassing 100. The monthly income of several tens of thousands of yuan enabled Mo Jiang, who had previously owned nothing, to thrive in the exorbitantly priced metropolis, enriching his life with flavor and meaning. However, as time passed, due to the demands of his writings, his update frequency gradually dwindled from an initial 6,000 words daily to 4,000, then 2,000, ultimately culminating in updates occurring once a month or even quarterly. In this lifetime, as long as he maintained a regular update schedule and consistently published new chapters daily, he could sell the film adaptation rights and other related copyrights based on the novel's popularity. The royalties from these rights alone would afford him a worry-free existence for the rest of his life. With this thought, Mo Jiang felt a surge of anticipation. Seated at his computer, Mo Jiang skillfully logged into his QQ account. However, upon successfully logging in, he was astonished to find that Xingyi's profile was flashing with a staggering 99 unread messages. It seems I have not updated due to these matters over the past few days. He mused, knowing full well that these messages were undoubtedly reminders for updates. As he clicked on Xingyi's QQ avatar, a flurry of uniform inquiries greeted him. "Old Joe, don't ignore me. Where are you? Old Joe, at least come back and update. It has been days. You haven't been ghosted, have you?" Mo Jiang shook his head in exasperation, replying, "I have been preoccupied these past few days and was hospitalized. But I am resuming updates now." Old Joe was the pen name Mo Jiang had casually chosen. After sending the message, he immediately opened the author assistant to check the comments section. As expected, it was filled with the anxious pleas of readers urging him to return. "Old Joe, hurry back and update. Old Joe, if you don't update soon, I will send you local specialties from our hometown. Old Joe, come back. We have a 3-year agreement." Seeing this, Mo Jiang promptly opened the back end and began typing. After all, he was intimately familiar with the plot of Do Pitsang Xiong, and writing felt more akin to transcribing a standard answer. It wasn't long before he had written 3 chapters. Gazing at chapter 343, titled 3-Year Agreement, Mo Jiang contemplated for a moment before clicking send. A few minutes later, a notification pinged on QQ. Upon checking, he saw a character from Genshin Impact, a woman with purple hair, whose name he believed to be Raiden. He had saved her contact as top supporter, as she was his first golden leader and had generously contributed over 100,000 yuan. Naturally possessing his contact information, Mo Jiang opened the chat window and saw a message from this top supporter. "Finally willing to update. What have you been up to these past few days?" Mo Jiang replied, "I encountered some issues and was hospitalized, which is why I didn't update. I see. Be sure to rest well. By the way, you're in Magic City." Right upon reading this message, Mo Jiang furrowed his brow in surprise, but quickly responded, "Yes, that's great. I'm in Magic City for a few days, so I can come over to discuss the novel's plot with you. What is the matter? I recall you mentioning you live in the capital, right? Why travel all the way to Magic City?" "Yes, but I also have a residence here. A few days ago, my cousin, in retaliation against some group for a man, piqued my curiosity about what kind of man could garner her attention. Coincidentally, I am also attending my cousin's 20th birthday celebration. Hearing this, Mo Jiang suddenly recalled that he had heard rumors of Luo Shurhan's cousin residing in the capital. Could it be a mere coincidence? Surely not that it had to be just a fluke. Then Mo Jiang, it's time to eat, came Su Yao's voice from outside. All right, I'll be right there, Mo Jiang quickly replied on QQ, stating that he would discuss further after dinner. He then set aside his computer and stood up, preparing to join the dining table. In the capital, at Xiangjiang Garden. This was a tranquil and opulent villa district, replete with lush trees and beautiful surroundings. Among them stood a grand villa occupying over 1,500 square meters, resembling a castle. The interior of this villa was luxuriously decorated, with every detail showcasing the owner's taste and wealth. One room within the villa was adorned in a medieval European style. Its walls painted a soft pink, exuding warmth and romance. At the center lay a bed featuring a My Little Pony design, measuring 7 to 8 meters long, accommodating multiple guests. Resting upon the bed was a petite girl, approximately 1.60 meters in height, with adorable twin ponytails and clad in milky white stockings. Her slender, delicate feet gently swayed, resembling two enticing milky white ice creams. The girl intently focused on the screen of her iPad Pro, where QQ notifications flickered incessantly. Yet her gaze remained fixed on a dim avatar, clearly indicating that the individual had gone offline. She pouted, her expression revealing a hint of dissatisfaction that as she read the last message left by the individual before going offline. A wave of anger surged within her. That infuriating old Gio, how dare he leave for dinner so soon? She exclaimed through gritted teeth, and the update was far too brief. Only 3 chapters. I finished reading them in mere minutes. When we meet offline in a few days, I shall confront him. The young girl clenched her fists, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes, that I shall bind him and then administer a light whipping with a small riding crop. He shall devote at least 20 hours a day to writing. Chapter 23. Su Yao, clad in a maid's outfit, directly poked at Mo Jiang's peculiar interests. This is quite delightful. It seems having you. Su Yao, take charge of my meals is an excellent choice, isn't it? Then Mo Jiang, you ought to eat more. After saying this, Su Yao picked several succulent pieces of meat from the platter and placed them into Mo Jiang's bowl, her lips curling into a smile as she rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him. Over the past few days, Mo Jiang had been living in unparalleled comfort, free from the disturbances of those few deranged and possessive individuals, and surrounded by a beautiful young girl who cooked and cleaned for him. A truly joyous existence. Although Su Yao was indeed very attractive and aligned with Mo Jiang's aesthetic preferences, he had come to understand her personality over these few days. Even if he wished to pursue more intimate actions with her, it was likely that Su Yao would not refuse. However, Mo Jiang was not the type of petty individual. Ultimately, he merely saw a reflection of his sister in Su Yao. From the beginning to the end, he regarded Su Yao merely as a sister. In recent days, Mo Jiang accompanied Su Yao to the market daily, and after some time, she had gradually familiarized herself with the local routes. Thus, she began procuring ingredients alone, while Mo Jiang chose to remain at home, continuing to update his novel. During this period, Mo Jiang enjoyed exceptionally restful sleep, yet each time he awakened, he felt as though something was tightly embracing him. Leaving his neck slightly sore. One morning, he began writing at 10 o'clock, as usual, and continued until around 11 when he heard Su Yao calling him to come eat, prompting him to set aside his laptop. As Mo Jiang stepped out of his room, he froze in place. That Su Yao, do you not like this? I do like it, I just find it a bit hard to adjust. That it was more than mere liking. It struck right at his peculiar interests. Mo Jiang's eyes widened as he beheld Su Yao, adorning an adorable maid outfit, complete with fluffy cat ear hairpins and a bell necklace around her neck. Her innocent yet alluring expression utterly captivating to a seasoned otaku. Facing this enchanting young girl dressed in such a kawaii maid outfit made his heart race, leaving him utterly defenseless against her charm. Despite his attempts to remain composed, the flush on his cheeks betrayed his inner excitement and shyness, as Su Yao noticed Mo Jiang's reaction and felt a surge of triumph. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. She elegantly twirled in place, her skirt fluttering gently, then gracefully approached Mo Jiang, placing her hands softly on his shoulders, her gaze dreamy, her lips curling into a pure and enticing smile as she softly inquired. If Mo Jiang likes it, then I can wear it every day. Would that be all right? Really? Of course. As long as Mo Jiang desires it, I am willing to do anything. Su Yao's voice was melodious, enchanting Mo Jiang completely, that he clearly understood that this was not his request. Rather, Su Yao willingly donned these garments, not merely to appease his desires. Then Su Yao, when you go outside, please wear regular clothes. Avoid these overly attention-grabbing outfits. It's quite dangerous to venture out alone in them. That I only wear this for Mo Jiang, came Su Yao's tender and affectionate reply. Yet, Mo Jiang found her words somewhat peculiar, as if they concealed a deeper meaning. Leading him into contemplation, that as night fell and the household lights dimmed, tranquility enveloped the space. After showering and changing into comfortable pajamas, Mo Jiang prepared to lie in bed and drift into slumber. However, just as he was about to settle down, his body suddenly paused. He recalled that peculiar sensation he experienced upon awakening, as if someone was tightly embracing him. This was not a rare occurrence. It happened nearly every time, leaving him quite bewildered. Hence, Mo Jiang resolved to feign sleep tonight, curious to discover who or what was behind this mystery. Time ticked by, and around 2 in the morning, his eyelids began to grow heavy with sleepiness. Perhaps it was all merely a figment of his imagination. Just as he was about to surrender to drowsiness, he suddenly heard a gentle twisting of the doorknob. Mo Jiang immediately awoke, squinting his eyes to create a narrow slit, pretending to remain asleep. The silhouette outside seemed familiar with this maneuver. They quietly opened the door and cautiously slipped into the room before gently closing it behind them. The entire process was seamless and silent, but Mo Jiang was internally astonished. Goodness, it's Su Yao, so the one sneaking into his bed every night was heard, as if that were the case. Then this little girl had already invaded his bed on the very first night. Mo Jiang silently lamented, no, I must prevent her from continuing down this misguided path. After all, I only regard her as a sister. I cannot allow this relationship to take a wrong turn. Moreover, I still have to face 3 possessive individuals. If Su Yao gets involved, she will undoubtedly be in danger. She might even end up tossed into the sea to feed the fish by those 3. With this thought, Mo Jiang furrowed his brow. His mood growing heavy, Su Yao gazed at the sleeping Mo Jiang, her emotions overwhelming her defenses. She cautiously slipped into his covers, inhaling his scent, as if it could calm the restlessness within her. At that moment, Su Yao was clad in a Pikachu-themed pajama set, her adorable appearance resembling that of a small hamster, just as she eagerly sought to embrace Mo Jiang like an octopus. She suddenly felt her head being pressed down by a hand. Startled, she looked up to find Mo Jiang staring at her with wide eyes. Su Yao's face instantly flushed crimson as she hastily covered her cheeks with her hands. Stammering, Mo Jiang, you have to let me explain. Listen to my explanation. Mo Jiang observed the flustered Su Yao, a slight smile gracing his lips. He couldn't help but reach out, gently pinching her rosy cheeks. Teasing, what are you nervous about? I want to eat you. Su Yao pouted. Actually, it's not. No, wait, what? Nothing. Nothing. You misheard. Su Yao stammered, her face flushed as she attempted to defend herself. Chapter 24. Luo Shihan's birthday. Su Yao, I truly see you as nothing more than a sister. Though merely a sister, I will still take good care of you, Mo Jiang stated in a calm tone. He had expected that these words would sadden the girl lying on the bed. However, when he noticed her slightly reddened eyes, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. Just as Mo Jiang thought Su Yao would leave due to his statement, unbeknownst to him, a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. In her heart, she thought, this guy Mo Jiang really believes I am so easily deceived. He claims to regard me as just a sister. Who would believe that, today when I donned that maid outfit for him? His eyes were clearly filled with desire, although he concealed it well. But as a woman with a keen sense of observation, how could I possibly miss it? After all, a man's words are often deceptive. To make Mo Jiang obediently submit, she would need more time and strategy. With this thought, Su Yao suddenly exerted herself, breaking free from Mo Jiang's grasp, and swiftly wrapped herself around his waist like a nimble octopus. Holding him tightly, Mo Jiang was taken aback, completely unprepared for Su Yao's rapid advance, and no matter how hard he pulled, he could not dislodge her, as if she had become an incredibly sticky piece of candy. At that moment, Mo Jiang felt 2 soft objects pressed firmly against his abdomen, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Su Yao, what are you doing? He stuttered. Quick, get off me. I only see you as a sister. However, Su Yao did not heed his words. Instead, she lifted her head, pouting her lips, displaying a look of innocent entitlement. Mo Jiang, I am so afraid of the dark. If you're afraid of the dark, you can sleep with the lights on. Mo Jiang attempted to explain. But I'm also afraid of ghosts. Do you truly have the heart to leave me alone in this room? Su Yao continued to pout. Mo Jiang found himself momentarily speechless. That won't do. Observing Mo Jiang's current state, Su Yao felt a surge of triumph, knowing she had successfully lured him into her trap. Mo Jiang, you just said that you see me as a sister. Would you really do something inappropriate with your sister while sleeping together? Or is it that you don't truly regard me as a sister? This series of smooth little jabs left Mo Jiang momentarily stunned. Internally, he lamented, "Oh no, what should I do now? If I let her go, it would be tantamount to admitting to having ulterior motives. However, one cannot allow such matters to continue unchecked." Thus, Mo Jiang resolved to make one final attempt to persuade Su Yao. "You are already an adult. Even if we are siblings, the truth cannot be concealed forever." Yet, before he could finish, Su Yao interrupted him. "I believe Mo Jiang would never do such a thing. Would he?" Her eyes brimmed with trust and conviction that Mo Jiang found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Ever since that night, Su Yao had been climbing into Mo Jiang's bed each evening. Nevertheless, she did not rush to take further action. She understood that an overly eager pursuit of Mo Jiang might backfire. Thus, she chose to remain composed, refraining from inciting Mo Jiang's desires. This was one reason Mo Jiang could maintain control over his own impulses. A week passed, and Su Yao gradually adapted to her new environment, no longer as reserved as at first. She began to engage with Mo Jiang more actively, occasionally teasing him, yet refraining from overly intimate gestures. "Mo Jiang, breakfast is ready. You can eat once you've washed up," a gentle voice floated in, evoking a sense of comfort. "All right," Mo Jiang replied, quickly completing his morning routine before stepping out of the bathroom. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Su Yao, clad in a maid outfit, was placing fried dough sticks, bread, and perfectly cooked eggs on the dining table. When she spotted Mo Jiang, she smiled softly at Mo Jiang. "What do you think of my outfit today? Do you like it?" Mo Jiang gazed at Su Yao and replied, "Of course I like it. Su Yao, you look beautiful no matter what you wear." Hearing this, a blush crept onto Su Yao's cheeks, enhancing her allure to Mo Jiang. Captivated by the affection reflected in her eyes, found himself at a loss for words. Had it not been for the three problematic individuals, he might have unhesitatingly chosen to spend his life with Su Yao. Yet now, allowing Su Yao to be with him would only place her in peril. After silently finishing breakfast, Mo Jiang stood to leave. Just then, Su Yao called out to him from behind and quickly approached. Mo Jiang regarded her with curiosity, uncertain of her intentions. With arms outstretched and a radiant smile illuminating her face, she revealed her desire. "I want a hug," she said softly, her tone imbued with warmth and a hint of coaxing. "All right," Mo Jiang responded without hesitation, seeing nothing inappropriate in such a simple request. However, the moment he spoke, Su Yao swiftly leaped into his embrace, burying her head deep in his chest and clinging tightly to him. Her movement was so rapid that Mo Jiang barely had time to react, that he felt Su Yao's body pressed against his. Her breaths growing increasingly rapid. Though surprised, he gently patted her back, attempting to soothe her. "It's all right. It's not like we won't see each other again, that I'll be back tonight. I won't be staying out," that he spoke tenderly. Upon hearing Mo Jiang's words, Su Yao gradually calmed down and nodded lightly. Since the school was not far away, it did not take long for Mo Jiang to arrive at the entrance of Xingchen University. As he approached the gate, he suddenly felt an arm wrap around his neck from behind. "Old Jiang, how have you been resting these past few days?" a familiar voice inquired. Turning, Mo Jiang saw the familiar face of Qing Yi. "Pretty good. My injuries have healed significantly," Mo Jiang replied with a smile. Qing Yi nodded, then seemed to recall something, asking, "By the way, Mo Jiang, in 2 days it's your two-timing partner Luo Shihan's 20th birthday. I heard she's reserving the most expensive restaurant in Modu for the celebration." Chapter 25. Meeting the Big Shot. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang froze for a moment, recalling the message from the Big Shot yesterday, stating they would meet today, just 2 days before her cousin's birthday. Just then, a notification chimed on his QQ. Opening his phone, he found a message from the Big Shot. Gio, I'll arrive at Modu Airport around noon. Are you free to join me for lunch? Can I say I'm not free? No way, or I won't give you a tip, came the playful response that I'm free. Great, I'll send you the address when I arrive at noon. Seeing Mo Jiang typing on his phone, Qingyi leaned in curiously, but Mo Jiang quickly turned and locked his phone screen. What are you doing? Sneaking a peek. Oh, old Jiang, you aren't secretly chatting with a girl. Are you? Get lost and on a private island, sister. Mo Jiang is expected to attend Luo Shihan's birthday celebration in 2 days. However, due to your previous interference, some former targets have awakened their past memories that a mouse-like creature clad in a level 4 suit hovered in midair. Hands on hips, addressing the girl in red seated in a rocking chair. Legs crossed, the girl, with her eyes closed as if resting, suddenly opened them wide upon hearing the mouse's words, a glimmer of cold light flickering within. Awakened? So what? In my past life, I was not ruthless enough to compete. In this life, he will not escape my grasp, the girl declared through gritted teeth, her tone filled with hatred and determination. Her voice was icy and resolute, as if she had already made up her mind to reclaim what was rightfully hers. As her words fell, the girl abruptly extended a hand and tightly grasped the edge of the table beside her. With a sharp crack, the corner of the table shattered under her grip, splinters flying. The hovering creature, 9527, was startled, swallowing nervously as it gazed at the girl before it. Sister, do you wish for me to continue observing Mo Jiang? 9527 inquired cautiously. The girl narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp as she fixed it on 9527. By the way, he hasn't lost his virginity, has he? Her voice was so calm that it sent chills down one's spine. 9527 felt every hair on its body stand on end, acutely aware of the murderous intent that surged within the girl's eyes after she spoke. Dear sister, rest assured, before he's presented to you, I will ensure he remains completely intact. 9527 stammered, beads of sweat forming on its forehead. It understood that failing to satisfy Qin Yao would result in dire consequences. Mo Jiang glanced at the address on his phone, then raised his eyes to the building before him. It resembled a restaurant styled after Western designs, exquisitely decorated, exuding a warm and inviting atmosphere. However, the prices were equally extravagant, leaving one astonished. Mo Jiang frowned, inwardly lamenting, truly befitting of a big shot. The places they choose possess such flair. He opened his phone to message the big shot. I've arrived. Where are you soon? A response came. Is that you, the tall and slender one outside? Mo Jiang looked at himself and replied, yes. Gio, over here. Suddenly, he heard a call from behind. Turning, he saw a girl in a pink dress with twin ponytails standing at the restaurant's entrance. She appeared to be only about 1.6 meters tall, petite and delicate, resembling an adorable little loli. Mo Jiang was momentarily stunned. Internally astonished, he never expected that the big shot who usually showered him with generous tips would be such a seemingly youthful and innocent affluent girl. After all, he had never encountered Luo Shihan's cousin in his previous life, only heard descriptions of her. Now, upon seeing the twin ponytail loli, he found that all her features seemed to match the legends he had heard. Gio, why are you still standing there? Come here. The little loli called out again, her tone tinged with playful reproach. Mo Jiang snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, Oh, coming, as he stepped towards the little loli. Gio, I didn't expect you to be quite handsome. You could easily rely on your looks, yet you choose to rely on your talents instead. Harley? Of course. I've seen quite a few celebrities, and you seem to be without makeup. Not bad at all, just right for my taste. How about this? I'll take care of you. A wealthy sister like me, beautiful and kind-hearted, is a rare find. Then, from his custom bag, he retrieved several sets of car keys, which clattered onto the table with a resounding noise. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Maybach, Rolls-Royce, and so forth. This spectacle left the server, who was nearby serving dishes, with eyes wide in astonishment, gazing at Mo Jiang with an expression of envy. Mo Jiang offered an awkward smile, pondering to himself. If your cousin were to find out about this, it would likely cause quite the rift between you two. Haha, while being taken care of is one thing. I believe in relying on my own talents. After all, I can sustain myself through writing. Mo Jiang was indeed correct. His current book was flourishing, yielding a stable monthly income of around 100,000. As long as he maintained discipline and refrained from indulgences, he could lead a rather comfortable life. Really, Such an opportunity is rare. The server, standing nearby, expressed a look of disappointment upon hearing Mo Jiang's refusal. Internally muttering, how foolish can one be? If it were me, I would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. Well, that's commendable. Not being swayed by my wealth only makes me like you more. All right, I won't tease you further. My name is Luo Shi, and what about you? Mo Jiang. Upon hearing the name Mo Jiang, Luo, she felt a flicker of familiarity, yet she could not place it, dismissing it as mere coincidence that be why the way. The plot of your 3-year agreement is absolutely brilliant. It truly delighted me. What happens next? How does the Yunlan sect fare thereafter? Mo Jiang, observing Luo Shi's gaze, chuckled lightly, saying, I cannot divulge any spoilers. Revealing too much would spoil the anticipation for the rest. Chapter 26. Luo Shirhan, as if a demon, Mo Jiang gazed at the lowly before him, noting how the pink tuft of hair atop her head drooped in sync with her mood. Observing her dejected expression tugged at his heart, prompting him to hesitate momentarily before speaking. Actually, I have 5 chapters in reserve. After all, who could forget that you are my #1 supporter? In that case, I shall let you have a sneak peek that Mo Jiang had been at home all week with little to occupy his time. Hence he had indeed accumulated some manuscripts that he updated 5 chapters daily, but only published 3. Saving the remaining 2, that given that she was his top supporter, it was only fair to grant her some benefits. Really, upon hearing that Mo Jiang had reserved manuscripts, Luo Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly grasped his arm. The tuft of hair on her head standing upright, making her appear exceptionally adorable. Of course, Mo Jiang smiled and nodded, then took out his phone, opened his writer's assistant, and compressed the manuscripts into a file, sending it to Luo Shi's QQ. All right, you can take a look now. The entire process was swift and seamless, without any delay. Luo Shi immediately checked her QQ, opened the file, and indeed found the 5 new chapters, which included the protagonist Xiao Yan's experiences following the 3-year agreement with the Yunlan sect. Each chapter was a thrilling tapestry of events, filled with twists and turns that captivated her entirely. The more she read, the more engrossed she became, utterly enchanted by Mo Jiang's prose. Perhaps because he had allowed her to preview those 5 chapters, Luo, she became so absorbed in the story that she neglected even her lunch. She stuffed her mouth with food while keeping her phone tightly in hand, fearful of missing any plot development. When she finally reached the last word, her mood soared to the highest heights. Luo, she abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide, glaring at Mo Jiang with a face full of dissatisfaction and complaints. How could it end right at the most exciting part? Are you deliberately teasing me? Mo Jiang was taken aback by her sudden outburst, but quickly revealed a mischievous smile. Haha, it was intentional. That's so. Are you eagerly anticipating the next developments? Luo, she was so exasperated that she nearly threw her phone. Yet she restrained herself. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, You behave in such a way that no girl would find you appealing. Only I am reluctantly willing to tolerate you. Mo Jiang, seeing Luo, she's indignant demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Please, my esteemed #1 sister. I update 3 chapters daily. Being able to let you preview 5 is a privilege I grant only because of your status as my top supporter. Others aren't so fortunate. And given my looks, I could easily attract a throng of girls asking for my WeChat on any street. Upon hearing this, Luo, she intended to retort immediately, but upon gazing at Mo Jiang's handsome and charming face, she silently swallowed her words. Indeed, with Mo Jiang's looks and talent, he would undoubtedly draw the attention of numerous girls wherever he went. This thought caused a pang of jealousy within Luo Shi. It seems you truly have no manuscripts left. I shall begrudgingly let you off the hook this time. Luo, she feigned generosity, waving her hand to indicate she would no longer hold it against him. Yes, I thank Sister Luo Shi for sparing me. Hearing Mo Jiang's slightly teasing tone, Luo, she couldn't resist playfully punching his arm with her small fist. Then, as if struck by a thought, she said, By the way, Mo Jiang, in a couple of days, it's my cousin's birthday. Would you like to come and join the festivities? It would be livelier with more people. Just then, Mo Jiang's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, he discovered it was an unfamiliar number. Yet the digits were quite peculiar. An all-eights number. Luo Shi, let me take this call. I'll be back shortly. All right, hurry up. Mo Jiang nodded, stepping outside the restaurant. He answered the call. As soon as he picked up, a familiar voice echoed through the line. Mo Jiang. Have you been resting well these past few days? It's been all right. Sharon, is there something you need? My birthday is in a couple of days, and you must attend. If you dare not show up. Do you remember how Lin Yuer kidnapped you? Surely, you wouldn't want to experience that again, would you? Being locked in a cage while I methodically break your limbs with pliers, leaving you eternally unable to escape, condemned to accompany me for all eternity. That Mo Jiang swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his cheek, his anxiety rendering each breath a challenge. That Mo Jiang, speak up. Why are you silent? Have you gone mute? The furious voice on the other end made Mo Jiang tremble, instinctively tightening his grip on the phone, his voice trembling. Why, you can rest assured, I will attend to AT that moment. Mo Jiang was quite frightened, stammering as he spoke. Upon hearing his response, Luo Shihan's tone softened, becoming gentle and graceful, as though the fierce persona from moments ago had vanished. Very well, dear. I shall see you in 2 days. 2 days later, then Mo Jiang hung up the phone, exhaling heavily, as if he had just escaped from the gates of hell. Just then, an elderly gentleman approached, noticing Mo Jiang's back was drenched in sweat. Glancing up at the sky, he remarked that there was no sun. Young man, are you running here? Sweating so much. Did you run 7 or 8 kilometers? Mo Jiang was taken aback, turning to look at the old man, then reaching back to feel his sweat-soaked shirt. Indeed, it was drenched in cold sweat, and he offered an awkward smile. Yes, sir, I just finished running about 6 or 7 kilometers. Quite exhausting, so I'm resting here for a bit. The old man nodded with a smile. Not bad for a young man. You show great perseverance. Unlike my grandson, who spends all his time cooped up playing video games, mumbling something about Monkey God activated, looking like a dead pig. Mo Jiang's lips twitched slightly at that. Yet, he dared not say much, only smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Taking a deep breath, Mo Jiang slowly walked back into the restaurant, plopping down into a chair. He tilted his head back, feeling the cool air from the air conditioning wash over his face, easing the tension that had built up within him. Luo, she blinked her beautiful eyes, watching Mo Jiang, and softly inquired, Mo Jiang, why are you sweating so much? Are you feeling unwell? Mo Jiang touched his forehead, offering an awkward smile. About that, it's just that the sun was too intense outside. Is that so? Luo, she looked skeptically out the window, her gaze passing through the transparent glass of the restaurant to see the overcast sky, with lush trees providing shade, and no sunlight in sight. She furrowed her brow, but it seemed there was no sun outside. Perhaps there was earlier, but not now. Mo Jiang scratched his head, laughing as he explained. Let us drop that topic. What about it? Will you accompany me? Luo, she looked at Mo Jiang with anticipation. Mo Jiang paused for a moment, then replied sincerely, I'm sorry, but I might not be able to join you. However, I will likely be present at the venue. Oh, I see. A flicker of disappointment crossed Luo Shi's eyes as she bit her lip and quietly asked, So, is someone else taking you? Well, you could say that nodded slightly. Well then, Luo, she sighed softly, feeling a tinge of disappointment, yet her spirits lifted at the thought of being present at the scene. Chapter 27. The Incomplete in the Magical City. At Tan Palace, a sleek Porsche sports car glided into the underground garage of the villa, its streamlined body gleaming with a cold, sharp luster. Behind the wheel sat a woman clad in a dress, her hair tied in playful twin ponytails, her exquisite features complemented by her fair complexion. Radiating beauty, she was none other than Luo Shi. After casually tossing the car keys to the approaching butler, she hurriedly ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor and opening the door, she immediately spotted the figure she had been longing for. At that moment, Luo Shihan, dressed in a flowing white gown, sat gracefully on the sofa, her long, delicate legs slightly crossed, engrossed in a book. Should anyone take a closer look at the title, they would be astonished to find it was called How to Conquer Handsome Men. Dear cousin, I'm back. Luo, she exclaimed excitedly, leaping onto the sofa and enveloping Luo Shihan's slender waist in a tight embrace. Did you miss me? She asked, her big, expressive eyes glimmering with anticipation. Luo Shihan set her book aside, her beautiful gaze fixed on the playful and adorable face before her. With a gentle smile, she pinched Luo Shi's cheek and said, Of course I missed you. After years apart, our little Shi has blossomed into a stunning beauty. Naturally, but there's just a slight. Luo, she began, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Luo Shirhan's ample bosom, a pang of envy creeping into her heart. Glancing down at her own flat chest, she pouted, muttering, "Underdeveloped. It's all right, you'll grow too, little she." Luo Shirhan chuckled softly at Luo's pouty expression. She tenderly inquired, "By the way, little she, you were supposed to return at noon. Why are you so late? Have you eaten lunch?" She lowered her head, shaking it gently, signaling that she had already dined. In a soft voice, she replied, "I went out with a friend." Upon hearing the word friend, Luo Shirhan raised an eyebrow, curiosity and confusion flashing in her eyes. A friend? What kind of friend?" She lifted her head, meeting her cousin's teasing gaze, feeling a flutter of anxiety. She stammered, "Just an ordinary friend. A male friend." Luo Shirhan's lips curled into a knowing smile. Playfully prodding she furthered, "Oh, a male friend. Could he be your boyfriend?" Instantly, She's face flushed crimson, and she quickly waved her hands in denial. "Absolutely not. That jerk is so pathetic. Apart from me, no one would want him." Yet her voice trailed off, lacking conviction. Finally, she muttered under her breath, "Ugh, no way. I don't want him either." Luo Shirhan observed her younger cousin's shy yet proud demeanor. Further solidifying her suspicions, she gently patted She's shoulder, reassuring her, "Little she, you're an adult now. You can pursue love freely and make your own choices. With your discerning taste, I'm sure the boy you fancy must be quite exceptional." She felt warmth bloom in her heart at her sister's words. Yet she stubbornly retorted, "Not at all." "Well, maybe just a tiny bit like him." A blush crept onto her cheeks, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. "Well then, have you invited him to my birthday party in 2 days? If he comes, I can help you assess him. If he seems decent, seize the opportunity. If he turns out to be a playboy, leave him to me. I'll make sure to train him," Luo Shirhan said, a smirk playing on her lips as she mentioned training. Luo Shirhan recalled the moment she rescued from Lin Yuer's basement, a smirk of amusement dancing on her lips. "Well, he didn't give me a definitive answer, but he mentioned that a friend might bring him along, so he should be there," she replied. "I see it be by the way. What's his name?" I think it's." As soon as she uttered its name, she suddenly felt Luo Shirhan's grip on her cheek tighten, causing her to cry out in pain, "Cousin, that hurts." Realizing her mistake, Luo Shirhan released her grip, a flicker of apology crossing her features. "Sorry, I was just caught up in my thoughts. Now, little she, could you describe his appearance in detail?" "Appearance?" she pondered, her fingers grazing her lips thoughtfully. "Well, he is probably around 1.8 meters tall and slender. Incredibly handsome, especially those fox-like eyes that seem capable of enchanting anyone." She spoke. Luo Shirhan's grip on her palm tightened further, her nails digging into flesh, drawing blood. "How dare this scoundrel flirt with my cousin? Truly incorrigible. Scum." Suddenly, she noticed a warm liquid on her hand and looked down to see Luo Shirhan's nails piercing her palm. "Cousin, your hand." Luo Shirhan snapped back to reality. "It's fine. I was just thinking of something. I'll go wash my hands." "You scared me. Remember to apply iodine after washing, or it might get infected." "Okay." As soon as Luo Shirhan stepped into the bathroom, she swiftly locked the door, unable to suppress the turmoil within her eyes, pounding on the sink. Why must you treat me this way?" she murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto the sink. "Rest assured, 2 days from now, I will confine you to a place only I know, forever together." At Xingshan University, the sun shone brightly, and the grass was lush and green. The freshmen, clad in neat camouflage uniforms, were engaged in rigorous military training. During this time each year, many second and third-year students would gather to watch, eagerly discussing the handsome and beautiful faces among the newcomers. Among the crowd, 2 figures stood out, Qingye and. As a seasoned connoisseur of beauty, Qingye couldn't miss such a golden opportunity that he eagerly pulled to the edge of the field, salivating as he excitedly pointed, "Wow, that freshman has a fantastic figure. Wow, that one's face is truly beautiful." Qingye himself was not unattractive, standing at around 1.8 meters, with a pleasing countenance that if he could tone down the sage-like demeanor, he would surely attract many female admirers. However, at that moment, Qingye was wholly absorbed in admiring the beauty around him. Suddenly, Qingye lightly tugged at sleeve and said mysteriously, "Could you help me get her WeChat? Do you see that girl with glasses over there?" Followed the direction of Qingye's finger and spotted a girl around one. 6 meters tall, quietly standing in the crowd. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail, with bangs framing her face, and wore large black-rimmed glasses that lent her an air of tranquility. Perhaps due to the oversized glasses obscuring half of her face, could not discern her beauty or lack thereof. She appeared quite ordinary amidst the throng that turned to Qingye, puzzled. What is up? Looking for a change in taste. She doesn't seem that attractive, does she? What do you know? Look closely. Though she is wearing that bulky camouflage uniform, her figure isn't bad at all. Plus, her complexion is fair and clean, and her eyes are quite lovely. If she were to trim her hair and remove those glasses, she'd undoubtedly be a campus beauty. Chapter 28. The romantic Qingye frowned, glancing at Qingye with a mix of skepticism and surprise. When did your observation skills become so sharp? Fine, I'll help you. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the freshmen finally received a brief respite from their grueling military training, with the instructor's command. Rest for 10 minutes. The exhausted first-year students disregarded their appearances and sought shade to rest that moment. Various senior students took the opportunity to deliver water to their favored juniors, hoping to foster goodwill. Noticing this, promptly accepted the water Qingye handed him and confidently approached the training ground of the freshman approached. He immediately attracted the attention of many first-year girls, including the girl with glasses. His striking features and tall stature made him the center of attention even in a crowd. Upon arriving, a cute first-year girl stepped forward. Spotting the water in his hand, she beamed with a sweet smile and softly said, "Are you delivering water, senior? Thank you so much." As she reached out to take the bottle from, he slightly turned his body, skillfully dodging her hand, and calmly replied, "Sorry, this bottle isn't for you." The girl, her hand still suspended in midair, wore an expression of embarrassment and confusion. "Isn't it for me, senior?" Mo Jiang softly replied, whom he then maneuvered around several younger students, striding confidently towards the bespectacled girl. The girl, feeling a mix of nerves and excitement, gazed at the charming and refined senior approaching her, her heart fluttering with an unexpected ripple of emotions. When their eyes met, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze. The adorable junior who had been watching couldn't help but turn her head in curiosity, silently pondering which girl had captured the senior's attention. Following Mo Jiang's silhouette, her eyes settled on the bespectacled girl, a flicker of dissatisfaction and jealousy flashing in her gaze. She muttered softly, "What is so special about this bespectacled girl? Wearing such oversized black-rimmed glasses, her looks are rather ordinary." As Mo Jiang reached the bespectacled girl, he handed her a bottle of mineral water, saying gently, "Here." The girl widened her eyes in surprise, gazing incredulously at the bottle before stammering, "Is this for me?" Clearly, she felt an overwhelming joy at this sudden act of kindness. After all, in her eyes, she believed she could never compare to the previous charming junior in terms of beauty. This was entrusted to me by my friend, Can I have your WeChat? Upon hearing that the water was not a personal gift from the handsome senior, the junior breathed a sigh of relief, silently thanking her luck. I knew it. Someone as cute as her couldn't possibly be overlooked by the senior. Meanwhile, the bespectacled girl, initially flustered, now felt utterly speechless. She followed Mo Jiang's gaze and saw a tall, slender, and handsome senior smiling and waving at them. Although his appearance was not extraordinarily striking, he was undeniably attractive. "All right, could you please thank that senior for me?" the bespectacled girl said politely, noticing the slight disappointment in her eyes. Mo Jiang inquired, "Could I add you on WeChat?" "Oh, of course." The bespectacled girl replied eagerly, pulling out her phone to open WeChat and presenting her QR code to him. Mo Jiang took the phone, scanned it, and clicked to add her as a friend. Upon seeing her WeChat profile picture of an adorable kitten, he couldn't help but chuckle. "A cat that doesn't eat cilantro. That's such a cute name." "Is it?" she responded, slightly shy. "Of course. I'm Mo Jiang, and my good friend is Qingye." He introduced warmly. "Mo Jiang. I'm in Ruo," the bespectacled girl said softly, her face radiating a sweet smile. "All right, 10 minutes are up. Time to gather," the instructor shouted, glancing at his watch. The previously seated juniors and sisters, upon hearing the call, quickly rose and made their way towards the instructor, fatigue evident on their faces. Mo Jiang, seeing this, also stood up. He turned to Ruo and smiled. "I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." "Okay." Mo Jiang, "Goodbye," and Ruo replied, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Mo Jiang nodded and turned back towards Qingye. "How's it going, Lao Jiang?" Did you get her contact? Qingyi asked eagerly. Of course. Mo Jiang answered with a smile. Here, I'll send it to you. He shared in Ruo's WeChat ID with Qingyi. By the way, her name is in Ruo. He added, in Ruo, what a lovely name. Just thinking about how this beauty will soon be my girlfriend makes me happy, Qingyi exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he hurriedly clicked to add her. At this moment, night had fallen, draping the sky in deep blue, with stars twinkling above. The Mo Jiang and Qingyi exited the gates of Xingqiang University, the streetlights illuminating their path. Mo Jiang. Shall we go out for dinner? Qingyi suggested. An Ruo said she would join us. Wow. You've set up a date already. Qingye's face flushed as he glanced at his phone, wiping his nose nervously. Thanks to you, Lao Jiang. Plus, and Ruo lives not far from my place. So after dinner, I can give her a ride home. Let's skip dinner then. I don't want to witness your lovey-dovey moment. You two should spend time alone to deepen your feelings, Mo Jiang replied. All right then, Lao Jiang, be safe on your way, Qingyi said. Yeah, you too, Mo Jiang responded. Just as he turned, he was suddenly blocked by a McLaren. Mo Jiang furrowed his brow. The pink car, adorned with diamonds, had its driver's windows slowly rolling down, revealing a familiar and stunning face. Get in, Cai Yunjing commanded. Then Mo Jiang approached the passenger seat, opened the door, and sat down. What's going on? Cai Yunjing remained silent, pressing the accelerator and speeding away. Confused, Mo Jiang chose not to pry, opting instead to sit quietly in the car. After a while, they arrived at a high-end restaurant. Get out, Cai Yunjing said expressionlessly. Mo Jiang followed her into the restaurant and into a private room. Cai Yunjing ordered various dishes and drinks, then sat in silence, not uttering a word. Feeling awkward, Mo Jiang attempted to break the silence, asking, Cai Yunjing, what do you need to see me about? Cai Yunjing lifted her head, her eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. Mo Jiang. I'm so unwilling. As she spoke, Cai Yunjing reached for her bag. Mo Jiang, startled, quickly snatched it away. Yunjing, let's talk it out. Don't be so impulsive. He reached into the bag, feeling slightly surprised that he didn't touch anything sharp. It was clearly a misunderstanding. However, the memory of the last time, a knife, still haunted him, the shadow lingering. Inside the bag, alongside some typical cosmetics, was a black card. He promptly returned the bag to Cai Yunjing, his tone apologetic. I'm sorry, I thought you were going to pull out that thing again. Seeing Mo Jiang's nervous demeanor, a wave of regret washed over Cai Yunjing. It was evident that he now harbored fears and suspicions towards her. Yet, what she desired wasn't merely his body. She yearned for his heart. Once, her sole intention had been to eliminate Mo Jiang and turn him into a specimen, believing he had betrayed her love. But now, Luo Shihan had also been reborn, and another unknown heiress from the Lin family had emerged as her rival. Though her family's influence was considerable, facing off against another equally powerful faction was unpredictable. Thus, amidst two equally matched forces, she could not guarantee she would successfully claim Mo Jiang for herself. It's all right. I should be the one apologizing, Cai Yunjing said, taking out the black card from her bag and sliding it across the table towards Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang, this black card has no limit. Consider it a gift from me. Although we can't be together yet, I won't give up. Her voice was resolute and unwavering. I will strive to pursue you. Trampling over all competitors, her gaze brimmed with determination to her words. Mo Jiang was momentarily taken aback, staring at the black card on the table, feeling it radiate warmth. Yunjing, this black card is too precious. I can't accept it. He attempted to refuse. No, I said I would give it to you. You must accept it, Cai Yunjing insisted, her tone firm and unyielding. With a resigned sigh, Mo Jiang observed Cai Yunjing as she leaned back, seemingly about to retrieve something from behind her. Suddenly, he hurriedly exclaimed, Fine, I'll take it. He swiftly tucked the black card into his pocket. Upon seeing this, a satisfied smile spread across Cai Yunjing's face. That's more like it. She then slowly approached Mo Jiang, bending down, her cheeks flushed, her eyes fixated on him like a hungry little kitten. What are you doing? Cai Yunjing chuckled, receiving a gift calls for some gratitude, before Mo Jiang could respond. She positioned herself on his lap, kissing him fervently, her tongue swiftly breaching his defenses, intertwining with his. Cai Yunjing's lips were fragrant, the remnants of their earlier meal mingling with a delightful scent, soft and sweet, reminiscent of strawberry ice cream. Her movements were incredibly skilled, Mo Jiang recalled that in his previous life, Kai Yunjing had been an innocent girl who would blush at the slightest touch. How had she transformed into such a bold figure? Even with her rebirth, such a drastic change seemed improbable. Moments later, noticing Mo Jiang's reaction, Kai Yunjing reluctantly released his lips, playfully nibbling at his neck, leaving a faint mark. Consider this your punishment. With that, she elegantly turned and strode away. Cough, cough, cough. That almost suffocated me. Mo Jiang gazed at the dishes spread across the table, having eaten most of his meal, and prepared to summon the waiter to settle the bill. Sir, that young lady over there is already paid. Very well. That Mo Jiang exited the restaurant, unlocking his phone. A sudden wave of panic washing over him as he noticed the dozens of messages from Su Yao and several missed calls from her. Earlier, he had promised Su Yao that he would return for dinner, and during his meal with Kai Yunjing, his phone had been snatched away and subsequently powered off. That, oh no, I must hurry back. The restaurant was not far from the Mo Jiang community. He would arrive in just over 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Su Yao sat quietly in a chair, gazing at the now cold dishes before her, lost in thought. Noticing that it was already past 9 o'clock, her small face crumpled with a hint of sadness. What a deceiver, she mused, recalling the carefully prepared dinner she had awaited, only to be met with disappointment at Mo Jiang's absence. A wave of despondency washing over her. Ding. Hearing a sound from her phone, Su Yao quietly unlocked it and saw a message from Mo Jiang. Instantly lifting her spirits, albeit slightly, she clicked on his profile. Reading his text, I apologize, I was dining with friends and my phone died, that I'm on my way back now to Shortly thereafter, Mo Jiang sent a voice call, which Su Yao declined without hesitation, shutting off her phone and tossing it aside. Upon witnessing her dismissive response, Mo Jiang felt as though his heart had been wrenched, an overwhelming sense of discomfort enveloping him. He furrowed his brow, a profound unease and guilt surging within him, feeling as if he had deeply wounded Su Yao's heart, the weight of remorse heavy upon him. With a troubled heart, Mo Jiang approached his home, gently opening the door, announcing, I'm back. However, there was no reply within the house. That as he stepped inside, he found the atmosphere unusually silent, with only a faint light emanating from the living room. Approaching the living area, he noticed a solitary dim lamp casting a soft glow. Emerging from the foyer, he entered the living room and found Su Yao quietly resting her head on the dining table, an array of sumptuous dishes laid out before her. Untouched, that on the opposite side of the table sat an empty bowl and a pair of chopsticks, clearly set for him. The pangs of guilt intensified in Mo Jiang's heart as he struggled to comprehend that a girl had devotedly prepared dinner for him, waiting for his return, now with the clock striking past 9, leaving her hungry. That I'm sorry, that it's alright. I merely waited for you all evening, that I realize I am just an outsider. That is not the case. In truth, I consider you as my sister. During dinner with friends today, my phone died and turned off. That's so. Of course it is. Then if it was merely a casual gathering, why is there a bite mark on your neck? So, that woman is your sister. Alas, it seems I am just an unnecessary sister. Do you not say that? Su Yao, that I cannot hold Mo Jiang accountable. After all, your sister is your girlfriend, and spending time with her is naturally of utmost importance. No, things are not as you perceive, Su Yao. Chapter 30. The dog-headed military advisor, Qing Yi. Upon hearing Su Yao's response, Mo Jiang felt a sharp pang in his heart, realizing his actions had caused her distress. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, merely watching as she departed the dining table and retreated to her room. I will return to my room to rest. Mo Jiang, that if you are still hungry, feel free to heat something up, that I'll come out to clean once I'm done, Su Yao said softly, her voice tinged with fatigue. Mo Jiang, glancing at the nearly untouched dishes, was overwhelmed with guilt and self-reproach. Perhaps I should eat a bit more, he suggested. However, Su Yao merely responded apathetically, no need, before turning away and locking herself in her room. Then Mo Jiang attempted to stop Su Yao, but she deftly evaded his grasp. Entering her room and securing the door, standing at the threshold, Mo Jiang sighed heavily, his heart laden with sorrow. That he slowly approached her door, gently knocking, hoping for a chance to communicate, but there was no response from within. Mo Jiang understood that Su Yao required time and space to process her emotions. Turning back, he gazed at the abandoned meals on the table, a wave of profound guilt washing over him. He recognized that these dishes were all lovingly prepared by Su Yao. Yet, having eaten to his fill earlier, he found it hard to consume anything now, assuming Su Yao would not eat either. Thus, he resolved to dispose of the food and wash the dishes. That in stark contrast. Within her room, Su Yao sat on the bed, cradling an assortment of snacks, munching happily while stuffing her cheeks with spicy strips and chips. Looking just like an adorable little hamster. In her hand was her phone, displaying the footage from the pinhole camera she had secretly hidden beneath the sofa. Through this small lens, she observed Mo Jiang diligently cleaning. An expression of guilt etched across his face. Watching him so earnestly, Su Yao's lips curled into a mischievous smile, a sense of triumph swelling within her. This is exactly the reaction I wanted. In truth, Su Yao had anticipated such an outcome. After all, a handsome and affluent young man like Mo Jiang would undoubtedly attract attention from numerous admirers. Moreover, since he spent most of his time at school, their moments together were limited. Therefore, she devised a plan to evoke guilt in Mo Jiang and, using her charm and beauty, to gradually win his heart, ultimately securing his affection. With this thought, Su Yao couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the past, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bed as Mo Jiang stretched, slowly opening his eyes before rising to leave his room, that he immediately spotted Su Yao bustling in the kitchen. Serving up breakfast, Su Yao, Mo Jiang called softly. Upon hearing his voice, Su Yao turned, a warm smile gracing her face. That I'm fine, there is no need to worry about me. Mo Jiang took his seat at the dining table. Observing the lavish breakfast before him, a flicker of guilt surfacing in his heart. I will definitely return tonight, on time, he vowed. Su Yao smiled gently, shaking her head. No need. If you delay because of me and affect your relationship with that sister, it would only deepen my guilt. Su Yao, you misunderstand. She is truly just an ordinary friend, Mo Jiang hurriedly clarified. However, Su Yao chuckled, interrupting him. Mo Jiang, you need not explain so much to me. Hurry and eat your breakfast, or you'll be late for class. Mo Jiang observed Su Yao's calm demeanor, understanding that she did not believe his explanation. Yet he could say no more, silently picking up his utensils to begin his meal. After finishing, Mo Jiang gently set down his chopsticks, looking at Su Yao, softly asking, "Would you like a hug?" Su Yao shook her head. "No, thank you." "All right then, I shall take my leave." Goodbye. Mo Jiang stood, preparing to exit. "Goodbye," Su Yao smiled, waving him off. Mo Jiang stepped outside. A heavy heart weighed upon him. "What is wrong? You look troubled." Qingyi observed Mo Jiang's pensive expression, unable to suppress her curiosity. "You usually take your professional classes quite seriously. What is the matter today?" Qingyi scrutinized Mo Jiang, pressing further. With a weary sigh, Mo Jiang explained, Qingyi, you could say you're somewhat of a relationship expert. That I have a friend whose family has a girl who cooks for him in the evening, waiting for his return. However, my friend ended up dining with someone else, neglecting her, which resulted in her anger. What should he do?" Mo Jiang recounted the situation to Qingyi, seeking her advice and assistance. Qingyi pondered for a moment, a smile creeping on her lips. "Old Jiang, how splendid. Keeping a hidden beauty in a golden house," she teased. "Who would have thought you'd be juggling two boats? Or should I say, one boat?" She continued with a laugh. No, that was my friend. What are you thinking?" Mo Jiang's face flushed crimson as he hastily protested. "Old Jiang, you only have me as a friend. Where would you find others?" Qingyi raised an eyebrow, skeptically regarding Mo Jiang. "Imaginary friends?" She jested, her laughter echoing. "That is none of your concern. Just help me think of a way," Mo Jiang urged anxiously. "Actually, it's not that difficult. It mainly requires companionship." Companionship? Indeed, at this point, the girl has already felt neglected, so now he must make up for it by accompanying her, perhaps taking her out shopping or enjoying a day out to strengthen their bond. Is it really that simple? Otherwise, what do you expect? Girls are inherently emotional beings. Companionship surpasses mere material gifts, and besides, you're not short on funds. That it is indeed true. The sun shone brightly at noon, accompanied by a gentle breeze, and made their way to the university cafeteria. Eager to indulge in lunch, as a premier institution in the magical metropolis, boasts an exceptional academic reputation and a robust faculty. It has nurtured countless outstanding talents, producing elites across various sectors of society. The cafeteria is no exception, offering an array of delectable dishes to satisfy the culinary cravings of its students. Upon entering the spacious and well-lit dining hall, bustling with activity, and selected their preferred dishes and settled into a quiet corner. Just as they were about to commence their meal, abruptly stood up and headed towards the window, returning with an extra serving of food. Puzzled, inquired, "Why did you get 2 servings? I already have mine." With a smile explained, "You don't understand. This one is for my girlfriend that we agreed to have lunch together at the cafeteria to strengthen our bond." Chapter 31. The Adorable Junior's Intrusion. "Oh great, now I'm being fed dog food too. Don't you have a similar situation? Playing both sides. Let's not bring that up." The AS glanced at his barely touched meal. His appetite waned. Shortly thereafter, freshly finished with military training, entered the cafeteria, scanning the room. Upon noticing her, waved enthusiastically. "Over here." "All right, coming," settled beside, offering a light laugh. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "That no problem," replied curtly. "That we hardly waited. We just sat down. Here, this is the milk tea I bought for you. You must be tired after training." AS handed over the milk tea he had just retrieved, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Observing the affectionate exchange between the two, felt as though he had already eaten his fill. Despite hardly having taken a bite, he silently set down his chopsticks, a tinge of discomfort settling in his heart to gaze tenderly at, his eyes brimming with affection. "Are you tired? Was the training intense?" Smiled, responding, "Not too bad." Really gently ruffled her hair. "That is good to hear. If you ever feel exhausted, just let me know." Feeling rather bored, stared vacantly ahead, pondering what to do next. His gaze shifted towards who was engaged in cheerful banter with his girlfriend, prompting him to dismiss the idea of interrupting them. Thus, picked up his phone and began scrolling through short videos. Suddenly, he sensed someone sitting beside him. Curiously, he looked up to find a charming and innocent-looking junior girl seated next to him. This girl seemed somewhat familiar. Upon reflection, he realized she was the junior he had encountered the last time he accompanied for water. "Excuse me, senior, may I sit here?" the junior asked softly. "Yes, of course," nodded in response. "Thank you, senior," she said, flashing a sweet smile and no need for thanks. "These seats are for everyone," replied with a slight smile. The junior placed her tray beside him, subtly shifting closer. "May I ask your name?" she inquired with sparkling eyes. He replied succinctly. "What a lovely name. You must have many girls pursuing you, given your striking looks," said with a bashful smile. Frowned slightly, contemplating for a moment before replying. "I suppose there are quite a few." Upon hearing this, S' face lit up with a shy smile as she softly asked, "Does that mean I could pursue you?" Without hesitation, answered no. Widened her eyes in confusion. "Why not? If so many girls can pursue you, why can't I?" Seeing her distressed expression, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, that he thought to himself that if the 2 women saw this junior girl pursuing him, it might lead to considerable trouble. "That I already have a girlfriend," he stated earnestly. Yet remained unconvinced, retorting, "That's a lie. If you have a girlfriend, why isn't she here with you?" Playfully, she added, "Besides, you're not married yet. So I still have a chance. Who knows, I might just steal you away." Was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. That moment could no longer contain herself and interjected, "Junior, you really shouldn't pursue. He is not someone you can catch." Defiant, replied, "Why not give it a try? How can I know the outcome without attempting?" Just then, felt a finger tap her shoulder, causing her to frown. "Who is it?" Turning around, she was met by a girl of exceptional grace and beauty, her expression icy, standing behind her. The girl coolly remarked, "Haven't your family taught you? It's shameful to disrupt others." Hearing this, felt a surge of anger. Retorting you. However, the girl remained unfazed by his outrage, continuing coldly, "Aren't you leaving? What do you think you're doing sitting next to someone else's boyfriend?" Pouted defiantly, placing her hands on her hips. "I won tea." At this point, could no longer bear it. He tugged at sleeve, quietly saying, "All right, let us change our seats. This is a public place, after all, and we can't force others to give up theirs." Yet, was indifferent to his words. Responding with a cold smile, "This cafeteria was donated by my father." This statement left speechless, resigning himself to silence. "Are you not leaving?" Pressed once more, faced with frosty gaze, felt a shiver run down her spine. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to leave. But before departing, she turned back, looking at and declaring, "I want to give up." With that, turned and dashed away, evidently intimidated by that remained seated, a slight smile gracing her lips as she sent a voice message. Shortly thereafter, several men clad in black swiftly approached, each carrying trays of exquisite dishes, neatly arranged on the table. Each dish was crafted from premium ingredients, including Boston lobster, caviar, snowflake beef, and king crab, tantalizing to the senses. Smiled at. Let us enjoy this feast together, that nodded in agreement, all right. S gaze shifted back to, and upon noticing beside him, her brow arched slightly in surprise. What brings you here? Her eyes then fell on the intertwined hands of And. A faint smile appearing as she softly remarked, I didn't expect you to find a boyfriend so soon after starting university. It seems friends are indeed trustworthy. Upon hearing this, S cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she shyly lowered her head, replying, It's nothing special. Intrigued, chuckled, Oh, so you two know each other? Nodded, explaining, Yes, S father and mine are old friends. We've known each other since childhood. Why don't you join us for a meal? And I can't possibly finish everything, offered. All right, I want to be polite then. Chapter 32, The Date I'm Back. S voice echoed at the door. Inside the house, who had been leisurely lounging on the sofa watching television and snacking, sprang up with remarkable speed, quickly stashing the snacks away in the cupboard before darting to the kitchen. As opened the door, he noticed the bright lights illuminating the entire room. While changing his shoes, he walked in to find a couple of dishes on the dining table, appearing quite sumptuous. Exiting the foyer, he unexpectedly collided with, who was bringing out a braised fish from the kitchen. I'm back. Announced that smiled warmly, her eyes sparkling with joy. You arrived just in time. The food is still hot, I've already washed the bowls and chopsticks, so just tidy up a bit, and we can start eating. Okay, nodded, quickly washing his hands before taking a seat at the table. As he picked up a piece of fish and savored it, he found the dish quite delightful, though it vaguely reminded him of a familiar taste, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. However, he dismissed the thought, considering it might just be a figment of his imagination. How about we go out for a stroll after dinner? Suddenly proposed. Su Yao lifted her head, looking at him with a hint of surprise, and asked, Where shall we go for fun? Perhaps to watch a movie and stroll around a bit, replied with a smile. Really? A look of delight blossomed on Su Yao's face, but she soon hesitated, or perhaps... Never mind. Observing Su Yao's expression, felt a pang in his heart. He knew she had yet to move on. I promised to take you. So we definitely will. Let's set out after we finish eating. Shall we? Said softly. Su Yao raised her head, tears shimmering in her eyes, yet her lips curled into a faint smile. Gazed at Su Yao, who was clad in a maid outfit, his heart racing, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Stammering, he exclaimed, Su Yao, no, you can't wear this. Why? Is it not nice? Su Yao asked, puzzled, as she gently twirled the already short maid dress swaying, subtly revealing her safety shorts. It looks lovely, but it's not safe, hastily clarified, concerned that such attire might attract unwanted attention. All right, I'll listen to. Su Yao obediently nodded, turning back to her room. After a few minutes, Su Yao re-emerged, wearing a fresh and adorable outfit, smiling sweetly. How do I look? S eyes lit up. She wore a white shirt adorned with a playful cat graphic, paired with light blue shorts, exuding youthful vitality. However, rested his chin on his hand, contemplatively studying Su Yao. Returning to his room, he opened the wardrobe and selected a white jacket, then approached the bed to gently drape it over Su Yao. The jacket was light and soft, perfectly suited for the somewhat chilly weather. Meticulously adjusted the jacket, ensuring it conformed to Su Yao's curves. His movements were gentle and focused, and upon completing this task, he reassessed Su Yao's overall appearance, a wave of satisfaction swelling within him. Though Su Yao had initially worn only a short-sleeved top, there was nothing inappropriate about it, yet was acutely aware of how well Su Yao had developed. Even an ordinary person would be unable to resist lingering their gaze upon her figure. Recalling their earlier grocery shopping trip, the unwelcome stares had left feeling quite displeased. Thus, whenever Su Yao went shopping alone afterward, she would don a thick coat, perfectly concealing her figure. Perhaps due to their close companionship over this period, S heart had subtly undergone some transformations that Su Yao, keenly aware of slight changes in expression, felt a surge of delight. She understood that this possessiveness was precisely what she desired. For only when someone is filled with possessiveness can it be proven that they truly care. S and Su Yao descended the corridor of their apartment complex. They walked side by side along the cobblestone path. It was still early, around 7 or 8 in the morning, and elderly residents were emerging from their homes, some leisurely strolling, while others accompanied children at the playground. Passing by a children's play area, they spotted a kindly grandmother sitting on a bench, radiating joy as she accompanied her grandson. The grandmother's gaze lifted slightly, catching sight of Su Yao. Both were strikingly handsome, drawing the attention of many as they walked by. After all, people are invariably drawn to beauty, regardless of age, whether elderly or young. Even children could not help but glance back at them, that moment. The grandmother beamed and greeted them. "Little Yao, is this your boyfriend? He's quite handsome. You two together are indeed a match made in heaven." Hearing this, Su Yao's face flushed a deep red, and she shyly turned to, offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Su Yao hurriedly clarified, "Grandma Lu, you misunderstood. He is actually my brother Do. Is that so?" My old eyes must have been deceiving me. But I often see you two going out together to buy groceries. So, I thought you were a couple. No worries, Grandma Lu, we won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. All right, bye-bye, said Grandma Lu, waving, while her grandson beside her also waved. Goodbye, little Lu. That Grandma Lu is, Su Yao began, when I went grocery shopping alone before. Someone harassed me, and Grandma Lu helped me. Seems we ought to thank Grandma Lu then, replied. Indeed, she is a very kind woman. They reached the food street near the university town, and as they stepped onto the street, they turned many heads. Numerous girls were eager to approach for his WeChat, but upon getting closer and seeing Su Yao's beauty, they felt inadequate and retreated. Although they had dined earlier, their appetites had returned during the walk, so decided to sample some local delicacies given their proximity to the cinema. Nearby, a bubble tea shop had a figure sitting outside. Chapter 33. Leverage, damn that woman, just because she donated a cafeteria to the school. She is acting so high and mighty. Chu Ming fumed, filled with dissatisfaction and jealousy, that I want my dad to donate a building too. She gritted her teeth, her eyes gleaming with determination. So annoying. I finally encountered a boy I like. Chu Ming stamped her foot, feeling restless. I end my life. Chu Ming, have always gotten what I wanted. I've never faced setbacks, she muttered to herself, her expression filled with discontent. That man's silhouette looks so familiar. Chu Ming suddenly lifted her head, her gaze locking onto a familiar figure ahead. Unsure, she paid and rushed over, weaving through the crowd. She spotted him standing at a stall, purchasing skewers to its him. Chu Ming thought of rushing over, but hesitated. Beside stood a girl of similar appearance, naturally endowed with advantages over herself. Chu Ming glanced at herself, feeling like a poorly developed dumpling, a wave of inferiority washing over her. Damn it, I will create a world devoid of superior girls. She clenched her fists and vowed silently. However, wasn't girlfriend that woman? Could he be two-timing? What a scoundrel, she mused. Never mind, who cares if he is a scoundrel? Once I have him, I'll train him well. With this thought, a smile crept on her face. Boss, how much for these skewers? A total of 87. Handsome nodded, scanning his phone to pay. All right, it's done. Okay, Handsome, just wait a few minutes. Suddenly, felt a hand brush against him. Turning, he discovered a cute little head smiling at him. Chu Ming, what are you doing here? Su Yao asked, eyeing the girl before her, intentionally inching closer to while clutching his shirt. Just browsing around, Chu Ming replied, her gaze fixed on Su Yao. I remember your girlfriend is Kai Yunjing. Right. Who is this girl? Upon hearing this, hesitated. This is my sister. Indeed, a scoundrel, daring to do, but not admit it. Such a waste of a handsome face. What kind of good person would let their sister cling so closely to them? Chu Ming thought. Sister? Hello, I'm Chu Ming from the same department as your brother. Hello, I'm Su Yao, she replied. Chu Ming observed Su Yao's demeanor, internally scoffing. Black Lotus, so Su Yao. What do you plan to do with? What I do with my sister is none of your business, and I don't believe I owe you any explanations, especially since we are not close, responded calmly, clearly uninterested in engaging with Chu Ming. Chu Ming was not offended. Instead, she directly looped her arm around. The skewered food vendor watched in envy, witnessing this handsome guy being flanked by two gorgeous girls. Truly the pinnacle of life. Chu Ming pressed her body closer to. As if trying to meld with him, furrowed his brow, but did not push her away. Let go, I won't. You. Chu Ming rose on her toes, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she whispered in his ear. You wouldn't want Kai Yunjing to find out about this, would you? S expression turned cold. He had not anticipated Chu Ming would resort to such tactics to threaten him, yet he couldn't deny feeling slightly uneasy. She is merely my sister. What is the harm in telling? Feigned calmness in his response. She really just a sister? Chu Ming grinned cunningly, seemingly seeing through his inner turmoil. Of course. Ma Jiang steeled himself and spoke. I believe that given Kai Yunjing's character, she would hardly buy into this so-called younger sister scenario. Chu Ming continued to tease. Ma Jiang sighed in resignation, fully aware that Chu Ming was correct. The consequences would be dire if Kai Yunjing were to discover the truth. Fine, you win, Ma Jiang finally conceded. Now you're talking, Ma Jiang, Chu Ming exclaimed with a triumphant grin. Thus, an eye-catching scene unfolded. A tall, handsome young man had a charming girl nestled on his left shoulder, while another equally enchanting girl stood on his right. This sight elicited envy from the passing male crowd, who wished to take his place. From the street to the cinema, Su Yao remained unusually quiet, leaning against Ma Jiang's side. Apart from Ma Jiang occasionally initiating conversation, she spoke not a word. However, her silence only served to increase Ma Jiang's sense of confusion, as he felt their relationship becoming increasingly tangled. That in his previous life, his ability to win over several beautiful girls was not due to his emotional intelligence, but rather the guidance of 9527, who acted as his covert strategist. It was akin to navigating a dating simulation game, where he merely followed the prompts. Yet now, devoid of 9527's counsel and the numerical displays, he felt like a headless chicken. Though 9527 was often unreliable, he still provided some utility. This moment, a small creature hovered above the cinema, fixated on Ma Jiang's location. A Chu. Who dares to challenge this mouse emperor? 9527 sneezed unexpectedly, observing Ma Jiang being flanked by two lovely companions. A twinge of concern creeping in. This lad Ma Jiang. 9527 sighed, helplessly, that if the elder sister sees this, he'll find himself utterly incapacitated. That a worried expression crossed his face as he continued. What on earth compelled him to provoke these girls? 9527 shook his head, seemingly baffled and displeased by Ma Jiang's actions. Then, 9527 lifted his rodent head, his gaze fixating on the faint azure energy waves emanating from the sky. He furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. This world is becoming increasingly dire. I wonder what anomalies have transpired, causing such swift accumulation of spiritual energy. That he pondered anxiously, considering the chaos that would ensue if the leading ladies awakened their powers and memories. Once unleashed, their abilities would undoubtedly stir a maelstrom, plunging the entire world into turmoil. This thought, 9527 couldn't help but shiver. Ma Jiang, let us depart, Su Yao. You may return home on your own, Chu Ming coldly declared. Chu Ming, do not go too far, Ma Jiang shouted in anger. Ignoring him, Chu Ming turned to Su Yao, who stood quietly beside Ma Jiang, and spoke in a frigid tone. Su Yao, Sister Chu Chu, I understand, Ma Jiang. I shall head back now. Su Yao replied softly, her head bowed before turning to leave. Chapter 34. The banquet begins. Su Yao, I am feeling unwell and will head home. You go enjoy the outing with Sister Chu Ming. Su Yao stated with a blank expression. After saying this, she left without looking back. Watching her retreating figure, Ma Jiang felt a pang in his heart. He instinctively wanted to chase after her, but was seized by Chu Ming. What are you doing? Let go, he shouted in frustration. No, I recorded the video earlier. You wouldn't want Su Yao to see it, would you? Chu Ming replied with a self-satisfied grin. You? Ma Jiang clenched his teeth in anger. As long as you behave and spend some time with me, I shall delete it, Chu Ming said with a mischievous smile. Reluctantly, Ma Jiang nodded, compelled to follow Chu Ming as they continued their shopping spree. They arrived at a clothing store, where Chu Ming eagerly selected various beautiful outfits, trying on one after another. Ma Jiang silently stood by, holding the garments she had already tried. That as time ticked by, his patience wore thin. Are you done yet? How much longer will this take? Ma Jiang asked impatiently. Chu Ming glanced at her watch and smiled. It's only been half an hour. Don't rush. Ma Jiang rolled his eyes in exasperation, secretly cursing the woman. Finally, once Chu Ming had finished selecting clothes, she dragged Ma Jiang off to buy accessories. Burdened with numerous bags, he huffed and puffed in exhaustion. They continued their shopping until 11 p.m., and by that point, Ma Jiang felt utterly drained, resembling a mere shell of a person that he had been shopping for over an hour. With his hands and back laden with clothing and accessories, that it was as if this woman had mistaken him for free labor. Upon reaching the underground parking garage after transferring everything into the trunk of an Audi, Ma Jiang glanced at Chu Ming, who was covered in dust, saying, "Delete it already." Chu Ming merely laughed in response, remaining silent. Surely you wouldn't want to backtrack, would you? Ma Jiang recalled the moments spent as this woman's errand boy, growing increasingly irate. Haha, just kidding. I didn't record anything, she teased you. Ma Jiang's indignation quickly dissipated as Chu Ming produced a box from the trunk, emblazoned with 4090, revealing it to be the highest-end graphics card. Ma Jiang's initial impulse to curse was abruptly halted. For a boy, such technological gifts were utterly irresistible. Did I ask this for me? He asked eagerly. Of course, but who was it that seemed ready to berate me just now? Chu Ming replied, laughter dancing in her eyes. Which dog dares to insult our Chu Ming? She teased, her mirth infectious. Would you like me to give you a ride home? No, I'll make my way back myself. All right, then take care on the road. Cradling the graphics card, Ma Jiang left with a beaming smile. Goodbye. See you next time, Chu Ming called out, a smile gracing her lips as she sat in the car, determined to win Ma Jiang's heart. After all, pursuing a boy required patience and strategy. Having developed feelings for Ma Jiang, she had researched what boys liked, and it was clear that graphics cards were among them. Ma Jiang's satisfaction with the gift was evident. Even if he didn't openly express it, Chu Ming knew he was undoubtedly delighted. With this thought, Chu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Upon returning home, Ma Jiang switched on the living room lights and stepped out of the foyer. Noticing that Su Yao's door was shut, he approached and gently knocked. Su Yao, I'm feeling a bit tired, came her voice from within. Standing at the door, Ma Jiang lingered for several minutes before turning back to his room. The earlier joy of receiving the graphics card fading away, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had indeed behaved poorly. Lying on his bed, he gazed at the unopened graphics card on his desk. A weight settling in his heart, he understood that he should not treat Su Yao this way, yet he found himself unable to control his emotions. Unsure of how to navigate this complicated situation, he could only endure the internal turmoil in silence. Perhaps he needed time to sort through his thoughts and find an appropriate resolution. Ding. Suddenly, his phone emitted a cheerful notification sound. Ma Jiang glanced down at the screen to find a message from Luo Shi. Opening it, he read, Ma Jiang, my cousin's birthday banquet is tomorrow. Remember to come. She quickly added, by the way, do you have any drafts left? Ma Jiang hurriedly replied, I'll be there, and I have 2 chapters that I'll send them shortly. Luo Shi appeared somewhat dissatisfied as she responded, only 2 chapters? Well, they'll have to suffice for now. Ma Jiang smiled, compressing the 2 chapters into a single file and sending it to Luo Shi. He then glanced at the clock and realized it was getting late, prompting him to wash up and head to bed early. Old Jiang, let's go. Qingye called from the doorway, waving at Ma Jiang to hurry up. A black BMW was parked beside her, with Ruo sitting in the passenger seat, smiling and greeting Ma Jiang. Okay, Ma Jiang replied, moving to join Qingye in the seat. He sat quietly in the back seat. His gaze drifted out the window, taking in the scenery. Su Yao was still sulking. Even though breakfast had been prepared that morning, her door remained firmly shut, indicating she had yet to forgive Ma Jiang. He had messaged her earlier about attending the birthday banquet, but as of now, he had not received any reply. After about 7 or 8 minutes, a magnificent and opulent building came into view. Rather than a restaurant, it resembled a grand palace. The streets in front of the palace were filled with an array of luxury sports cars, with countless high-end vehicles visible. Clearly, the visitors were all affluent. Once Qingye found a parking spot, they all exited the car together. Mo Jiang observed that among the attendees of the banquet were numerous business moguls and frequently televised figures, all representative of the upper echelons of society. As Mo Jiang entered the palace with Yi Qing and others, he discovered the interior lavishly adorned with an array of rare delicacies, delectable desserts, exquisite pastries, and expensive beverages. Here, these precious items seemed to take on an air of ordinariness, casually scattered throughout the various corners. Though it was a birthday celebration, the elder generation predominantly engaged in conversation with one another, while the younger crowd congregated in a separate area, creating a subtle boundary between them. Each group engrossed in their distinct topics and interests. Note: due to certain circumstances, updates have been paused for a few days, but will resume from today. Chapter 35. The End of the Line. Truly, the Luo group does not disappoint. The splendor of this event is indeed remarkable. Qing Yi remarked in awe as he surveyed the scene before him. He casually opened a bottle of champagne and poured it into a red wine glass. He then took a delicate sip, savoring the rich and refreshing flavor. Meanwhile, Ruo was joyfully chatting with a group of similarly aged sisters, their laughter echoing as they discussed various topics. In contrast, Qin Yi enjoyed his drink alone, relishing the moment of tranquility. After a few sips, Qin Yi inadvertently turned his head and noticed Mo Jiang sitting alone in a corner, indulging in desserts with a gloomy expression. Feeling puzzled, he approached and inquired, Mo Jiang, what troubles you today? It is Luo Shihan's birthday banquet. After all, Mo Jiang lifted his head, managing a faint smile as he replied, Oh, it's nothing, just feeling a bit unwell today. He wished to conceal his true feelings, especially regarding Su Yao. Qin Yi frowned with concern. You should get more rest. Late nights are detrimental to your health, that I will go ahead and grab something to eat. With that, he turned to leave. That Mo Jiang nodded with a smile, indicating his understanding to Mo Jiang. People have been looking for you. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Mo Jiang instinctively turned around to see an adorable little girl skipping towards him. You finally arrived. Why didn't you message me? She pouted, a hint of reproach in her voice. Sorry, I just got here. Mo Jiang chuckled helplessly. Is that so? Fine, I won't hold it against you, the little girl declared with hands on her hips. Feigning anger. Come on, let me take you upstairs to meet my cousin, she suddenly suggested. The moment he heard cousin, Mo Jiang's expression turned grave, and he quickly waved his hands in refusal. Maybe it's best to skip that. Luo, she looked at Mo Jiang's nervous demeanor with curiosity. What is going on with you? My cousin is a stunning beauty. Many wish to meet her, and suitors are as numerous as the stars. At that moment, Mo Jiang was consumed by trepidation and unease, for he knew that Luo Shi's cousin was none other than Luo Shihan. The mere thought of being seen with her cousin sent a chill down his spine, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Luo Shi, observing his anxiety, felt a mix of exasperation and confusion. She couldn't comprehend why he was so hesitant, so she boldly took hold of Mo Jiang's arm, walking alongside him. Why must a grown man be so indecisive? She complained. Suddenly recalling her earlier proposition, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes. By the way, what do you think about my previous offer? Are you going to accept? I was considering supporting you, Mo Jiang replied flatly. My answer remains unchanged. Hearing this, Luo, she was incensed, having been rejected for the second time. However, when she turned her gaze to Mo Jiang's profile, she found herself captivated by his handsome features. Damn, why is he so good-looking? She muttered under her breath, her tone betraying a hint of attraction to in the grand hall, an enchanting little girl held tightly onto the arm of a dashing young man. The two creating a striking visual together. Luo, she scanned the area, relieved to find no familiar faces. Had they been in the capital, numerous young gentlemen would have approached her, but here, no one recognized her. Much to her relief, that moment on the second-floor balcony, a woman stood silently, resembling a beautiful painting, her indifferent gaze fixed on the pair approaching. Just as Luo, she grasped Mo Jiang's hand and ascended the stairs. They were suddenly blocked by a young man coming towards them. Luo Shi, is this your boyfriend? The young man exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Luo, she mischievously blinked at him, a smile gracing her lips as she replied. Sort of ego. The young man couldn't help but chuckle, patting Mo Jiang on the shoulder. Haha, Luo Shi, you have great taste. This guy is quite handsome, of course. You should see who I am, Luo, she replied with pride. By the way, ego, has my cousin agreed? Luo, she asked upon hearing this. The young man's expression dimmed, and he sighed. Shihan said she has someone she favors already. I fear I have no chance, that I truly wish to know who that man is. Capable of melting the ice around Shihan, he added, furrowing his brow with curiosity, that don't be sad. Ego, that I know your feelings for her. I'll speak well of you to her later, that there's no need. After pursuing your cousin for years, if she truly liked me, we would have been together by now. Nonetheless, thank you, Luo Shi. The young man then pulled out a light blue card from his pocket and handed it to Mo Jiang. Here, this is my business card. If you ever encounter any issues with the underworld, just give me a call. I'm quite useful. Thanks, Mo Jiang replied. Well, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, the young man tidied his attire and quickly descended the stairs. Mo Jiang regarded the light blue card in his hand, feeling a bit bewildered. What does encountering the underworld mean? He considered himself a model citizen. Mo Jiang, I forgot to introduce you. That person just now is Yixian, my cousin's childhood friend. He is quite nice, but only to those he knows. He also has some ties to the underworld. Luo, she explained. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang furrowed his brow, thinking, it seems Yixian is not an ordinary individual. However, he didn't dwell on it further, simply pocketing the card, as it had little to do with him. Xiao Shi, you're here too. Upon hearing a familiar voice from behind, Luo Shi's face lit up with a radiant smile as she excitedly turned around, unhesitatingly releasing Mo Zhang's arm to dash towards the stunning figure behind her. Wrapping her arms around her, "Sister, happy birthday?" "Thank you." Luo Shihan replied gently to Luo Shi's greeting, but her gaze was fixed intently on Mo Zhang, that Mo Zhang felt a shiver run down his spine under Luo Shihan's penetrating gaze. A wave of inexplicable fear washing over him, he had a strong premonition that if Luo Shi were not present at that moment, he might have found himself in dire straits. However, oblivious to the change in atmosphere, Luo Shi remained cheerful, still clutching Luo Shihan's arm and pointing towards Mo Zhang. Introducing him, "Sister, this is the boy I mentioned before, Mo Zhang. Isn't he handsome?" Luo Shihan's lips curled into a slight smile, her expression enigmatic as she replied softly, "Indeed, he is quite handsome, albeit a bit of a scoundrel." "Scoundrel?" Luo Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Echoing the word, she looked from Mo Zhang to Luo Shihan, puzzled. "No way. He seems like a good person. Do you two know each other?" Luo Shihan sighed softly, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her features. She gently ruffled Luo Shi's hair, saying, "Xiao Shi, you should ask him directly." "Mo Zhang, do you know my sister?" Luo Shi asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Now I understand why you got nervous when I mentioned her." Luo Shi smirked, a sly smile creeping onto her face. Mo Zhang could only chuckle awkwardly, his tone tinged with bitterness. "Yes, but Luo Shi, it's really not as you imagine." "Wait, don't say anything," Luo Shi interrupted, resting her chin on her hand as she pondered. "Mo Zhang, why does that name sound so familiar?" Suddenly, her eyes brightened as realization dawned upon her. "Oh, I remember now." Luo Shi abruptly turned her head to look at Luo Shihan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sister, I remember you mentioning that the boy you admire also has the surname in other words, Mo Zhang is the one you were talking about." Luo Shihan gently nodded. "Yes, well, Mo Zhang, it's a good thing Yigu isn't here. Otherwise, you'd be in for quite a treat." Luo Shi placed her hands on her hips, feigning anger. "But don't worry, sister. I want to compete with you, for Mo Zhang can be all yours." After saying this, she playfully winked at Mo Zhang before turning back to Luo Shihan. "Sister, how does that sound?" However, Mo Zhang remained silent, trembling under the oppressive gaze of Luo Shihan. "Xiao Shi, I need to discuss something with Mo Zhang," Luo Shihan said softly to Luo Shi. "All right, sister, I won't disturb you." Luo Shi obediently nodded before turning to leave. As Mo Zhang watched Luo Shi pass by, an inexplicable urge surged within him, but he instinctively reached out to grasp her arm. But just as he was about to make contact, he suddenly realized he shouldn't do that. He understood that if Luo Shi were not present, and if no third party were around, Luo Shihan would undoubtedly reveal her true nature, and the consequences of being caught would be dire. Just as his hand was outstretched, he heard Luo Shihan's icy reprimand. "Dare to touch my cousin and see what happens." Her words were like the chill of winter, freezing Mo Zhang in place, his hands suspended in midair. Perhaps due to the subdued tone, Luo Shi did not notice and continued on her way to the first floor to AT that moment. The vast second floor was left with only Mo Zhang and Luo Shihan. "When did you meet Xiao Shi?" Luo Shihan's voice was frigid, as if imbued with endless coldness, that Mo Zhang's heart tightened, and he quickly replied, "Luo Shi is the #1 supporter on my novel's reward list. We added each other on QQ, and that is how we naturally kept in touch. I won't concern myself with how you two met, but remember this. You belong to me, and no one else can interfere." Luo Shihan said coldly, her gaze fixed on Mo Zhang, "That if you dare to maintain any contact with Xiao Shi, I will ensure that you live in torment, trapped eternally in my world." Her tone was frigid, filled with both threat and warning. "Understood. I understand," Mo Zhang stammered in terror, fully aware of the danger posed by the formidable woman before him. Luo Shihan stepped closer to Mo Zhang, her beautiful countenance taking on an eerily captivating quality. She extended her slender fingers, gently caressing Mo Zhang's cheek, a glint of obsession glimmering in her eyes. "That I find myself increasingly fond of you, Mo Zhang," she whispered softly, as if confessing her affections to a beloved. "Rest assured, I will eventually eliminate those vixens and bind you completely within my world." Her voice carried a hint of madness and determination. Although today is my birthday, how about offering me a finger as a gift? She suddenly inquired, a cruel sparkle flashing in her eyes. Only by making you suffer can I carve myself into your heart. Her words slithered forth like whispers from a demon, sending shivers down Mo Jiang's spine. No sooner had she finished speaking than Luo Shirhan produced a sharp scalpel from seemingly nowhere, tracing its blade along Mo Jiang's fingers as if deliberating which one to sever first. Which one shall I chop off? Such a difficult choice, she mused aloud, her expression bordering on the deranged. Terrified, Mo Jiang instinctively stepped back, anxiously regarding Luo Shirhan. Shirhan, please don't do this. This joke is not funny at all. Luo Shirhan narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint within them. That do you think I am joking? Her tone carried an unsettling seriousness. Be still, don't move, she admonished, but her words were interrupted. Suddenly, a clear yet gentle voice came from behind. Hey, forcing someone is not a commendable act. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Shirhan turned her head in annoyance, regarding the owner of the voice, Kai Yunjing. Kai Yunjing, you are truly bothersome. It's my birthday today. Luo Shirhan frowned, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face. Kai Yunjing coldly retorted, so what if it's your birthday? Mo Jiang is not your property. With that, she swiftly approached Mo Jiang and decisively brushed aside Luo Shirhan's grip on him. Luo Shirhan glared furiously at Kai Yunjing, gritting her teeth as she declared, not now, but he will certainly be mine in the future. I will inevitably eliminate all of you and claim Mo Jiang for myself. Kai Yunjing laughed mockingly. Luo Shirhan, your thoughts are rather fanciful. But don't forget, there are others involved. Their power is no less than ours. Who will emerge victorious remains uncertain. Mo Jiang rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Since his rebirth, many things had become hazy. Now, he could only recall information about 3 potential love interests, while memories of other characters scattered like shards, making it difficult to piece together a complete picture. He watched in exasperation as the 2 women continued their bickering, completely disregarding his presence. That an idea struck him. He decided to stealthily retreat from this quagmire and seek refuge on the relatively safe first floor. However, just as he successfully transitioned to the staircase of the second floor and let out a slight sigh of relief, a bright voice rang out. Mo Jiang. So you are here too? Startled, he turned to find a woman approaching slowly, her smile radiant, her eyes sparkling with life, a stark contrast to the 2 who had just argued. Why are the daughters of 2 major factions quarreling here? It's as if 2 scorned wives are bickering in the streets. Quite amusing indeed, the woman remarked softly, her tone laced with playful mockery. Upon hearing her words, the previously feuding women immediately ceased their argument, their gazes shifting towards the newcomer. Lin Yuer, why are you shouting? Lin Yuer replied with a slight smile, I came to attend your birthday party. Chapter 37. Surviving a close call, why am I not welcomed? Of course not. Lin Mrs. presence at my birthday party brings me joy. Luo Shirhan and Lin Yuer exchanged glances, both wearing faint smiles, yet their eyes were sharp as blades, seemingly attempting to pierce through one another's souls. They remained silent, communicating solely through their gazes, engaged in a wordless duel. The atmosphere was thick with an inexplicable tension and fear at that moment. The surrounding silence was deafening. The 3 women locked eyes, and it felt as if flames were igniting around them. That Mo Jiang sensed the impending doom and, without a second thought, bolted away. Yet, just as he took his first step, he was simultaneously called out by all 3 women. Mo Jiang, why are you walking so fast? What do you intend to do? Lin Yuer seized Mo Jiang's hand, her long and strong fingers gripping his wrist tightly, preventing any chance of escape. That a mischievous smile played on her lips, her eyes glimmering with cunning. Cold sweat poured from Mo Jiang as he sensed the strength of the hand gripping his arm. Swallowing hard, stammering, he replied, I'm not doing anything, just feeling a bit warm. I thought I'd go to the first floor for some air conditioning and a snack. That I in the room on the second floor. The 3 stunningly beautiful young women sat on the sofa, their gazes converging on the young man standing before them. That Mo Jiang belongs to me today. It's my birthday, so please grant me this favor. Absolutely not. Why should your birthday dictate my actions? Kai Yunjing exclaimed, rising abruptly and slamming her palm on the table, unwilling to back down. Exactly. What if Miss Luo grants you her favor and then disappears? Lin Yuer said with a wicked grin. Be quiet. Lin Yuer, you have no right to speak here. Luo Shirhan shot a fierce glare at Lin Yuer, unyielding in her stance. Don't get so angry. Besides, what difference is there between you and me? I say, let us see how Mo Jiang chooses. Lin Yuer retorted, a sly smile gracing her lips as she turned her playful gaze toward Mo Jiang. Her words sent a chill through Mo Jiang, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. This Lin Yuer was practically pushing him into the fire pit. What a despicable woman! Mo Jiang inwardly cursed, Achu. Who is thinking of me? 9527 pondered, scratching its nose and speaking to itself. Meanwhile, a luxurious Rolls-Royce cruised down the road, within which sat a stunningly beautiful woman. She gazed at the mouse-like figure hovering above the car's roof, unable to suppress her laughter. You a system can also sneeze? I don't know. Perhaps it's due to the chaotic energy fluctuations of this realm. Sister, after a while, this world may begin to undergo some changes that don't matter. Even if they awaken early, what of it? As she spoke, the woman extended her hand, and a gentle blue flame began to hover above her palm. Keep a close watch on Mo Jiang. His first time, his heart, his very being, must belong solely to me. Qin Yao. Understood. Can I refrain from making a choice? Mo Jiang asked helplessly to know. The three women replied in unison, their voices melodious, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Their gazes seemed to engulf Mo Jiang, brimming with longing and anticipation. Kai Yunjing looked at the two women, then turned to Mo Jiang, revealing a gentle smile. Mo Jiang, you will choose me, won't you? Her voice was soft and enchanting, like a gentle breeze caressing one's ear. However, the bag slung at her waist seemed to deliberately open, revealing a glimpse of a machete within. Luo Shirhan, with her long, slender legs crossed, observed Mo Jiang with a half-smile. Mo Jiang, you would do well to choose wisely. Though her words were delivered lightly, they carried an invisible weight of pressure. Don't you remember how she personally fed you? Surely you wish to indulge in it again, right? As Lin Yuer spoke. Her face was adorned with a blush of shyness and expectation, her eyes glinting with mischief. She deliberately softened her voice, infusing her words with seduction. Listening to Lin Yuer, Mo Jiang's heart seethed with resentment. It would have been better if Lin Yuer had not brought it up. Once mentioned, the previously simmering anger of Luo Shirhan and Kai Yunjing flared up once more. Mo Jiang felt as though his head might explode. A sensation akin to steam rising from his scalp, clearly agitated to the point of near madness. Just then, a gentle knock echoed from outside the room. Luo Shirhan glanced at her watch and said, "Come in." Subsequently, a middle-aged man in a tailcoat pushed the door open and entered. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he blinked in surprise but did not inquire further, respectfully stating, "Miss, the banquet is about to commence. And as the guest of honor, you are needed on stage." Luo Shirhan shot a fierce glare at Mo Jiang before casually replying, "Understood. I will go now." After all, with others present, it was not appropriate for them to continue their entanglement. As the host proclaimed the official start of the banquet, the entire hall erupted with excitement. Then on the central stage, lights flashed and music surged, as an internationally renowned band and performing troupe captivated the audience with their splendid performances, leaving everyone entranced. Many from the older generation gazed at Luo Shirhan, who at that moment exuded grace and elegance, her demeanor warm and inviting, prompting whispers of admiration. This young lady from the Luo group is truly exceptional. If our own sons could marry her, it would be a tremendous fortune. They enjoyed the performances while engaging in hushed discussions. The attendees of the banquet were all social elites and business magnates, each boasting considerable wealth. The monetary gifts presented were equally impressive, starting at several $100,000 and even higher. Moreover, the gifts for the young women at this banquet were unique, each receiving luxurious Chanel bags and co-branded lipsticks. Among other valuable items that in addition, various prestigious watches and precious items were gifted as well. As the last note of the band faded, the members took their bows and exited in an orderly fashion. Next, the head of the Luo group, Luo Shirhan's father, ascended the stage with a smile, welcoming the guests below and expressing his gratitude with a few words that he lightly clapped his hands and signaled the staff to proceed to the next segment. Following this, a lively melody filled the air, and two enormous cakes, exquisitely designed, were slowly wheeled out from either side of the entrance, astonishing all with their beauty. These cakes not only possessed remarkable aesthetics, but also came with a staggering price tag, each reaching hundreds of thousands. Chapter 38. The brain crashed. The host then took the stage with a cheerful grin, announcing, "Let us welcome the star of tonight's birthday banquet, Miss Luo Shirhan." As the host's words echoed, applause erupted from the crowd, all eyes turning towards a single direction. There stood Luo Shirhan, adorned with light makeup and a stunning outfit, gracefully rising from her seat to approach the stage. Her custom-designed dress shimmered under the lights, making her appear extraordinarily radiant. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her face, akin to a sculpted jade, emanated an aura of nobility and allure, resembling a blooming flower. Vibrant and intoxicating, like a rose with thorns, she was enticing yet fraught with danger and challenge. Her appearance was a dazzling sight, capturing the attention of all present and invigorating the entire banquet hall. Luo Shirhan's beauty was not of the delicate and demure sort. Rather, it was the elegance and poise befitting a woman of high standing, commanding reverence. As she graced the stage, she became the focal point for all the young men in attendance, their gazes fervent with admiration. After all, they were here with their parents, all exceptional in their own right, and it was only women of Luo Shirhan's caliber, shining under the spotlight and exuding excellence, who were deemed worthy of their attention. On stage, Luo Shirhan's father observed the array of distinguished young men his daughter was surrounded by, fully aware of the glances exchanged. Yet, this was precisely what he wished to see. He understood his daughter's exceptional nature, and his generation placed great importance on social standing and relationships. This birthday banquet was not merely a celebration of her birth, but also an opportunity to introduce her to a suitable partner. He was well aware of his daughter's high standards, but he had long held favorable views on Yixian, the son of a friend with whom he had collaborated for many years. They had grown up together, making them a perfect match in his eyes, and he believed such a union would strengthen the bond between their families. However, his daughter appeared indifferent towards Yixian, and he could not force her to harbor feelings for anyone. He could only let things unfold naturally. As he surveyed the room, his gaze eventually settled on a figure that stood out amidst the crowd, familiar yet foreign. That figure was none other than Mo Jiang, who at this moment was flanked by two enchanting women, each holding onto one of his arms. That on his left was Kai Yunjing, and on his right, Lin Yuer, both of whom were displaying rather unrestrained affection towards him. Witnessing this scene, he could not help but furrow his brow, internally marveling. Who exactly is Mo Jiang? He scrutinized Mo Jiang, pondering whether he was merely an ordinary young man or if he possessed some extraordinary background or talent. He glanced at the two beauties beside Mo Jiang, both of whom hailed from affluent families, their status elevated. Yet they unabashedly displayed their fondness and closeness to him. This reminded him of his daughter, who also seemed to harbor deep feelings for Mo Jiang, that he had always felt somewhat helpless regarding his daughter's romantic pursuits. Yet he also wished for her to find her true happiness. Observing the unfolding scene, he began to contemplate that perhaps Mo Jiang truly possessed some unique charm or talent that attracted such remarkable women. At this moment, the younger generation surrounding Mo Jiang also took notice of the two stunning women by his side. Their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment, their eyes widening at the sight. That it was well known that these two beauties were infamous for their icy demeanor, often cold and indifferent towards other men, rarely granting even a glance. Yet now, they exhibited an unprecedented warmth and intimacy towards Mo Jiang. The young men were filled with jealousy and envy, whispering amongst themselves, "What on earth does Mo Jiang possess that has won the favor of these two ice queens? Indeed, he is merely handsome and tall. Why does he deserve such treatment? It hardly seems fair. What makes him superior to us?" If Mo Jiang could hear their murmurs, he would undoubtedly scoff. Would you even want this treatment? It's life-threatening. If in private, Mo Jiang would be wishing to be split in two right about now. On the big screen within the stage, photos of Luo Shirhan from childhood to adulthood were being showcased, capturing the essence of her growth. From her innocent and naive childhood to her gradually maturing teenage years, and now to her breathtakingly beautiful present. Each photograph displayed her charm and grace at different stages of life. The host took the stage, microphone in hand, briefly outlining the evening's agenda. As he concluded, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, leaving only a few soft, pale blue lights illuminating the stage, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Luo's father stood beside Luo Shirhan, his eyes filled with affection, smiling as he said, "Honor, today marks your 20th birthday. Make a wish." His voice was gentle and warm. Immediately, the meticulously prepared ambient light sign illuminated, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced harmoniously with the soft blue lights on the stage. Concurrently, a band composed of internationally renowned musicians began to play a jubilant birthday tune. Many young individuals, holding birthday-themed light signs, excitedly swayed and sang along with the band, celebrating the occasion. Luo Shirhan slightly lifted the corners of her mouth, revealing a sweet smile, and gently closed her eyes. Her hands were tightly clenched into fists, softly resting against her nose, as if she were silently making a wish. Her enchanting beauty resembled a breathtaking masterpiece, captivating the majority of those present. After a few moments, Luo Shirhan slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the cake before her, and gently blew out the candles atop it. The flames extinguished in an instant, and a wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted around her. Her gaze shifted towards Mo Jiang, her eyes brimming with profound affection and a hint of melancholy. Chapter 39. Dongcheng Luo Shirhan. I adore you. Will you be my girlfriend? Suddenly, a loud proclamation rang out, leaving everyone in attendance momentarily stunned. They turned to the source of the voice and discovered a tall man clad in a black suit, sporting a stylish side-part hairstyle. His eyes sparkled with affection, as if they might overflow. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to this man. After all, confessing one's feelings at someone else's birthday celebration was an unprecedented act. This man, of course, was fully aware that he had become the center of attention. Yet he continued to smile at Luo Shirhan. His name was Dong Chung, a master's degree holder from a top international university, and a young and accomplished CEO. At the age of 24, he already managed several companies. Epitomizing the essence of a successful individual, he possessed an unwavering confidence in his own excellence, often surrounded by a bevy of beautiful women. However, over time, he began to feel weary of this lifestyle. Then he laid eyes on Luo Shirhan, who not only possessed striking beauty, but also hailed from an illustrious family background, igniting within him a fervent desire to conquer her heart. That Luo's father was also taken aback by the sudden appearance of this young man, evidently struggling to comprehend the unexpected declaration of affection for his daughter. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing any objections, as he had a slight acquaintance with the young man's father, who had collaborated with him in the past. He glanced towards a nearby Mediterranean middle-aged man, who was smiling at him. It was evident that this middle-aged gentleman had orchestrated the situation, and given their prior business ties and Dong Cheng's own impressive achievements, Luo's father felt no need to intervene. After all, if this young man truly succeeded in winning over his daughter, it would signify his capabilities. That on stage, Luo Shirhan cast a cold glance at the young man who had approached her. "Who do you think you are? What gives you the audacity?" Dong Chung was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Luo Shirhan's abrupt and decisive rejection, especially given the insult it carried. "I genuinely care for you and hope you will accept my affections." "Dream on. You are not worthy of me," Luo Shirhan replied coldly, as her heart was already anchored to Mo Jiang, leaving no room for other suitors. Not worthy, Dong Cheng thought to himself, knowing he was regarded as a prodigy among his peers. With a mere 10 million in initial capital, he had successfully established a publicly traded company valued in the billions, with a personal fortune reaching hundreds of millions. Furthermore, he possessed an admirable physique, akin to that of a professional athlete. With such attributes, who could claim he was unworthy? Though he typically treated his subordinates with disdain, his current circumstances were different. Now, in the face of the daughter of the esteemed Luo Corporation, a Fortune Global 500 company, he found himself unable to retaliate. Despite the frustration simmering within him, he could only swallow his pride, for the other party's status and background overshadowed his own. That we have yet to be together. "How can you say I am unworthy?" Luo Shirhan, fully aware of his intentions, understood that he merely sought to marry her to leverage the power of the formidable Luo Corporation for his own ascent. The thought of encountering men with ulterior motives approaching her filled her with profound disgust. Among the other young guests, witnessing this scene stirred a sense of embarrassment within them. After all, if even someone as illustrious as Dong Chung was deemed unworthy of Luo Shirhan, how could they, mere ordinary young men, ever hope to compare? Luo Shi's gaze remained fixated on Dong Chung, who was confessing to her cousin, her expression filled with concern. She gently tugged at Xian's sleeve and whispered, "Ego, I've heard that Dong Cheng is surrounded by many women, and he appears to be quite flirtatious. Moreover, it seems that my cousin does not favor him." That Xian nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He was well aware of Dong Cheng's character. Had it been anyone else, his temperament would have driven him to confront Dong Cheng long ago. However, Dong Cheng's father was a formidable figure in the real estate industry. Having collaborated with Yi Xian's father in the past, coupled with Dong Cheng's comparable capabilities, Yi Xian found himself at a temporary impasse. Nevertheless, this situation did not seem to overly concern Yi Xian, for he knew that Luo Shihan had already expressed her feelings. She had someone she cherished, as Luo Shihan's childhood companion. Although he could not become her lover, at the very least, he could remain her friend. Such a relationship was undoubtedly a favorable outcome for Yi Xian. "You need not pursue me. I already have someone I adore." Luo Shihan regarded Dong Cheng with impatience, her tone frosty. Dong Cheng was momentarily stunned, clearly caught off guard. After all, in his mind, how could a woman as striking as Luo Shihan possibly have affections for another? Moreover, if she did, why had he never encountered this person by her side? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Dong Cheng slowly spoke. "Luo Shihan, if you are merely fabricating this lie to reject me." He paused, a bitter smile crossing his face, before continuing, "Am I truly so unworthy?" He fought to suppress the discomfort swelling within him, for he had never endured such a blow. Throughout his life, he had always been perceived as the exemplary child, akin to a protagonist basking in glory. Yet now, in the face of Luo Shihan's rejection, he felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. That moment, a man in a black suit approached Dong Cheng and whispered a few words into his ear. Instantly, Dong Cheng's expression shifted from self-doubt and disappointment to calmness. Even wearing a faint smile, that he looked up at Luo Shihan, his tone becoming notably gentler. "Luo Shihan, it seems the person you favor is merely an ordinary individual." Chapter 40. The awkward Dong Cheng at this moment. A sly smile crept onto Dong Cheng's lips, that he asked for why his demeanor had shifted so abruptly. It was because his assistant had just informed him that Luo Shihan indeed had someone she favored. It was often seen that she would lean on a certain boy's arm or walk closely beside him at Xinjiang University, their relationship appearing quite intimate. The identity of this boy had been thoroughly investigated by his assistant. He was an exceptional student who had transferred from a new city, hailing from a modest background. However, earlier this year, he had won the lottery, purchasing an apartment near Xinjiang University and boasting savings of 2 million. While $1 million may seem substantial to the average person, to those of their affluent lineage, it was merely the cost of a toy car. This boy, being someone with a close relationship to Luo Shihan, was undoubtedly present at the scene. Yet, he had not shown up since Dong Cheng's declaration, which sufficiently indicated that he was merely a timid and weak ordinary person. Dong Cheng silently mused, "Just a poor student. What is there to fear? Perhaps with a casual toss of a few million, he will scurry away. At that point, Luo Shihan will surely be heartbroken, and I can seize the opportunity to offer her warmth and comfort. In doing so, she may develop a sense of reliance on me, even falling into my embrace. When that time comes, the formidable Luo Corporation behind her will undoubtedly serve as a solid foundation for my ascent to the ranks of the world's wealthiest." With this thought, Dong Cheng could not help but emit a sinister laugh, reminiscent of a night owl's call, sending shivers down the spines of those around him. They cast puzzled glances, but he paid them no mind. Laughing even more maniacally, Luo Shihan furrowed her brow, already harboring distaste for the man before her. Hearing his peculiar laughter only intensified her aversion. Her eyes reflected deep disdain, unable to be concealed, prompting her to step back several paces to maintain her distance from him. Luo Shi's own eyes mirrored her disgust as she quietly remarked, "Ego, this person." Dong Cheng's assistant and secretary, witnessing their boss's sudden descent into madness, were taken aback and hurriedly approached to pat his shoulder. "Mr. Cheng." Dong Cheng finally ceased his laughter, turning to his subordinates with a satisfied smile adorning his face. He gently patted their shoulders, praising Assistant Huang, "Splendid work." Upon hearing this, Assistant Huang felt an overwhelming joy welling up within him. After all, if this matter were successfully resolved, it might just lead to a salary increase for him. With this thought, his previously burdensome mood transformed into one of exhilaration. He swiftly retrieved a photograph from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Dong Cheng, stating, "President Cheng, this is a picture of the person Miss Luo fancies." Dong Chung accepted the photograph, scrutinizing the visage within it at a first glance. He was irresistibly captivated. Tio described the handsomeness of that face. In a single word would be stunning. 3 words would suffice to say it was absolutely breathtaking. The image, undoubtedly captured with a high-quality camera, bore no flaws, leaving one in sheer astonishment. Even as a man, he couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary handsomeness of the face. It was clear that this pretty boy had won Luo Shihan's favor for a reason. Yet, what significance did that hold? It was merely superficial charm. Luo Shihan observed Dong Chung, who oscillated between normalcy and foolish laughter. Her heart brimming with confusion. She couldn't help but remind him, "Today is my birthday. What's wrong with you? Dong Chung, are you seriously unwell? If you require treatment, I'll cover the expenses. How does that sound?" Even Dong Cheng's father shook his head in disbelief. Having initially thought his son could win the affection of the Luo family's daughter, only to find him reduced to a subject of ridicule. Dong Chung ignored the peculiar gazes of others. Turning to search behind him, unexpectedly, amidst the throng, he spotted a remarkable scene. 2 stunning young women, equally as striking as Luo Shihan, were seated beside the young man, indicating that the 3 were acquainted. Such exquisite beauties were unfamiliar to him. Yet he suddenly felt an odd sense of familiarity, but he glanced again, his jaw dropping in astonishment. These 2 young ladies were none other than the daughters of families that stood shoulder to shoulder with the Luo family. Both members of the Fortune Global 500, it seemed their attention was solely on one individual, and that person was Mo Jiang. Dong Chung was astounded, for these 2 girls were cherished treasures of their respective families. Rarely seen at such gatherings, let alone in the company of a man. Yet here they were, seated beside a man, which took Dong Chung by surprise. Had he thought earlier that the young man merely relied on his looks to capture Luo Shihan's affection, the reality now appeared far more complex. After all, to simultaneously attract the admiration of 2 other daughters of prominent families, one could say he possessed some skill. What he had presumed to be a timid character had transformed him into the one who appeared foolish. Meanwhile, Luo, she had also noticed Mo Jiang behind her. Her gaze naturally fell upon Kai Yunjing and Lin Yue flanking Mo Jiang, that a flicker of dissatisfaction surged within her, her lips pouting slightly. Umph. What a despicable man, a real pig hoof. Just as my cousin said, he's a scoundrel. How infuriating it is that such a face belongs to such a wretch. I wish to tie him up and train him to be my little dog. However, as this thought crossed her mind, Luo Shi's mind suddenly conjured the image of Luo Shihan, and she quickly shook her head, murmuring to herself, "No, Mo Jiang is my cousin's crush. I cannot do that." Beside her, Yixian noticed Luo Shi's unusual demeanor and inquired with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, it's nothing, Ego." Upon hearing Yixian's voice, Luo Shi's heart raced, akin to a cat caught in the act of stealing. Her cheeks flushing as she swiftly averted her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, Yixian, bewildered, stared at Luo Shi, completely perplexed by her sudden reaction. His curiosity piqued, he turned in the direction Luo Shi had just looked away from, coincidentally spotting Mo Jiang. Seeing Mo Jiang surrounded by 2 beautiful women, Yixian couldn't help but mutter in astonishment that Mo Jiang truly is impressive, a role model for our generation. On the other hand, Dong Chung shook his head helplessly, redirecting his gaze to Luo Shihan, and earnestly professed, "Luo Shihan, I genuinely like you. Is there truly no chance for me?" Without hesitation, Luo Shihan replied, "None. Did I already have someone I like?" She fixed Dong Chung with a resolute gaze and continued, "Moreover, young Master Dong, are you not aware that trying to steal someone else's partner is a most despicable act?" Her words struck Dong Chung like a dagger to the heart, leaving him flushed with indignation. However, upon noticing Luo Shihan's father standing nearby, he deflated like a punctured balloon, becoming listless. Chapter 41. Consumed by the author, Luo's father regarded Dong Chung with an air of coldness and discontent, stating, "Dong, since my daughter Luo Shihan does not harbor feelings for you, it is best you cease your pursuit. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Why cling to them?" His tone was grave, imbued with a sense of finality. Upon hearing this, Dong Cheng's complexion drained of color, his body trembling slightly, his eyes filled with despair and resignation. He gritted his teeth, stifling the anguish within, and replied, "Understood, Uncle Luo." His voice was low and hoarse. As if all hope had been extinguished, after taking a deep breath to steady himself, he slowly adjusted his attire, attempting to regain his former poise, yet the turmoil within him was impossible to conceal. He turned and quietly walked towards his father's side, his steps heavy and devoid of strength. As he passed Mo Jiang, he couldn't resist glancing over, his gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions, both reluctance and envy. At that moment, Mo Jiang happened to look at Dong Chung, and their eyes met, creating an instant, subtle tension in the AI or no matter your abilities, you are still just an ordinary person. Dong Chung murmured softly, barely audible to himself, that a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, a hint of disdain directed at Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang, hearing Dong Cheng's words, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It seemed he had unknowingly provoked someone, yet he could not fathom why. Furrowing his brow, he fell into contemplation, striving to grasp the motive behind Dong Cheng's behavior. Once this farce concluded, the subsequent proceedings resumed normally. The banquet commenced at 6 in the evening and continued until 10:30 at night. The grand hall was filled with an atmosphere of joy and excitement. Luxury vehicles departed from the parking lot in succession. While during this time, Luo Shirhan accompanied her father, mingling with various entrepreneurs and discussing potential collaborations. After all, her father intended to groom her as a successor. During this interval, Qing Yi sought out Mo Jiang. Just as Qing Yi found Mo Jiang, the latter's eyes lit up, for the two women beside him felt like volatile powder kegs ready to explode. That moment, he desperately needed Qing Yi to help him escape their grasp. However, as Qing Yi approached Mo Jiang, the two women's expressions instantly turned vigilant. I think I have something to discuss with Mo Jiang. Qing Yi scratched his head, noticing the pleading look in Mo Jiang's eyes. Lin Yuer, crossing her legs and wearing a teasing smile, inquired, "What is it?" Qing Yi, feeling slightly awkward, scratched his head again, attempting to explain. "This is about..." Before Qing Yi could finish, Kai Yunjing interrupted him coldly, asserting, "Don't think I don't know what Mo Jiang is up to. He is not going anywhere." Upon hearing Kai Yunjing's words, Mo Jiang's heart raced, and he quickly interjected, "Yunjing, who knows? Qing Yi might really have something important to discuss with me." Yet Kai Yunjing resolutely replied no. She was evidently aware of Mo Jiang's intentions and would not easily let him go. Qing Yi, witnessing the deadly stares from the two women, felt a shiver run down his spine. He simply couldn't withstand the pressure and turned to Mo Jiang, conveying with his eyes, "Brother, good luck." With that, he resignedly told the two women, "Actually, it's not that important. I'll just take my leave." Without looking back, he fled the scene. As he walked away, he glanced back at Mo Jiang, a twinge of sympathy swelling within him. But feeling powerless, he quickened his pace to leave. Mo Jiang stood there, dazed, wearing an innocent expression, inwardly lamenting his plight. At this moment, the banquet was drawing to a close, and only a few staff members remained, busy tidying up the venue. Mo Jiang glanced nervously at the two enchanting ladies beside him and weakly stated, I need to head home." Upon hearing these words, Kai Yunjing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly exclaimed, "Shall I give you a ride?" Internally, she rejoiced, thinking she had finally seized a splendid opportunity to spend time alone with Mo Jiang. Meanwhile, Lin Yuer frowned, a flicker of discontent flashing in her eyes. For days, Kai Yunjing had been troubled by how to capture Mo Jiang's attention under the watchful eyes of other women, and now the moment had finally arrived. She intended to take this chance to escort Mo Jiang home, hoping to slip through the door together. After all, the proximity of a lone man and woman in a confined space often leads to unforeseen circumstances. "Kai Yunjing, I can hear your schemes even from the land of cherry blossoms. I might as well take Mo Jiang home myself," Lin Yuer remarked, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "Fear not. Until I have captured his heart, I shall not devour him." She winked at Kai Yunjing, then turned her gaze towards Mo Jiang. "Right, Mo Jiang?" Lin Yuer's smile sent a chill down Mo Jiang's spine, as the memories of being imprisoned and subjected to electric shocks still haunted him, but he hastily shook his head in refusal. Just as the two women began to argue, Qingye approached, accompanied by Enrua. Seeing Qingye was akin to spotting a lifeline, Mo Jiang darted behind her in a few quick steps. Qingye, observing this, suggested, "Mo Jiang arrived in my car. Why not let me take her home?" "Indeed, senior sisters. Let Qingye escort Senior Mo Jiang home," and Ruo chimed in. "Yes, this bickering is futile. Let Yi Qing take me home," Mo Jiang quickly interjected. Internally, he lamented the difficulty of dealing with these two, gazing at the hesitant women. He silently prayed, "Please, let this argument cease, or I shall be doomed." He genuinely wished for neither of them to accompany him home, as it could lead to unwanted surveillance. The dire consequences of anyone discovering his cohabitation with Su Yao were simply unimaginable. Just as he was consumed by these thoughts, Luo Shihan approached, her gaze chillingly intense, that in a frigid tone. She declared, "Mo Jiang cannot leave today, and not even Jesus can prevent it." Her voice, sharp as ice, sent shivers through the crowd. Then, fixing her unwavering gaze upon Mo Jiang, she thundered, "Today is my birthday. Grant me this favor." Finally, she slowly inquired, "Mo Jiang, do you agree?" At that moment, the avarice and desire in Luo Shihan's eyes could no longer be concealed as they burned fiercely upon Mo Jiang. She was impatient, eager to possess him immediately. The fire in her gaze was akin to a blazing inferno, intense and fervent. Yes, tonight she would claim Mo Jiang for herself. She had waited far too long in her past life for this moment, and she certainly would not allow it to slip away. Upon hearing this, Cai Yunjing immediately expressed her discontent, her brows furrowing in anger as she protested. "No way. Why should it be so? It must be so. For this is my domain," Luo Shihan replied coldly, her tone as frigid as her demeanor. Cai Yunjing fumed, stamping her foot in frustration, yet she found herself powerless against Luo Shihan's resolve to end this tense standoff among the three women. Mo Jiang felt utterly bewildered, realizing he could not withstand the wrath of any of them. Seeing Mo Jiang's hesitation, Cai Yunjing urgently urged, "Mo Jiang, just say the word, and I will whisk you away. Luo Shihan wouldn't dare to harm you." But Mo Jiang hesitated, his voice barely audible, akin to a whispered no. The three women chorused in perfect unison, startling Mo Jiang into retreat. Observing the escalating tension, Qingye swiftly grasped Ruo's hand and led her away from the scene. Outside the parking lot, and Ruo appeared puzzled and concerned as she questioned Qingye. "Qingye, Mo Jiang is your good friend. Are you truly going to abandon him?" Qingye scratched her head, unsure how to clarify the situation to Ruo. Inside, "Oh, Ruo, you just don't understand." She continued, "This is a predicament of Mo Jiang's own making, one that he must confront and resolve himself. Say, brother, I've already done my utmost to assist him. It's best we let him handle it now." Reassuring Ruo, she added, "Rest assured, Ruo, those three girls are quite fond of Mo Jiang. They won't resort to any extreme actions or thoughts that don't worry too much." Finally, Qingye suggested, "How about I take you home first?" After a moment's hesitation, Ruo turned to glance back, still troubled but ultimately acquiescing to Qingye's proposal, softly responding, "All right then." At that moment, the sight of Mo Jiang entangled with the three women drew the attention of numerous onlookers, who found the scene both amusing and lively. Particularly, the younger gentleman envied Mo Jiang, perceiving him as the protagonist of an internet novel, surrounded and pursued fervently by three beautiful maidens. The sensation of being encircled by such lovely ladies was indeed enviable. "Hey, Luo Shihan, is it really necessary to resort to threats?" Cai Yunjing protested indignantly, feeling uncomfortable with Luo Shihan's excessive tactics. However, Luo Shihan paid her no mind, her focus solely on Mo Jiang, as she firmly insisted, "Do not waver." Her tone grew more severe. Otherwise, before she could finish, she suddenly produced a pair of pliers from her clothing, brandishing them behind her back. This startling action sent shockwaves through Mo Jiang, intensifying the atmosphere. Then, with an icy glare, she addressed Mo Jiang, "You still owe me a finger. If you choose to stay, it won't be necessary." Lastly, she softly asked, "So, what will it be?" At this moment, a cadre of men in black appeared, swiftly encircling the group. Yet Luo Shihan remained composed, a faint smile gracing her lips, though her eyes radiated an unassailable authority as she silently observed the unfolding events. Just then, Lin Yuer blinked her lively eyes, breaking the silence with a gentle smile. "You may not take him, but I have a request." Upon hearing this, Luo Shihan's expression shifted slightly, her interest piqued. She regarded Lin Yuer with curiosity, inquiring, "What is your request?" Sensing that Luo Shihan was finally responsive, Lin Yuer felt a surge of triumph and quickly proposed, "Renounce your monopoly and oppression of the Lin Group's resources. How about that?" Although Luo Shihan's pressure on the Lin Group was not fatal, It was as bothersome as a cockroach. Luo Shirhan pondered for a moment, a slight smile forming on her lips as she replied, "Very well, I accept your terms." She then turned to her father, softly instructing, "Father, please lift all restrictions and resource monopolies on the Lin group." That Luo's father, unfazed, merely smiled and nodded, then picked up his phone to make a call that he felt no misgivings, knowing he had only one daughter. And naturally, he could not allow her to suffer. Furthermore, he had already devised alternative plans. Should Mo Jiang dare to reject his precious daughter, he would employ more forceful measures. He envisioned that if Mo Jiang spurned Luo Shirhan, he would not hesitate to have him bound and unceremoniously tossed into Luo Shirhan's room, to see if he dared to resist. Meanwhile, Lin Yue recognized that prolonging this conflict was futile. With a playful tilt of her head, she cast a teasing glance at Mo Jiang, sweetly saying, "Mo Jiang, it seems I cannot take you away, but rest assured, I will miss you." With that, she waved her hand elegantly and exited through the door without a backward glance. Luo Shirhan, observing this, opted not to comment further, merely watching the events unfold. She turned her gaze towards Kai Yunjing, calmly inquiring, "And you?" Kai Yunjing clenched her teeth, her expression grave as she resolutely replied, "Absolutely not. I will not let go." Her voice was imbued with a hint of resolve and determination. Luo Shirhan's gaze gradually grew frenzied, her laughter sending chills down one's spine. "Kai Yunjing, do you think I hesitate to take action against you?" Her tone was laden with menace. Kai Yunjing scoffed derisively, retorting, "If you have the courage, go ahead and try." Her expression exuded a sense of provocation. "Ha, splendid." Luo Shirhan's laughter became ever more maniacal, as if she had completely lost her sanity. At that moment, Mo Jiang felt as though his head might split open. He had not anticipated that these two women would confront one another with such ferocity, as if prepared for a life-and-death struggle. He hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. "Let us discuss this calmly," he began, but before he could finish, he was interrupted in unison by the two women. "Step aside. You have no say in this." They shouted in perfect harmony, their gazes radiating an undeniable authority. Mo Jiang sighed in resignation, aware that further persuasion would be futile at this juncture. Thus, he quietly retreated to the side. "Stand obediently here and serve me tonight." Luo Shirhan suddenly instructed Mo Jiang, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Feeling as though his cheeks were ablaze, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide himself, to escape the embarrassment of being seen like this. "What a ridiculous notion, Luo Shirhan. You think you can monopolize Mo Jiang?" Kai Yunjing's fury erupted upon hearing Luo Shirhan's words, her voice filled with indignation and dissatisfaction. As if deeply insulted, Luo Shirhan offered no reply, merely curling her lips into a smug smile. With a delicate wave of her hand, she initiated a sudden turn of events that left Kai Yunjing momentarily stunned. Before she could react, a figure clad in black appeared behind her, swiftly drawing a knife, an ethereal energy coalescing around his arm, which he unleashed in a flash towards her. This translucent energy sliced through the air like lightning, striking Kai Yunjing's neck and shoulder in the blink of an eye. For reasons unknown, this mysterious force seemed to possess a peculiar power, causing Kai Yunjing to lose consciousness instantly, her body collapsing limply to the ground. Mo Jiang, witnessing this, felt a surge of alarm and rushed forward to assess the situation, concernedly asking, "Luo Shirhan, is she all right?" However, Luo Shirhan appeared remarkably composed, casually waving her hand as she replied, "Rest assured, this woman has merely fainted. She is the daughter of the Kai family. She will suffer no lasting harm." And no sooner had she spoken than she gestured for the black-clad figure to approach. "Sir," the man addressed her respectfully, standing before Luo Shirhan, "please escort Miss Kai back to her home. Additionally, convey my apologies to the head of the Kai family and inform him that we have agreed to the collaboration scheduled for the day after tomorrow." Luo Shirhan instructed with a calm demeanor. "Understood, miss," the man replied. He then approached Kai Yunjing's side, addressing Mo Jiang, "Greetings, sir. Kindly step aside. But fret not, I will ensure Miss Kai's safe return home." Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang finally relinquished his hold on Kai Yunjing's arm. This scene caused the surrounding staff to exchange glances. Their curiosity piqued as they speculated about the identities and relationships of these individuals. Yet the extraordinary display of the black-clad man's prowess left them in awe. They couldn't help but draw parallels to the narratives of novels, wondering if such martial artists truly existed in reality. That it was simply astounding. Some even pulled out their phones to capture the moment, knowing full well that if this footage made its way online, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. Especially given the scandal of this high-society conflict over a person, it was bound to be headline news. Many among them ignited with a fervor for gossip. Luo Shirhan surveyed the crowd of nearly 100 staff members, her expression tinged with displeasure and disdain. She sternly declared, "None of you are to speak of today's events. Should anyone dare to leak this, they shall face the consequences." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in understanding. She continued, "Furthermore, anyone who recorded footage or took photographs must delete them immediately and report to the front desk for inspection. If all is in order, each of you will receive a compensation of 500 yuan. My goodness." At the prospect of monetary reward, the staff immediately sprang to life, rushing to the front desk to delete any recordings they had made. Truly, this was the extravagance of the elite, overflowing with wealth. Those who had missed the chance to capture footage lamented their misfortune, smacking their thighs in regret at losing this easy opportunity to earn 500 yuan. Nevertheless, they dared not publicize the incident, well aware of the power and influence of the affluent. Even if they had not personally experienced this moment, Luo Shirhan observed that the situation had been sufficiently managed. Her gaze gradually shifting toward Mo Jiang, her eyes brimming with an intense mix of obsession and affection, almost as if they might overflow. She approached him step by step, emitting an eerie laughter. This laughter instilled a sense of dread in Mo Jiang, prompting him to instinctively step back. However, Luo Shirhan abruptly halted, coldly stating, "If you dare retreat any further, you shall lose a finger." This statement struck like a thunderclap, rendering Mo Jiang immobile. Fully aware that Luo Shirhan was not jesting, that he quickly steadied himself, feigning calmness while beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Luo Shirhan stepped closer, slightly bending down, her delicate hand caressing Mo Jiang's face with tenderness, her gaze fixed upon him as if admiring a rare work of art. Her fingers brushed against his cheek, feeling his warmth and texture. Her face alight with a gentle smile. "All right, my dear, it's quite late now. Let us return home together," Luo Shirhan murmured softly, her voice melodious and enchanting. That Luo's father observed this intimate scene, a smile of contentment gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief. That he smiled at Luo Shirhan, saying, "Honor, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart, leaving Mo Jiang and Luo Shirhan alone. "Yes, all right, father," Luo Shirhan replied, then turned her attention back to Mo Jiang. She extended her arms, gently wrapping them around his, guiding him toward the second floor. Then Mo Jiang attempted to break free, but Luo Shirhan's grip was surprisingly strong, rendering the towering man powerless against her hold. Sensing the movement of Mo Jiang's arms, a flicker of displeasure crossed Luo Shirhan's eyes. She halted, turning her head to shoot him a warning glance, softly admonishing, "Do not move." This statement rendered Mo Jiang instantly compliant, his urge to resist extinguished. Meanwhile, in another location, a mouse-like figure hovering in the air, munching on spicy strips in a cyber safe, observed a man playing a game. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him, an ominous premonition stirring within. "How strange! Why do I feel this foreboding?" The mouse pondered, furrowing its brow, murmuring to itself. Note: dear readers, the second chapter should be completed by 2 o'clock. The second chapter will officially begin its verification period on the first day at 2 o'clock. Please encourage me with more comments. It greatly aids my future performance and serves as my motivation to continue writing. Chapter 44. The World in Chaos. Luo Shirhan led Mo Jiang into the room, which was none other than the presidential suite, extravagantly adorned. She pulled Mo Jiang onto the bed and tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, passionately kissing him. Then Mo Jiang found himself with no opportunity to evade, as Luo Shirhan's agile tongue swiftly breached his defenses, entangling with his fervent embrace. Luo Shirhan's assertiveness and dominance left Mo Jiang utterly astounded, his mind blanking in an instant. This moment, he resolved to cease resisting. Since escape was futile, he might as well relish the experience. Moreover, Luo Shirhan, as a commanding and alluring beauty, was undeniably the object of desire for men around the globe. Disregarding her temperament, with this thought, a notion flickered in Mo Jiang's mind. Perhaps accepting her would not be such a bad thing after all. Thus, he gradually closed his eyes, relinquishing his struggling hands, willingly submitting to Luo Shihan's whims. Luo Shihan, sensing Mo Jiang's newfound compliance, a smirk of triumph graced her lips. She leaned closer to his ear, softly blowing a breath and whispering, so obedient. Meanwhile, the mouse and the cybersif felt an intensifying sense of foreboding. Pondering, logically speaking, these three women would not so easily relinquish Mo Jiang. Could something unforeseen have transpired? The mouse dared not delay, swiftly waving its tiny paw to tear open a rift in the air. Plunging through the void without hesitation, if Mo Jiang truly faced peril, the eldest sister would undoubtedly be unforgiving. Upon contemplating the dire consequences, the mouseman hastily quickened its pace. Soon after, it successfully pinpointed the location of Mo Jiang. Emerging from the spatial rift and hovering within the room, it chanced upon the sight of Luo Shihan tenderly kissing Mo Jiang's lips, a passionate embrace that lingered for 2 to 3 minutes before she reluctantly released him. Subsequently, Luo Shihan began to slowly shed her garments that Mo Jiang's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the unfolding scene, as blood surged uncontrollably from his nose. Meanwhile, his lower body unexpectedly unfurled like a small umbrella, unmistakably indicating that little Mo Jiang had risen to attention. The mouseman, designated 9527, felt a jolt of alarm surge through it, silently lamenting the situation. This was undeniably a moment of igniting kindling into a roaring blaze. If events were allowed to progress unchecked, it was highly probable that Mo Jiang would become inextricably entangled with this woman. Without a moment to lose, 9527 pointed its tiny paw at Mo Jiang, forcefully invoking a spell, its little claws waving frantically to unleash a sphere of pale blue energy. The two individuals, previously enraptured in a haze of intimacy, succumbed to slumber in an instant at that moment. Luo Shihan had already discarded most of her attire, leaving only her intimate garments. The mouseman hurriedly cast a spell to help her reclothe, delicately placing her upon the bed, observing the peacefully sleeping Luo Shihan. It shook its head in exasperation, lamenting the intricacies of human emotions. Turning its gaze toward Mo Jiang, it muttered in complaint, "You, my dear fellow, are truly a source of vexation. You had vowed to steer clear of such women and live a tranquil life. Yet here you are, embroiled in a whirlwind of trouble. Now it falls upon me to clean up your mess." As 9527 spoke, it once more invoked its magic, aiming to transport Mo Jiang elsewhere. However, as it channeled its spell, enveloping Mo Jiang in blue light, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. Suddenly, 9527 sensed a peculiar shift in the surrounding atmosphere, as an invisible force surged forth, disrupting its incantation. The powerful wave, akin to a tumultuous torrent, shattered the blue radiance, encasing Mo Jiang into fragments. Attempting to halt its spellcasting, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Mo Jiang vanished without a trace, as though he had never existed in this world, leaving not even the faintest sign of his presence. "Oh no, this is disastrous. How could he simply disappear?" exclaimed 9527 in shock. "Crap, he truly is gone." The sudden turn of events left 9527 in a state of panic, frantically clutching its head and pacing back and forth, muttering, "This is the end. If my sister finds out, she will undoubtedly flay me alive." Wait, a solution has come to mind. Although Mo Jiang was once my host, I still retain some information about him. While this information may not be comprehensive, it should at least ensure his safety. Thus, 9527 quickly extended its paw, concentrating to form a crystal in its palm. This crystal was a manifestation of Mo Jiang's soul. Should he perish, the crystal would naturally dissipate. Phew, thank goodness he is still alive. 9527 sighed in relief. Alas, I have much to do. I must scour the world to locate this fellow. Moreover, given his striking good looks, I wonder if he will still be a virgin upon my return. Sighing in resignation, 9527 felt utterly unfortunate about this mission. With no other option, it resigned itself to report back that on a private island, a stunning woman with fiery red hair lounged in a swivel chair. Her legs crossed elegantly, Her skin was as pale as snow, translucent and delicate like mutton fat jade. Her hair blazed like flames, exuding an irresistible allure. Tall and slender, her curves were captivating, compelling one to be utterly entranced. With long, elegant fingers, she rhythmically tapped the armrest of her chair, a cigar resting between her lips, her eyes languidly observing the hovering mouseman. "How goes the task I assigned you?" the red-haired beauty inquired coldly. Her voice imbued with authority. Though it was merely a routine question, it sent beads of sweat cascading down 9527's brow. "Double sister," it stuttered, involuntarily trembling that Mo Jiang had nearly engaged in. With Luo Shirhan, just moments ago, when suddenly the steel chair's armrest was crushed to smithereens. Startled, 9527 immediately shielded its head, too frightened to meet the gaze of the woman before it. "So, did it happen?" "No, I managed to intervene," it replied, quivering in fear. "Wah, this woman is terrifying." 9527 felt like the most ineffectual system in existence, utterly at the mercy of a mere native heroine, and it was powerless to defend itself. Not bad. And then, upon hearing that Mo Jiang was still intact, her previously dark mood lightened slightly. "Sister, I don't know if you've noticed, but the energy in this realm has been quite unusual." Qin Yao paused for a moment before responding. "Indeed, the resurgence of spiritual energy in this world has accelerated compared to my previous life." It should be beginning. Chapter 45, The Falling Point, Sakura Country. "Indeed, sister," 9527 replied, but then hesitated. "I have some bad news." The once cheerful Qin Yao's demeanor shifted to one of fury upon hearing these words, her eyes flashing crimson. "You best clarify this for me. Due to the anomaly in this realm's energy, I was meant to transport Mo Jiang here. But what?" Qin Yao's expression remained impassive, yet a faint crimson energy orb began to coalesce in her palm. The transportation failed. He vanished. As soon as 9527 finished speaking, Qin Yao sprang to her feet, planting a foot on the table before unleashing the pale, red energy orb directly at 9527's sister. "Although Mo Jiang is missing, I possess the crystal of his soul, indicating he is still alive," 9527 exclaimed, swiftly shutting its eyes and silently praying. "I hope to evade disaster this time." Moments later, the scorching energy orb did not strike as anticipated, and 9527 cautiously opened its eyes to find the terrifying sphere hovering just a centimeter away. "Phew," it exhaled in relief, but then couldn't help but whimper. "Wah, this woman is far too formidable. How can she be so powerful? I'm just a pitiful little system." At that moment, Qin Yao abruptly retracted the energy orb and coldly commanded, "Show me the crystal." Hearing this, 9527 quickly extended its paw, revealing a crystalline orb that floated in midair. Qin Yao scrutinized the crystal before speaking slowly. As it stands, the glow of this crystal has not diminished significantly, indicating that Mo Jiang remains safe and is still within this realm, that we simply need to continue our search. We will surely locate him. Afterward, she cast a stern glance at 9527, admonishing, "I never expected you, as a system, to fail at such a simple task." 9527 felt a wave of indignation rise within, yet it dared not retort, opting instead to simmer in silent frustration. "Stop dawdling. Hurry up and find Mo Jiang, or you will face dire consequences." Qin Yao urged that. "Of course, sister, I understand," 9527 replied hastily. However, the next moment, Qin Yao delivered a forceful kick, sending 9527 hurtling out of the room. "That do not return until you find Mo Jiang." In Sakura Country, in Tianfeng Town, suddenly, a tempest arose 2 meters above the ground, as though an invisible hand were tearing through space. Moments later, a pitch-black void was rent open, and a shadow plummeted from the chasm, crashing to the ground with a thud. It appeared to have landed headfirst, the violent impact causing the already semi-conscious body to plunge back into unconsciousness. Perhaps due to the late hour, the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any passers-by. The area was overgrown with wild grass, a sanctuary for various wildlife. Yet, the figure was enveloped in a faint blue energy field, imperceptible to human eyes but clearly visible to animals, deterring any wild dogs or snakes from approaching. As time passed, the sun gradually rose, roosters began to crow, and the sky transitioned from darkness to light. After an indeterminate period, a lovely young girl pedaled a dilapidated bicycle past the area, humming a cheerful tune. her spirits high as she rode by the fields. She greeted the hard-working farmers. "Hey, Uncle Yamamoto, good morning." The middle-aged farmer, engrossed in his labor, paused to turn and face her, smiling in return. "Ha, Yuko. Good morning. You seem to be in a splendid mood today." That a gentle breeze caressed the air, lifting the strands of hair of the young maiden, rendering her exceptionally beautiful and enchanting. The girl pedaled her bicycle onward, traversing the rustic road, reveling in the fresh air and serene atmosphere. As she rode alongside the forested path, she suddenly noticed a dark figure lying on the ground not far ahead. With a hint of uncertainty, she rubbed her eyes and, upon closer inspection, confirmed that it indeed resembled a human silhouette. That a wave of concern washed over her, prompting her to hasten her pace and approach the figure, bringing her bicycle to a halt beside it. Upon closer examination, she was astonished to find a young man clad in a white shirt lying there. His body bore no visible wounds, save for some bloodstains in his hair, suggesting he had sustained a head injury from a fall. However, what captivated the girl's attention the most was not his injuries, but rather his striking appearance. The young man possessed a perfectly proportioned physique, with well-defined muscles that exuded an aura of health and vitality. Yet it was his face that held the maiden's gaze, handsome beyond compare. His features were finely chiseled, with sharp contours, arched brows, and bright eyes. A high nose that seemed to conceal boundless mystery and allured. To describe him in a single word would be handsome. In 2 words, handsomely absurd. One might even venture to say he surpassed the star she had seen on television. At that moment, the girl felt her cheeks flush, her mind racing with impure thoughts, and vivid scenes from romantic dramas began to dance in her memory. Tales of young maidens rescuing wounded protagonists and ultimately falling in love. Oh dear, how could she entertain such notions? "Yuko, you are a respectable young lady." She vigorously shook her head, striving to dispel her fanciful thoughts. Then, she crouched down, cautiously placing her delicate hand near the young man's nostrils, feeling a faint breath, confirming he was still alive. Oddly enough, there were no traces of wildlife around the man, which perplexed Yuko. After all, this area was known for its nocturnal animal activity, and there should have been some signs of their presence. Yet, Yuko did not dwell on this anomaly. Instead, she swiftly grabbed her phone and dialed her family in a house adorned with traditional Japanese aesthetics. A doctor gently set down his stethoscope and retrieved several prescriptions from a nearby toolbox, smiling at Yuko and the middle-aged woman beside her. "This young man is not in serious condition. That if he takes this medication regularly and rests for a while, he will recover," he assured them. Yuko beamed with gratitude, her eyes sparkling. "Thank you, Dr. Makuen." The doctor waved his hand dismissively, responding kindly, "It's nothing, it's my duty." Having said that, he packed away his instruments and exited the room. Yuko gazed at Dr. Makuen's departing figure with a sense of respect. She then slowly approached the young man, who lay there with a bandaged head, eyes tightly shut, exuding a serene and divine aura, as if he were a celestial being fallen to earth. His handsome visage held her gaze captive, stirring within her an inexplicable emotion. That Yuko's parents stood by silently, observing the scene with faint smiles of contentment. They recognized their daughter's deep fascination with the mysterious and alluring young man. Yuko's mother approached her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, speaking softly. "Yuko, although we are unaware of this man's true identity, since we have decided to save him, we must take responsibility for his care." Yuko nodded earnestly, replying, "I understand." Mother to Yuko's mother, in her 40s, scrutinized the young man's face, her cheeks slightly flushed as she found it difficult to maintain eye contact. Despite being over 40, her diligent self-care made her appear no older than a woman in her 30s. Many of her superiors at work favored her, often bestowing upon her special privileges. That Yuko's father, though somewhat puzzled, trusted his daughter's judgment and refrained from questioning further, offering a few simple reminders before departing for work with Yuko's mother. Yuko remained beside the young man, resting her chin on her hand, gazing intently at the sleeping figure, as if admiring a rare work of art. In her mind, she fantasized that the young man resembled a slumbering Prince Charming, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to redden. As time slipped by unnoticed, nearing noon, the door creaked open, admitting a rather elderly figure. The elderly man entered the room, his gaze landing on Yuko before shifting to the unconscious young man on the floor. "Yuko, who is this man?" he inquired, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the stranger lying there, full of suspicion. After a moment's contemplation, he recognized his granddaughter's character. She would not easily bring an ordinary man home unless. With a slight stoop, the elderly man ambled over to Yuko, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Yuko, is this young man your boyfriend? Yuko turned to her grandmother, slightly exasperated, rubbing her temple. Grandma, please, don't joke. I'm still so young. How could I possibly have a boyfriend? How old are you? You're already 18, not a child anymore. It's about time you found a boyfriend, the elderly woman said, her eyes gleaming with approval as she surveyed the handsome young man on the floor. Just look at him. He is quite dashing. A perfect match for my Yuko. Grandma, I really don't have a boyfriend. Please stop guessing, Yuko exclaimed, feeling a mixture of amusement and exasperation. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Is this man seriously injured? She asked, glancing at the bandaged head of the young man with concern. Thankfully, the doctor said that if he takes his medicine regularly and gets some rest, he should recover soon. Yuko replied, relieved. She then retrieved the prescribed medication and handed it to her grandmother. After you finish preparing lunch, could you help him with this? The elderly woman accepted the medicine with a nod. Smiling, of course, dear dad, I'll take care of it. You focus on looking after him. If anything comes up, just call for me. With that, she turned and busied herself in the kitchen. Yuko continued to gaze at the young man before her, his handsome features captivating her, and she felt herself falling deeper into infatuation, as if she had plunged into the throes of love. Before long, her grandmother returned with a delicate ceramic bowl, placing it beside Yuko. Make sure he drinks this while it's warm, that I've prepared lunch. Don't forget to eat when you have the chance. Now I must attend to my chores, she said. Thank you, Grandma. Yuko replied, by the way, this young man doesn't seem to be from around here. You should seize this opportunity, her grandmother added with a beaming smile before quietly exiting and gently closing the door behind her. Left alone, Yuko felt her face flush, her heart racing. She tenderly regarded the young man lying on the bed, then picked up the still boiling medicinal concoction, carefully spooning a measure and bringing it to his lips. To her surprise, the moment the liquid touched his lips, it spilled out the corners of his mouth. Oh no, how can this be? Yuko exclaimed, watching in dismay as the hard-earned medicine poured out. You can't spit it out. How will you get better? She fretted aloud. Determined, she scooped another spoonful of the herbal liquid, carefully pouring it into his mouth while swiftly covering his lips with her hand. Don't spit it out. Be a good boy and swallow. But that wasn't enough. She needed to cover his nose as well. With a spark of inspiration, she quickly pinched his nose with her other hand, ensuring he couldn't breathe and thus wouldn't expel the medicine. Despite her efforts, the young man began to thrash about in desperation, ultimately breaking free from her grasp as the bitter concoction dribbled out once more. Oh no! What do I do now? Yuko lamented, surveying the mess of herbal liquid on the floor, feeling a wave of frustration and helplessness. How could she possibly feed him? Was there truly no other option? The thought of resorting to that method caused her face to heat up, turning as red as a ripe apple. Steam seemed to rise from her head. She glanced at the young man shyly, murmuring, It's not that I want to kiss you. It's just to save you, all right? If you wake up later, you must take responsibility. With resolve, Yuko bit her lip, her cheeks aflame. Taking a deep breath, she slowly leaned in, pressing her lips to his, pouring the herbal remedy into his mouth. Da-da! Yuko blushed furiously, gasping for air as the bitter taste lingered on this occasion. The man did not expel the medicine as he had previously done. After several attempts, Yuko finally succeeded in administering an entire bowl of bitter Chinese herbal medicine into his mouth. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she wiped the remnants of the medicinal liquid from the corners of her mouth and anxiously remarked, It's so bitter. I wonder if this will diminish its efficacy. Although Yuko still tasted the lingering bitterness, she felt a hint of sweetness when she kissed the man. This unique flavor filled her with a sense of novelty and affection, prompting her to murmur, Is this the taste of a kiss? Gazing at the man, she noticed his somewhat disheveled attire, caked with dirt, her cheeks reddening further as she softly suggested, Why don't I help you change into some clothes? After all, we've already shared a kiss, and this is my first kiss, so it should be fine, right? Yuko whispered to herself, attempting to convince her own heart. Gathering her courage, she approached the wardrobe, opening its doors to reveal neatly arranged garments belonging to her father. Selecting a shirt that closely matched the man's size, she clutched it tightly in her hand. Taking a deep breath, Yuko returned to the man's side, who remained in a deep, steady slumber. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved herself, clenched her teeth, and swiftly removed all of the man's clothing. Her cheeks flared with embarrassment as she averted her gaze from his bare form, feeling an overwhelming rush of nervousness and unease. This was the first time in her 18 years that she had come into such close proximity with the body of a strange man that a wave of warmth surged through her, and her heart raced uncontrollably. The man's physique was tall and well-proportioned, with defined muscles that did not appear exaggerated. His skin was smooth and delicate, reminiscent of the finest silk. Yuko gently caressed his chest, feeling the firmness of his pectoral muscles, and found herself momentarily entranced. However, the realization of her action struck her, and she quickly withdrew her hand, her face burning with shame. Chapter 47. The Aftermath of Disappearance. Is this truly the body of a man? Her heartbeat intensified, as if it might leap from her chest. The warmth of his skin lingered in her palm, leaving her momentarily dazed. After a prolonged moment, Yuko regained her composure, her face now a deep shade of red in a flurry. She picked up her father's clothing and carefully draped it over the man's form, her movements as gentle as if handling a precious treasure. Next, she procured a tissue, dampened it, and meticulously wiped the man's face. With each light touch, her heart fluttered as if brushed by a feather. Gradually, the contours of his face became clearer, rising to her feet. Yuko's gaze traveled from his face down to his entire being. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment and admiration. Although the clothing she had chosen was merely a simple brown garment, it fit him perfectly, as if tailored specifically for him. This humble attire exuded an indescribable charm when worn by him, as though he were a natural model. His tall and elegant stature, coupled with a unique aura, compelled her to steal glances. She mused that regardless of the clothing, even the most tattered beggar's rags would radiate an extraordinary allure when adorned by this man. At the entrance of Xingchen University, a bustling throng of students came and went at a tall girl, clad in a light uniform, stood at the gate, her expression fraught with anxiety as she scanned the crowd. The prominent curves of her chest caught the attention of many male students. Yet she remained oblivious, her eyes fixated on every student emerging from the gate, as if in search of something of great importance. That as time passed, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, her gaze growing increasingly frantic. She feared missing the sight of anyone who might be the person she sought. However, despite her prolonged vigil, she still failed to spot that familiar face. Finally, unable to contain herself, the girl withdrew a photograph from her pocket, studying it intently. The image depicted a young and handsome boy, his smile radiant and warm. Taking a deep breath, she turned her eyes back to the entrance. Resolutely determined not to overlook anyone stepping through the gates, that moment, a male university student exited the gate. He noticed the girl, particularly the attention-grabbing curves of her chest, and his heart raced uncontrollably. As the girl approached him directly, his pulse quickened and a blush crept onto his face. The boy rejoiced inwardly, thinking, could it be that my luck is so fortuitous today, with such a beautiful girl approaching me? Thus, he feigned nonchalance, puffing out his chest in an attempt to appear more appealing. The girl reached him, and before she could utter a word, the boy eagerly blurted out, "Hey, beautiful, here is my WeChat." He quickly unlocked his phone and displayed a QR code. Feeling a bit bashful, he turned his head away, his mind swirling with fantasies of spending delightful moments with this enchanting girl. Yet, it was clear the girl was not there to request his WeChat. She hurriedly waved her hands, explaining, "Sorry, I'm not here for your WeChat. Have you seen this boy?" She then held up the photograph for him to see. Only then did the boy realize his misunderstanding. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, but he stammered, I don't think I've seen this person. I'm really sorry." Hastily, he lowered his head and hurriedly left the scene, internally chiding himself for his own presumptuousness. Subsequently, the girl inquired of several passers-by, but none had seen the boy. However, when she asked another girl, the latter glanced at the photograph and seemed unfazed that, if I'm not mistaken, that should be Senior Jiang. Right, the girl, realizing that the girl before her clearly recognized the person in the photograph, exclaimed, "Exactly! Do you know where he is?" The girl examined the newcomer closely, especially her prominent curves, feeling a twinge of insecurity. Senior Jiang was a renowned figure among the third-year students. All the girls on campus knew of him. What is your business with him? If you're confessing your feelings, it's probably futile. Senior Mo Jiang is currently the object of affection for both Luo Shihan and Kai Yunjing, so pursuing him would be in vain. No, it's not that I simply want to know his current whereabouts. I am a friend of his. I'm sorry, but I can't help you with that. All right, thank you. The girl, feeling a sense of despair as her leads ran dry, pondered, Mo Jiang, have you really forgotten about me? Indeed, the girl was Su Yao. Though she had been upset yesterday, after half a day, her anger had subsided, and she planned to prepare a heartfelt dinner for Mo Jiang that evening, due to her phone being on silent. She had missed his message about attending someone else's birthday party. Just when she thought her anger had dissipated, it flared up once more. Ultimately, she invited Grandma Lu and her grandson over for dinner, as Grandma Lu had always treated her well. After preparing a delightful spread of 4 dishes and soup, she realized it would be a waste not to share her cooking, so she extended the invitation. Grandma Lu's grandson was well-behaved, unlike other mischievous children, and was quite endearing that he eagerly helped with the dishes and tidied up the house. However, one particular incident made Su Yao blush, after helping to take out the trash. Grandma Lu's grandson quietly gazed at Su Yao's face. Considering the boy was only 7 or 8 years old, she paid little attention at first. It wasn't until she glanced at him that he suddenly, with determined eyes, spoke up, Sister Su Yao. Yes, what is the matter, little Lu? When I grow up, can I marry you and be your boyfriend? Su Yao's mind went blank, and her face instantly turned bright red. She had never imagined being confessed by a boy so young. Observing this, Grandma Lu hurried over to pinch her grandson's cheek, apologizing to Su Yao. I'm so sorry, little Yao. This child is just being silly. It is all right. Little Lu also recognized the ambiguity of his words and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, sister. I didn't mean it like that if you already have a boyfriend, then when I grow up, I'll find a gentle and beautiful girl like you to marry. Grandma Lu smiled and ruffled little Lu's hair, saying, That's right. Our little Lu will surely find a beautiful bride when he grows up. Su Yao also began to chuckle, yet she felt a twinge of embarrassment within her, astonished that a child could harbor such affection for her. Chapter 48. Encounter time passed, second by second, until the stroke of midnight, when the clock indicated it was past 1:1. Su Yao remained seated quietly on the living room sofa, her gaze fixed upon the serene surroundings and the empty room. A wave of indescribable melancholy surged within her, as if the entire world had turned desolate and solitary. She attempted to reach out to Mo Jiang via her phone, but whether through calls or messages, there was no response. With each beep echoing from the other end, her heart sank further, consumed by worries that Mo Jiang might truly be angry and no longer wish to communicate with her. As her mood grew increasingly heavy, she felt helpless and despondent, leaning silently against the wall, facing the doorway, embodying profound sorrow. However, regardless of how long she waited, time seemed to cruelly slip away, at last, overwhelmed by fatigue. She succumbed to the encroaching drowsiness, gently closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. When the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, Su Yao slowly opened her eyes, realizing she still leaned against the wall. Surveying her surroundings, she found the room unchanged, enveloped in an eerie silence. This signified that Mo Jiang had not returned throughout the night. The hollow sensation evoked a sense of dread within her, as if she were being consumed by endless darkness. She began to fret, fearing she might never see Mo Jiang again. All the warmth and sweetness of their time together now felt like a fleeting dream. The absence of Mo Jiang, who had not returned as she had hoped, plunged her into deep panic. Her heart was filled with confusion and unease, terrified of losing all the beautiful things she had come to cherish. If this were merely a transient dream, she would prefer to remain immersed in it, reluctant to awaken. For only in dreams could she feel that warmth and affection. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Was it true that Mo Jiang no longer held any affection for her? Having not returned for an entire night and refusing to meet her, Su Yao stood quietly in the center of the entrance of Xingchen University, gazing at the ebb and flow of the crowd. Her eyes vacant. It was not until a young man clad in light blue attire passed nearby that the stillness was disrupted. This young man, dressed in light blue, was accompanied on his left by a girl who appeared to be his girlfriend. Su Yao possessed an alluring figure, and it was likely that any passing male would be unable to resist stealing a glance. Clearly, this young man was no exception. However, after casting a couple of glances at Su Yao's ample bosom, He quickly shifted his attention to the photograph in her hand. Yet not long after, he was pinched by the girl at his side. The girl feigned a fierce demeanor and said, "Oh, Qingye, is that sister pretty? Tonight, you'll be in trouble." Upon hearing the word trouble, Qingye immediately jumped in fright, but he hurriedly clarified, "No, no, no. I merely found that the girl in the photo looked somewhat familiar, so I took a few extra glances." The girl shot him a glare and demanded, "Then tell me, what about her looks familiar?" Su Yao, having overheard the voices of the two before her, felt a flicker of hope ignite within her vacant gaze. As if she had grasped a lifeline, she hastily approached them with the image, perhaps due to her ample chest, which made her movements somewhat cumbersome, almost causing her to stumble as she hurried over. "Excuse me, have you seen the boy in this photograph?" Su Yao looked at the two with eager anticipation, cautiously extending the photo, her eyes shimmering with hope. Upon seeing this, Qingye's eyes widened, and he excitedly took the photo, examining it with great care before turning his gaze back to Su Yao. Anru, standing beside Qingye, also focused intently on the photo, scrutinizing it closely. "Qingye, I see this Mo Jiang," Anru exclaimed. Indeed, it was unmistakably Mo Jiang. "Even if he turned to dust, I would still recognize him," Qingye affirmed with conviction. Listening to their conversation, Su Yao's heart raced with exhilaration. She had finally found someone who knew Mo Jiang. Watching their familiarity with him only heightened her excitement, causing her to stutter involuntarily as she spoke. "That do you know where Mo Jiang is now?" Qingye did not rush to answer. Instead, he regarded this girl he had never seen before with a curious gaze and asked, "May I inquire about your relationship with Mo Jiang?" Su Yao felt a rush of nervousness at Qingye's question, her face flushing as she lowered her head and replied in a soft voice, I'm just a regular friend of Mo Jiang." Upon hearing this, Qingye couldn't help but reflect inwardly, marveling at the fact that Mo Jiang had managed to befriend such a beautiful girl. He continued, "You must not be a student at Xinjiang University, right? A girl of your beauty would certainly cause a stir if she were in school. I would have heard of you." Su Yao's face reddened further at his words, and she shyly admitted, I'm indeed not a student at Xinjiang University." Qingye couldn't resist teasing, "So this guy has been secretly flirting with beautiful girls behind my back. Clearly, he already has 2 school beauties vying for his attention. No. Wait, it should be 3. After all, there was also Lin Yuert." As Qingye spoke, his expression shifted to one of envy and resentment, continuing to lament, "It's truly infuriating how some people have it all." At that moment, Anru interjected, "What about you, Qingye? Shouldn't you also seek out some suitable girls?" Upon hearing this, Qingye perked up, responding with a grin, "That is not a bad idea." However, before he could finish his thought, Anru shot him a fierce glare, warning, "You're in for it tonight." "No, Anru, I know I was wrong," Qingye protested, but Anru ignored his pleas, focusing her attention back on the girl before them. She slowly spoke. "I am sorry. Although we do know Mo Jiang, we truly cannot ascertain his whereabouts at the moment." The T.O. clarify, "It's not that we don't know. Rather, no one seems to know." Upon hearing this, Su Yao's face reflected confusion as she furrowed her brow and asked, "I don't quite understand." Anru observed Su Yao's reaction and sighed inwardly before continuing to explain, "Last night, Mo Jiang attended Luo Shirhan's birthday party with us. If you inquire nearby, you should find out that Luo Shirhan is supposedly Mo Jiang's girlfriend." Su Yao nodded in acknowledgement. Anru seemed to sense Su Yao's confusion and added, "After the party, Mo Jiang was retained by Luo Shirhan." Su Yao struggled to comprehend, as it only indicated that Mo Jiang had been kept by a girl named Luo Shirhan. Why was that significant? Anru naturally noticed the expression on the girl's face and took a deep breath before stating, "Exactly, this is the part that puzzles us all. Mo Jiang vanished from the room last night." Chapter 49, yet again, consumed. Every surveillance camera within the palace was meticulously scrutinized frame by frame. Yet none could ascertain the individual's whereabouts. That it was as though he had vanished into thin air, a phenomenon quite bewildering in this scientifically advanced era. Is this really the case? Su Yao lowered her head, feeling a mix of disbelief and reluctant acceptance. Recognizing that there was no reason for them to deceive her, that a sense of relief washed over her. At least she could confirm that Mo Jiang did not harbor any ill feelings towards her, nor was he deliberately avoiding her. Just then, a voice suddenly broke the silence. "Shall we go? Let us grab a meal together." Anru looked up to see Kai Yunjing, who smiled and said, "Sure. Yunjing, by the way, have you heard anything about Mo Jiang?" As Kai Yunjing approached them, Upon hearing Anru mention Mo Jiang's name, her smile vanished instantly, replaced by an expression of sorrow and disappointment. She sighed, her tone heavy as she replied, "We haven't found him, yet we have already reviewed all the surveillance footage within a few kilometers of the palace. But still Haven T uncovered any useful leads." After speaking, she shook her head, her eyes revealing a glimmer of despair. Qingye interjected, breaking the conversation. "Yunjing, could it be possible that this entire situation is a scheme orchestrated by Luo Shihan? She likely wants to claim Mo Jiang for herself. Based on my understanding of Mo Jiang's character, this is the only explanation for his inexplicable disappearance." "Exactly," Yunjing Anru chimed in, supporting Qingye's theory. However, Kai Yunjing gently shook her head, responding firmly, "That seems unlikely. That I checked the footage from the camera at their room's door and found that Luo Shihan never left the room at all last night. She only emerged this morning, and her expression was clearly one of panic. Such a demeanor could not possibly be feigned. Moreover, the room they occupied was situated on the second floor, devoid of any hidden compartments or partitions, which indeed posed quite a conundrum. That moment, Kai Yunjing suddenly noticed a strikingly attractive girl quietly standing nearby. She turned to Enrua and inquired, "Who is she?" "Oh, she's a friend I recently made. Also here to see Senior Mo Jiang," Enrua replied. "Hello, I am looking for Mo Jiang. I have a matter to discuss." Su Yao feigned a sense of urgency as she glanced at Kai Yunjing, her eyes darting away. Unable to meet her gaze, Su Yao was acutely aware that, given her sensitive nature, there were certain things that could be said and others that should remain unspoken, particularly when confronted by this evident rival, who clearly harbored affections for Mo Jiang. It was evident from her demeanor and attire that she was not someone to be trifled with. Furthermore, Su Yao recognized that apart from her looks, she possessed no significant advantage. Engaging in direct confrontation with such an individual would be unwise, especially since her goal was to win Mo Jiang's heart, not to court trouble. Thus, Su Yao resolved to masquerade as one of Mo Jiang's admirers. Hoping to lower the other girl's defenses that as anticipated, Kai Yunjing, observing Su Yao's hesitance, did not pay much heed. After all, a boy as exceptional as Mo Jiang was never short of admirers, which was hardly surprising. Even though Su Yao was undeniably beautiful in Kai Yunjing's eyes, she was merely one among many suitors. Her rivals were limited to just a few. If she truly wished to capture Mo Jiang's heart and step into the sanctity of marriage with him, she must eliminate all competition. Just then, a sudden ring echoed from Kai Yunjing's bag. Upon checking her phone, she saw that the caller was her father, Kai Shukuan. She quickly answered the call to Jingya, "If there's nothing pressing, hurry home. I have something important to discuss with you," came her father's anxious voice from the other end. "Dad, what is going on?" Kai Yunjing asked, puzzled, for her father rarely spoke to her with such urgency. His haste suggested that something significant had occurred, perhaps even related to Mo Jiang's mysterious disappearance. "Oh, stop asking so many questions. Just get back quickly. If you delay for another 2.5 hours, it will be too late." "Understood, Dad." Kai Yunjing nodded in agreement. After hanging up, she turned to Enrua and Qingye, her expression filled with regret. "That I'm sorry, something urgent has come up at home, and I must leave. Let us reschedule our meeting." Without hesitation, she turned and strode toward a dazzling red Ferrari, the roar of its engine announcing her swift departure. Watching Kai Yunjing fade into the distance, Enrua remained silent, merely turning to Su Yao and softly asking, "Shall we go? Would you like to grab a bite?" Su Yao gently shook her head, her eyes dim and devoid of light. Whispering, "No, thank you," in that moment, she felt utterly bereft of appetite, her heart heavy with disappointment and confusion. Recognizing her state, Enrua did not press further, offering a faint smile. "All right then, we shall take our leave. Come on, Qingye." With that, they departed together. Standing alone, Su Yao remained rooted in place, as if her very soul had been stripped away, her expression vacant. Once, Mo Jiang had been a beacon of light in her shadowy existence. But now that light had vanished, plunging her into an abyss of uncertainty. Once more, as time ticked by, the sky began to drizzle lightly. Raindrops fell upon Su Yao, soaking her attire, yet she seemed oblivious, remaining in her stupor. After a considerable time, she gradually regained her senses and trudged homeward, each step heavy with weariness. That moment, the once rain-soaked sky suddenly cleared, and from it emerged a figure that would leave the onlookers below in astonishment. setting aside all else. Merely witnessing the flying sword beneath her feet would render anyone speechless. This figure held a compass in hand, frequently glancing down, her face displaying a look of exasperation as she muttered, "No way. What are the odds? I just arrived and the person has already slipped away." She shook her head in resignation, reassuring herself, "It's all right. She can't have gone far and I will catch up in no time." With that, she swiftly gestured with her fingers, performing a series of intricate movements, and in an instant her form vanished from sight. Simultaneously, a rotund figure on the rooftop fixated on an image displayed on his phone screen. His heart brimming with exhilaration, his hands trembling in disbelief at the spectacle before him, he murmured to himself, "Ha, I knew it. The cultivation tales from novels are indeed real. There truly are immortals in this world." Without a doubt, the individual captured in that photograph was the very figure who had just soared through the air. Chapter 50. What am I doing? Is this still urban life? Upon returning home, Su Yao, dragging her weary form, slowly entered the living room. The moment she stepped inside, it was as though her soul had departed. She collapsed onto the sofa, her gaze vacant and devoid of emotion. She lay there quietly, her thoughts a chaotic tangle. The future appeared murky and uncertain, leaving her unsure of how to face the days ahead. Perhaps she should try to be more optimistic. Who knows? Mo Jiang might return at any moment. This fleeting thought flickered through her mind, yet it was swiftly overshadowed by a profound sense of confusion and helplessness. Just then, an unusual sound emanated from the balcony, causing Su Yao's nerves to tighten. She quickly sat up, her gaze fixated on the direction of the balcony, that a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Mo Jiang has returned? However, she quickly dismissed the notion. They lived on the 7th floor. How could anyone possibly climb in through the balcony? Might it be a thief? The very idea sent her heart racing. Her palms grew clammy with sweat. Her pulse quickened, and in a flurry, she dashed to the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife, clutching it tightly. Though she knew this blade might not offer real protection, it at least provided a semblance of security. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and cautiously approached the balcony. With each step, she felt as though her heart would leap from her throat. That as she neared the balcony, she suddenly beheld a figure stepping out. The sight left Su Yao utterly astonished. The figure was clad in attire resembling that of a Taoist priest, wielding a long sword, radiating an aura that seemed untouched by the mundane world. Her presence enveloped the space in an air of mystery. Who are you? How did you come to my home? Su Yao stammered, her voice trembling with fear as she regarded the stranger, gripping the kitchen knife tightly. She attempted to maintain her composure, though the terror within her was unmistakable. The figure did not respond to Su Yao's query, but instead surveyed her surroundings before finally locking eyes with her. A smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as she teased, "I must say, your balcony is quite impressive. I almost couldn't manage to fly in, but thankfully, I succeeded in the end. By the way, now that we've met, I shall no longer keep you in suspense. Allow me to introduce myself." With a grand gesture, the once obscured face became crystal clear. Su Yao found herself bewildered, sensing something peculiar in the figure's tone and demeanor, almost as if she were jesting. Yet when she heard the mention of flying to arrive here, her confusion deepened. In this era, dominated by scientific reasoning, how could anyone possibly fly? Her gaze drifted once more to the sword in the figure's grasp. Could it be that this person had flown here using that very sword? The thought seemed utterly ludicrous, yet she struggled to rationalize the bizarre events unfolding before her. Countless questions flooded her mind, her imagination racing with possibilities. She was irresistibly drawn to this enigmatic visitor. Her curiosity piqued as if she were a child. Once more that moment, she noticed that the figure's face, which had previously been as indistinct as a mosaic, had now become vividly clear. The visage revealed a young woman, seemingly of a similar age to her own. I am Lu Ruyan, the chief disciple of the Yuling sect. I have come to take you under my wing at the behest of my master, Su Yao. The words were all in Chinese, yet strung together, they rendered her momentarily perplexed. What did you say? Yuling sect, what on earth is that? She then scrutinized Lu Ruyan. You don't seem much older than me. How can you be the chief disciple? Surely, your sect can't have just one disciple. This line of questioning left Lu Ruyan utterly astonished. She hadn't anticipated that Su Yao would deduce so accurately that she was the only disciple of the sect, prompting her to marvel, as expected of my future junior sister. truly wise beyond your years. Haha, you are correct. Currently, I am the sole disciple of the sect. However, should you choose to join, we will become two dead. Upon hearing these words, Su Yao looked at the other person with a blank expression. Pondering, what an eccentric sect to have only a single disciple. Can I refuse? Su Yao inquired. Why not? This is the path of cultivation. It offers immortality and the chance to enhance one's strength, freeing one from oppression. Having said this, Lu Ruoyan spread her palm, and a vivid crimson flame flickered to life, morphing into various fantastical shapes under her command. Then, with a light flick of her finger, a tiny flame shot forth like a bullet, instantly reducing a nearby potted plant to ashes. She then turned to Su Yao and asked with pride, "What do you think? Impressive, right? Once you join us, you too will master such skills. That potted plant costs 700 yuan. Will you pay via WeChat or credit card?" Su Yao replied, her expression unchanging as she gazed at the charred remains of the flower pot, her tone icy. Lu Ruoyan looked bewildered. "What? This thing costs 700 yuan? I've been with the sect for 12 years, and the old man only gave me 600. Well then, what do you want? If you don't clarify, I may have to report you for trespassing," Su Yao said, her demeanor darkening as she took a few steps back. The person before her was shrouded in mystery and wielded a long sword. If a confrontation arose, she would likely be at a disadvantage. "All right, I shall speak plainly, though you may not comprehend. Centuries ago, when spiritual energy was abundant, cultivators were prevalent, capable of absorbing and utilizing the energies of heaven and earth, achieving extraordinary feats and immortality. However, for reasons unknown, the heavenly principles waned, spiritual energy diminished, and nearly 250 years ago, it had all but vanished, leading the weakened cultivators to become mere mortals. The powerful ones retreated, clinging to the scant energy left within them. Lu Ruoyan continued, gesturing to her Taoist robe. "Our sect's leader is a formidable cultivator, once a legendary nascent soul practitioner, now confined to closed-door training, maintaining only a late-stage foundation establishment level. Nevertheless, the heavenly principles are reviving, and the resurgence of spiritual energy is merely a matter of time." She then pointed at Su Yao again, "And you, my future junior sister, with the gradual resurgence of spiritual energy, all those with spiritual roots, such as yourself, will begin to emanate spiritual aura that I found you using my spiritual compass because you possess the rare wind spiritual root." "Oh, and so?" Lu Ring gazed at Su Yao, feeling a tinge of disappointment upon realizing that Su Yao seemed unimpressed by her words. Yet, she still hoped to persuade her to join their sect. "You have no idea. With the revival of spiritual energy, this world is on the brink of transformation, likely entering an era where power reigns supreme. Perhaps enhancing your abilities through cultivation could elevate your status in society." With her chin resting on her hand, Su Yao contemplated, feeling somewhat swayed that if this individual spoke the truth, and she indeed possessed a rare wind spiritual root, then with successful cultivation, she could gain the strength and confidence to confront those women. Currently, she had no advantage in vying for Mo Jiang. If cultivation could indeed enhance her, this might be a pivotal opportunity to alter her fate. After much deliberation, Su Yao looked earnestly at Lu Ruoyan and declared, "I agree." Her voice was resolute and powerful, as if she had made a significant decision. Just as Lu Ruoyan felt despair creeping in, preparing to hand over her meager funds, she suddenly froze. "What? You agree?" Lu Ruoyan turned, puzzled, gazing at Su Yao to confirm, and no matter how she had previously urged, this girl had remained indifferent. Why the sudden change of heart? However, she did not wish to delve into the reasons as long as she could follow her. "Yes," Su Yao affirmed. "Ha, splendid, my little junior sister. I assure you, you will not regret today's decision. Our elder is among the strongest in the entire dragon country. Moreover, he too is a practitioner of the wind's spiritual root, and under his direct guidance, your cultivation will undoubtedly soar. All right, I shall trust you this once, that of course." Just then, a series of rumbling sounds interrupted them. The atmosphere grew awkward as Su Yao lowered her head, observing Lu Ruoyan, who was shyly clutching her stomach, emitting a series of gurgles. "Well, although I have embarked on the path of cultivation, I have yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. So my bodily functions remain akin to an ordinary person's. Hence I still require food to replenish my energy." Inside a buffet restaurant, Su Yao sat at a table, one hand propping her head. while the other listlessly picked at her food with chopsticks. Feeling utterly bored as she watched Lu Ren devour her meal with great enthusiasm. That moment. Two towering stacks of plates had accumulated beside Lu Ren. Thankfully, it was a buffet, allowing for unlimited refills. Otherwise, one could only imagine the cost of satisfying her appetite. The surrounding patrons were stunned to witness this petite girl consuming so voraciously, their eyes wide in disbelief as they began to snap photos of Lu Ren. As time passed, an hour and a half later, the number of plates beside Lu Ren had increased significantly, neatly arranged into 5 large stacks. The curious onlookers grew in number, captivated by this sweet-faced girl with an astonishing appetite. Some even murmured, if I were to marry her, I'd be bankrupt. The once lively buffet had transformed into a cacophony of chatter, with people buzzing about the girl with the enormous appetite. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner discreetly wiped away tears in a corner, lamenting the cost of her consumption. That SU junior sister. Now that we are well fed, it is time to return to the sect. Upon hearing this, Suyao turned to look at Lu Ren, who was shamelessly indulging, and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The allure she once felt for Lu Ren vanished in an instant, leaving her to question the reliability of the person before her. How do we return? She asked in confusion. Of course, we fly on our swords. Lu Ren replied matter-factly. Su Yao was momentarily stunned, taking a while to process this, before exclaiming, What? We are flying on swords now. Naturally. It won't be long before the government announces a policy shift, fully entering the era of spiritual energy. That my appearance here is like a spark to a fuse. Lu Ren, adorned in ancient attire, exuded an ethereal presence, effortlessly drawing the attention of many. Yet at that moment, she paid no heed to the gazes around her, tossing her long sword upwards with force, and it danced gracefully in the air. Swiftly, she waved her fingers, and the sword was enveloped in a faint blue light, resembling a mysterious halo, before unsheathing itself and hovering steadily above the ground. Lu Ren stepped onto the blade, beckoning Su Yao to join her. Hurry, step onto the sword, she urged as Su Yao nodded, making her way onto the sword with ease. Lu Ren wrapped her arms around Su Yao's waist and waved her hand once more. In an instant, the flying sword emitted a flash of light and vanished without a trace. In the crowd, a young man slapped another beside him. Smack. The crisp sound echoed. What is wrong with you? Why hit me for no reason? The struck boy exclaimed, clutching his stinging face, glaring at the assailant. Yet the slapper seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on the sky, murmuring, No way, am I dreaming? That sword just flew up like that, and then they both stood on it and flew away. The struck boy, upon hearing this, could not help but follow his gaze upward, touching his sore cheek, equally astonished. What the heck, am I seeing things, in broad daylight? Am I seeing a ghost? Get lost, there are no ghosts that pretty. The slapper retorted. Flying on swords, isn't that something exclusive to cultivation novels? The struck boy continued to mutter, So, this world truly is cultivators. The slapper's face lit up with excitement and exhilaration. Chapter 52. Things are getting interesting within the cafeteria of Starry Sky University. A chubby student, his face flushed, banged on the table while eagerly scanning the surrounding classmates. This portly fellow was none other than the individual who had just taken surreptitious photos of Lu Ren. Wait, Liexin, are you mistaken? Having indulged excessively in novels, have you lost your senses? The notion of cultivating immortality and flying on swords. Surely, you must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. A bespectacled boy sitting nearby remarked with a mocking smile. Indeed, at your age, still harboring such juvenile fantasies. Observing the surrounding crowd, shaking their heads in disbelief at his words, Liexion's frustration manifested as he stomped his feet in indignation. Suddenly, he turned to Feng Jian, who was quietly dining beside him, his eyes brimming with hope as he asked, Feng Jian, you believe me, don't you? The man named Feng Jian did not respond immediately. Instead, he silently studied a photograph that Liexin had placed on the table. A faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips that he then softly replied, Of course I believe you. Feng Jian's voice was deep and resonant, akin to a brilliant star in the night sky, evoking an immediate sense of admiration. Ha! Feng Jian is truly my good brother. Upon hearing Feng Jian's unwavering belief in him, Liexin was overjoyed, flapping his arms like a jubilant little bird, and he gave Feng Jian a hearty pat on the shoulder. After his response, Feng Jian continued to gaze at the photo, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Lowering his voice to a mere whisper meant only for himself, he mused. Lu Ruyan. Ah, Lu Ruyan, did you ever imagine that I, Feng Jian, have been reborn, transported back to this very day 20 years ago? A glint of cunning and resolve flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of a sly fox. He then lowered his voice even further, speaking with resolute determination. I, Feng Jian, shall exact blood for blood. How dare you betray me? Since fate has granted me this second chance, I shall ascend to the pinnacle in this lifetime. Indeed, the Feng Jian before us was not the ordinary youth of yore, but rather a soul from 20 years hence that I in his previous life, the sudden resurgence of spiritual energy, had transformed the world dramatically. Individuals awakened to their spiritual roots, acquiring corresponding elemental powers. Those with formidable strength held esteemed positions in society, wielding considerable influence. However, spiritual roots came with clear classifications. Generally, those who awakened ordinary roots experienced little change in their lives. Yet Feng Jian was an exception. He fortuitously awakened a high-level fire root, instantly becoming the focus of everyone's attention. His destiny was irrevocably altered, morphing from a nameless figure into a celebrated prodigy. During an expedition into a secret realm, he encountered Lu Ruyan of the Spirit Control sect, forging a profound friendship. However, fate is replete with drama. While vying for an opportunity together, Lu Ruyan unexpectedly betrayed him, delivering a fatal blow from behind that left him gravely injured. In that critical moment, as his life hung in the balance, he resolutely activated the opportunity, only to find himself inexplicably transported back to 20 years prior, to a time when none of these events had yet unfolded. This unforeseen turn of events filled him with exhilaration, for it meant he could foresee and master the majority of significant secret realms in this world. Moreover, he resolved not merely to compete for resources, but to conquer the powerful and breathtaking immortal women from his previous life. After all, throughout history, heroes have been paired with beauties, and he was determined to gather these magnificent and formidable women under his banner. Yet in the past decade, these formidable women had chosen to tread the path of solitude, rumored to have been scarred by the same man. Astonishingly, all 8 of these stunning women were infatuated with the same man, inciting jealousy in Feng Jian and countless other powerful figures. Now that he had returned from his rebirth, there was a chance that these exquisite maidens had yet to develop feelings for that man. He could swoop in and claim them. A triumphant smile crept across his face at this thought. However, at this juncture, spiritual energy should not have awakened yet. The world's current spiritual power was insufficient to support sword flight. Could it be? He furrowed his brow, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. The reason for my transmigration must have altered the trajectory of this world, triggering the early resurgence of spiritual energy. Realization dawned upon him, excitement gleaming in his eyes that if that is indeed the case, then I shall have even more opportunities to enhance my strength. Yet it matters little. I estimate that once the spiritual energy in this realm becomes abundant enough to reach a critical point, I will awaken my spiritual root. He reassured himself that that moment. Lu Ruyan's earlier display of sword flight had undoubtedly been captured by several onlookers, and the footage had begun to circulate online. Given that hundreds had witnessed the spectacle, it was nothing short of astonishing, especially in a world that typically prioritizes scientific reasoning. Suddenly witnessing someone soaring on a sword right before their eyes was enough to leave anyone astounded. The video rapidly garnered widespread attention and discussion, with netizens expressing their astonishment and curiosity. What is happening here? Is this CGI or reality? Could legendary cultivators truly exist? This is incredible. I can scarcely believe my eyes. In an instant, a flurry of speculation and discourse flooded the internet. Many comments suggested it was a doctored image, but before long, hundreds offered screenshots and videos as proof that this was no mere special effect. Within just a few hours, the video's views skyrocketed into the tens of millions, with likes surpassing several 100,000. It is no exaggeration to say that anyone filming the event and uploading it online would likely receive tens of thousands of likes. My goodness! What Li Xin previously claimed seems to be true. This is indeed a cultivator. As many compared the footage of the sword flight with the photo Li Xin had shared, they realized that the figures in both were unmistakably the same person. Down to the identical attire. Ha! I always said that cultivators must exist in this world. Now you all must believe, right? I, too, shall embark on the path of cultivation and soar through the heavens on my sword. Li Exin beamed with pride as he witnessed the crowd finally beginning to accept his assertions that moment. He was wholly immersed in fantasies of his future life as a cultivator. Meanwhile, Feng Jin merely shook his head at the sight of his friend's exuberance in his previous life. Li Exin had awakened a spiritual root deemed inferior to middling. Not the worst, but hardly commendable. Leading to their eventual estrangement, it was later revealed that he had met his demise while seeking opportunities in the wild. Now that he had returned, Feng Jin was determined to prevent his good friend from repeating such a tragic fate. For he understood that with so many secret realms at his disposal, the resources available were boundless. Even a pig could grow strong under such circumstances. Chapter 53. The Maiden's Blush in Sakura Country. Ouch, my head. I should be on Luo Shirhan's bed, right? Where am I? As the man lying on the ground slowly opened his eyes, he beheld the unfamiliar surroundings, his mind clouded with confusion. Just as he attempted to rise, an intense pain shot through him. Forcing him to lie back down, he cautiously touched his head and discovered it was bandaged. Observing the environment, he noted it resembled a village dwelling. It appeared he had been rescued. However, what perplexed him was that the last memory he recalled was being with Luo Shirhan and inexplicably falling asleep on the BAT that moment. The door swung open, and Mo Jiang instinctively turned toward the entrance, where a girl clad in a JK uniform entered, cradling a ceramic bowl. She glided in like cherry blossoms blooming in spring. Upon noticing that the person before her had awakened, the girl broke into a delighted smile, her head tilting slightly as she beamed like a blossoming flower. "You're awake. That's wonderful." Mo Jiang felt a tinge of confusion at her voice, as he was certain her accent was not from his homeland, but rather from Sakura Country. Nevertheless, he could still grasp the gist of her words. Although he experienced slight amnesia, he vaguely remembered studying the Sakura language. Kong and Iju Wa, Kao Kao Wa Tao Kaidas Ij. Hello, where is this? Hearing the man before her speak Sakura, Yuko was taken aback. This is Sakura Country. You must be from Long Country, right? I didn't expect you to speak Sakura so fluently. Yes, I met you a few days ago on a country road. I found you injured and brought you back here, though we are in a place called Tianfeng Town, and this is medicine. With that, Yuko gently set the ceramic bowl down beside him, then elegantly sat before Mo Jiang with her legs crossed. Thank you, no need to thank me. It's what I should do. By the way, my name is Yuko. And you? After speaking, Yuko's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, her gaze dropping as she avoided direct eye contact with Mo Jiang. Me? I am Mo Jiang, from Long Country. Upon hearing this, Yuko's face brightened with surprise. She softly repeated Mo Jiang? Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disrupt the tranquility of the moment. As Mo Jiang gazed at Yuko's slightly flushed cheeks, a warmth blossomed in his heart. However, he remained unaware of the emotions swirling within Yuko at that moment. By the way, Mo Jiangkin, how did you end up fainting around here? Yuko softly inquired, her tone laced with concern. Upon hearing this, Ma Jiang slightly furrowed his brows, attempting to recollect the events that had transpired earlier, but the memories in his mind remained hazy. With a resigned shake of his head, he replied, I am not quite sure either. There are many memories that elude me. These words, a flicker of worry passed through Yuko's eyes. She gazed quietly at Ma Jiang, seemingly trying to glean some clues from his expression. Just then, Ma Jiang offered a faint smile, his gaze settling on Yuko as he gently asked, What is it, Yuko? Noticing that Yuko did not respond, he stepped forward, tilting his head in curiosity. Yuko immediately took a few steps back, her cheeks flushing crimson, her heart racing. She lowered her head, unable to meet Ma Jiang's gaze. Ma Jiang felt a wave of confusion. He could not fathom why Yuko had suddenly become so bashful. Thus, he inquired once more. What is it, Yuko? Taking a deep breath, Yuko mustered her courage to look up at Ma Jiang. Her eyes were filled with shyness and hesitation as she stammered, Ma Jiang and I need to tell you that we have. Upon uttering this, Yuko's face instantly turned a deep shade of red, her anxious eyes fixed on Ma Jiang, waiting for his reaction. Have what? Ma Jiang asked, his expression one of bewilderment, tilting his head in curiosity. Have. Yuko's face blazed with heat, as if she might burst into flames. We kissed. Ma Jiang's mind struggled to comprehend. Which kiss was she referring to? He truly could not recall. Feeling somewhat helpless, Mahjong leaned on his hands for support, slowly inching closer until his face was nearly touching Yuko's. Yuko, did something happen between us? After all, he had been in a state of unconsciousness for quite some time, so nothing significant should have occurred. Right, as he spoke, whether by design or coincidence, he gently exhaled near Yuko's ear. This sudden action rendered Yuko's mind blank, nearly causing a system crash to W. She stuttered, her neck retracting nervously, her face flushed to the roots of her ears. Her hands fidgeting aimlessly. Kissed. Mahjong's expression was one of utter confusion. This term was entirely foreign to him, prompting a curious follow-up. What does that mean? Seeing Mahjong's puzzled face, Yuko decided to take the plunge. We kissed. Her voice bore a hint of shyness and tension, as if uttering those words required every ounce of her strength. Upon hearing this, Mahjong paused, then withdrew slightly, looking at Yuko in perplexity. Kissed. You could have just told me straightforwardly. His tone was calm, as if he did not perceive the matter as particularly grave. However, Yuko seemed to be triggered by his response. Her face instantly flushed with indignation, a spark of annoyance flashing in her eyes. Mahjong, what kind of reaction is that? Kissing is a sacred and pure act. Her voice carried a hint of complaint, her gaze filled with dissatisfaction directed at Mahjong. Mahjong was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Yuko would be so sensitive about the subject of kissing. Sacred and pure. In his past life, while pursuing those enchanting maidens, he had engaged in every manner of intimacy, save for matters of principle, that if kissing were truly as Yuko had described, sacred and pure, he would have long faced the consequences. In any case, you must take responsibility for me. Yuko's small hands anxiously twisted the hem of her clothing, occasionally stealing glances at Mahjong's reaction. Her voice grew increasingly faint, the final words nearly inaudible. Observing the shy girl before him, Mahjong felt a warm sensation rise within him that, "Oh, I see," he said softly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Regarding matters of responsibility, he was more than willing to oblige. Chapter 54. Together under the blazing sun. The heat enveloped the earth as if it sought to scorch everything in its path. Mahjong leisurely leaned against the eaves, relishing the warmth of the sun. Squinting his eyes, he occasionally stole glances at Yuko, who was busily packing her belongings inside the house. "Are you ready yet, Yuko?" Mahjong asked lazily. "Almost there, Mahjong," Yuko replied, quickening her pace. However, what she termed almost had Mahjong waiting for a full half-hour. At last, he witnessed Yuko struggling to carry two enormous suitcases, fatigue etched across her face. Unable to contain himself, Mahjong burst into laughter at the comical sight. Hearing his laughter, Yuko turned her head in displeasure. Pouting as she muttered, "Silly Mahjong, why are you laughing? No laughing." All right, I won't laugh." Mahjong quickly composed himself, his curiosity piqued. "By the way, Yuko, where are we headed?" "Of course, we're going back to the academy. My uncle runs a shop near the academy. And you can help him out there," Yuko explained. "Academy?" Mahjong furrowed his brow in confusion. "Yes, Fetus Academy. It's quite prestigious. One of the most renowned institutions in Sakura country," Yuko proudly elaborated. Upon hearing the name Fetus, Mahjong felt a flicker of familiarity, as if a friend from long ago had attended that very academy. Yet he could not recall who it was. Noticing Mahjong lost in thought, Yuko felt slightly annoyed. She waved her hand in front of him, playfully scolding. "Hey, are you even listening to me, silly?" Mahjong snapped back to reality, scratching his head apologetically. "Sorry, Yuko, I was just thinking about something that I think I had a friend who went to Fetus Academy as well." "Oh really? What was their name?" Yuko inquired with curiosity. "Alas, it's rather embarrassing. Ever since I awoke, I've been in a state of amnesia. Thus, many details escape me." Mahjong sighed with resignation. "Well then, we can talk about it once you remember. But you must promise me, once your memories return, you won't forget our agreement," Yuko teased, winking mischievously, a sly smile gracing her lips. Mahjong nodded slightly, responding with a smile. "Rest assured, our lovely Yuko is too adorable for me to forget." "Who is your lovely Yuko?" Yuko's small face flushed bright red, resembling a ripe apple, as she glared at Mahjong, her eyes sparkling with bashfulness. Without warning, she hurried ahead, her steps hurried, mumbling, "I'm ignoring you now. Let us get moving. If we dawdle any longer, we'll miss the train." Mahjong could only shake his head in resignation, his gaze falling on the suitcases strewn about, silently sighing that he bent down, grasping the handle of a suitcase and lifting it up. "Wait for me," he chuckled, dragging the suitcase along as he hurried to catch up with Yuko. Since awakening, these past days had been remarkably harmonious for Ma Jiang and this delightful girl. Compared to the chaotic, unhealthy, and overly indulgent relationships of his past, the current atmosphere felt refreshingly liberating. Yuko had mentioned a promise and requested that he assume the corresponding responsibilities. Naturally, Ma Jiang agreed without hesitation. After all, Yuko was an exceptionally good girl. Although her skin, having been raised in the countryside, might not be as delicate and fair as that of Luo Shihan and Lin Yuer, her beauty remained striking and impossible to overlook. Ma Jiang even contemplated the idea of being with this girl, returning to Lianqing later, meeting his parents, and marrying her to spend a lifetime together. However, the thought of his parents brought to mind the truth that he had not returned home in quite some time. His half-sibling was likely preparing for her college entrance exams this year. Ma Jiang quietly observed the girl as silhouette, a faint smile gracing his lips. "What are you daydreaming about?" "This way," unbeknownst to him. Yuko had already ventured quite far, hopping and waving her arms at Ma Jiang, who had taken a wrong turn. Ma Jiang snapped back to attention, adjusted the position of his luggage, and hurried to catch up. "Finally here," Yuko exclaimed, still brimming with energy, stretching her slender waist to reveal her perfect curves. Meanwhile, Ma Jiang trailed behind, drenched in sweat, struggling under the weight of the two large suitcases. When he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of Yuko's slightly faded t-shirt clinging to her, emphasizing her delicate waist, which seemed so slender that it could easily snap with the gentlest squeeze. "What are you staring at?" Yuko suddenly turned around, glaring at Ma Jiang with feigned ferocity. Ma Jiang, who had been lost in admiration, snapped back to reality, his face contorted into an awkward smile. Scratching his head, he attempted to explain, "I was just checking if there were any empty seats around." Heh. However, Yuko clearly did not buy his excuse. She abruptly halted her stretching, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples as she lightly tapped Ma Jiang's forehead, playfully scolding. "You're such a liar." Ma Jiang quickly nodded in admission. Secretly amused within him in truth, he had indeed been captivated by Yuko's beauty just moments ago. However, he dared not reveal the truth to her, for it would surely displease her. The two were seated in the waiting area of the train station, anticipating the arrival of their train. Their presence attracted considerable attention, as both were strikingly handsome individuals. Some onlookers even discreetly took out their phones, attempting to capture this splendid moment. Before long, the train arrived, and the two boarded. After a lengthy journey, they finally reached the capital of Sakura Country, Dongkuan. Subsequently, they hailed a taxi to a ramen shop. Upon entering, Yuko exuberantly called out, "Uncle, I'm here." At that moment, a middle-aged man was rolling noodles in the kitchen. Upon hearing her voice, he looked up, his face breaking into a delighted smile, exclaiming, "Haha, Yuko, I can hardly believe how beautiful you've become after all this time." He then noticed the tall, handsome young man standing beside Yuko and curiously inquired, "Oh, Yuko, is this young man perhaps your boyfriend?" Yuko's cheeks flushed instantly, and she hurriedly clarified, "No, uncle, don't jump to conclusions." Nevertheless, her uncle paid little heed to her explanation and continued to praise, "This lad is truly handsome." Indeed. Chapter 55. Best friends. The duo's luggage was simply arranged by her uncle in the backyard of the shop. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with 2 steaming bowls of udon, placing them on the table and wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with the white scarf around his neck. "You two must be famished after your journey. Come, sample our shop's signature udon." The 2 bowls of noodles, steaming and exuding an enticing aroma, were utterly mouth-watering. Yuko's cheeks lifted in a radiant smile as she joyfully clasped her hands together, closing her eyes and declaring, "I'm ready to eat." She then turned her head to the side, glancing at Mokujiang, who had already begun eating, gently tapping his shoulder to remind him, "Hey Mokujiang, you should do the same. It is quite ceremonial, you know. I've heard it makes the noodles taste even better." Mokujiang smiled slightly in response, without disputing her, simply saying, "All right." He then set down his chopsticks, mimicking Yuko's gesture, hands clasped, and softly declared, "I'm ready to eat." Yuko rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed on Mokujiang's profile, her cheeks flushing slightly as admiration and enchantment sparkled in her eyes. After completing this so-called ritual, Mokujiang's lips curled into a gentle smile as he lifted the chopsticks, ensnaring a slender noodle and slowly slurping it up, that he savored the texture and chewiness of the noodle, swallowing it down. Perhaps due to psychological influence, the noodles indeed seemed more delicious. Mokujing nodded in satisfaction, a smile returning to his lips. He then turned his head to glance in Yuko's direction, their eyes meeting in a fleeting moment of connection. Yuko, startled like a frightened rabbit, immediately turned away, lowering her gaze, her cheeks reddening, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Her heart raced, as if she could hear its thudding, and her previously fair skin now bore a rosy hue, akin to a guilty little kitten caught in mischief. Yuko pressed her lips tightly together, hesitant to glance at Mokujing again. Her hands clutched the hem of her clothing, striving to calm herself, while her legs, clad in white stockings, fidgeted under the table, seeking to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Perhaps due to Yuko's lack of a yandere disposition, her behavior appeared particularly endearing in Mokujing's eyes. Unable to resist, he reached out, gently brushing his fingers through Yuko's hair. His fingers glided through her silky strands, relishing their softness and smoothness. That Yuko's hair was as delicate as silk, evoking an irresistible urge to touch it more. Mokujing tenderly tousled Yuko's hair, savoring this delightful sensation, his movements gentle, mindful not to hurt her. Yuko sensed Mokujing's care. Her body trembled slightly, yet she did not withdraw that a blush lingered on her cheeks. Seemingly bashful about Mokujing's actions. "What is the matter?" "Oh, nothing." Yuko shook her head, unwilling to disclose that she had been secretly watching him. Observing Yuko's bashful demeanor, Mokujing's lips curled into a gentle smile. "Hurry and eat, or the noodles will get cold." With that, he lifted a chopstick full of noodles to Yuko's mouth. After a moment's hesitation, she opened her mouth, allowing the noodles to slip inside. It's indeed delicious. Not only is it more flavorful, but it seems to have a hint of sweetness as well. As Yuko savored her noodles, she discreetly observed Mokujing that a soft smile graced his face, his gaze tender and affectionate. This sensation filled Yuko with immense happiness, and she wished time could freeze at this moment. Meanwhile, in the bustling kitchen, her uncle paused his work upon hearing the commotion. Looking up at his niece, upon seeing her shy expression, he couldn't help but display a motherly smile, teasingly remarking, "Oh dear, you say he is not your boyfriend? Just look at that little face." Nearly dripping with embarrassment, hearing her uncle's words, Yuko's face flushed even more, and she retorted loudly, "Absolutely not." At that moment, a woman who had been chopping vegetables on the other side of the kitchen approached, gently patting her uncle's shoulder and laughing. "All right, stop teasing the girl. She is shy, after all." Turning to Mokujing, the woman's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she smiled and nodded. Not bad at all. This young man is quite handsome." Suddenly, as if recalling something, she turned to her uncle and asked, "Didn't Yuko mention that her boyfriend was coming here to help us?" Her uncle scratched his head, pondering before responding, "Oh yes, when we were moving the luggage, Yuko mentioned it. She said her boyfriend had lost his memory and is now staying with us, since Yuko's South School is close by. She wanted him to help out here." The woman nodded thoughtfully, her eyes lighting up. "That's good. Having a young, handsome lad helping at the shop might attract more girls from the neighborhood, boosting business." With that, she turned and returned to the kitchen to continue her tasks. As evening approached, the sun sank lower in the sky, painting the horizon with a splendid hue of twilight. After finishing their noodles, Yuko tidied up the tableware and then addressed her uncle. "Uncle, I'll take Mokujiko to explore other places." Her uncle nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, but do come back early." With her uncle's permission, Yuko beamed with joy. She nudged Mokujing's arm gently, saying, "Let us go. I don't want to keep my best friend waiting." Just as they were enjoying their meal, Yuko's phone suddenly rang. She pulled it out to discover it was a call from her close friend she had met at her previous academy. In fact, before Yuko set off, she had already sent a message to her friend, informing her of her visit. Now, with her friend calling and messaging, it was clear she wanted to invite Yuko to join her for some fun. The two strolled side by side along the street, and before long, they arrived at a bustling food street intersection. Yuko paused to take out her phone and messaged her friend, inquiring about her whereabouts and informing her that she had arrived. Soon enough, her friend responded with a specific location. After receiving her friend's reply, Yuko looked up and scanned the surroundings. Not far away, a cute girl with pink hair, standing about 5 feet tall, was running towards them. Chapter 56. Shopping. Happy Yuko. The girl had barely taken a few steps when she spotted Mokujiang behind Yuko, abruptly halting in her tracks. She turned around, rummaged through her shoulder bag for a mirror and powder, and began touching up her makeup while occasionally glancing at Mokujiang. Moments later, the pink-haired girl spun around and dashed back, exclaiming, "Haha, Yuko! I can't believe you haven't changed a bit after a whole summer." As she spoke, Sanako approached with petite steps, playfully flicking her hair, her face flushed and her eyes darting towards Mokujiang. Yuko was well aware of her friend's little crush, but chose not to dwell on it. Confident in her understanding of Sanako and believing Mokujiang wouldn't be easily swayed. "Sanako, how have you been lately?" I'm doing well. By the way, Yuko, who is this behind you?" As she spoke, Sanako leaned towards Mokujiang. Yuko immediately frowned, blocking her friend with her hand. "This is Mokujiang, my boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Sanako was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. "Oh, is that so? Yuko, you're so lucky." However, deep within her heart, she couldn't help but murmur, "This man is quite handsome. How did Yuko manage to snag him?" Mahjong smiled politely, remaining silent. Shanai glanced at Mahjong, a flicker of jealousy stirring within her. She pondered why Yuko could find such an exceptional boyfriend while she had yet to encounter a suitable match. Nevertheless, she concealed her discontent, continuing to chat with Yuko, all the while smiling that Yuko's declaration of her claim over Mahjong stemmed from her acute awareness of his allure. If she did not clarify her position, many oblivious women would swarm to her Mahjongkin like bees to a flower, potentially jeopardizing their relationship. Now that she had made her stance clear, those women ought to refrain from intruding upon her and Mahjongkoen. "Yuko, how did you and Mahjongkoen meet?" Shanai inquired curiously, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Mahjong beside Yuko. Mahjong stood tall, with striking features that surpassed even the most handsome male celebrities on television, resembling a dazzling star. Upon hearing the question, Yuko smiled coyly, wrapping her arm around Mahjong's, and playfully replied, "Well, I wouldn't want to share that. It's our little secret." With a cheeky wink, her eyes sparkled with happiness, akin to a girl blissfully lost in love. Seeing this, Shanai's face registered a hint of disappointment. Yet she quickly composed herself, responding with a smile, "I see. What a pity. Nevertheless, I wish you both enduring happiness. I believe I too shall eventually find a remarkable man like Mahjongkin." With that, she lightly patted her chest, exuding confidence to haha. "Then I'll wish you an early encounter with your ideal partner." "Shanai," Yuko replied with delight. The trio then ventured into a game arcade, indulging in an array of entertaining games, their laughter echoing throughout. They subsequently explored the figurine section of popular anime, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship and discussing their favorite characters and plots. Eventually, they attended a screening of the movie Sea King. The excursion, which began in the afternoon, concluded around 11 or midnight. After bidding farewell to Shanai, Yuko and Mahjong began their return to her uncle's ramen shop. Along the way, Yuko clung tightly to Mahjong's arm, occasionally nuzzling against him, seemingly in a playful manner. She softly called out, "Mahjongkin." Upon hearing his name, Mahjong's gaze lowered slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "What is it?" Yuko blinked her sparkling eyes, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks as she whispered, "Could you lower your head a bit?" "Sure," Mahjong acquiesced, tilting his head slightly in that instant. Yuko rose onto her tiptoes, swiftly leaning in to plant a soft kiss on his lips. Lacking experience, she made several attempts before successfully prying open Mahjong's tightly closed mouth, intertwining her tongue with his. Mahjong was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for Yuko's boldness, leaving him somewhat flustered. Only after 2.5 minutes did Yuko reluctantly pull away, but immediately afterward, she pecked his left cheek, seemingly unsatisfied in a surprising turn. She gently bit down on Mahjong's collarbone, not inflicting any noticeable pain, but rather resembling a playful kitten nuzzling against him. Before long, a small crimson mark appeared on his collarbone that moment. Yuko's face flushed with warmth, a shy yet sweet smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "Now Mahjong belongs to me." Mahjong chuckled wearily, contemplating who might have taught Yuko such antics. After all, given Yuko's reverence for the sanctity of a kiss, she shouldn't have devised such a cunning little trick. Yuko tightly crossed her legs, lowering her head to whisper, "It was Shanai who taught me. She said if I leave a mark on you, other women will know you're taken." "Haha, I suspected as much. Considering Shania's personality, it was evident she would be the one to teach you that. Mahjong smiled, ruffling Yuko's hair. All right, I belong to you now. Yuko nuzzled against his palm, her heart brimming with sweetness. Wishing it could remain this way, forever, as the two drifted further away, a doll-like creature hovered in the air behind them. Its pallid complexion and pitch-black eyes devoid of pupils, fixated on Mahjong's silhouette. Suddenly, the creature's lips curled into a sinister smile as it murmured in a feminine voice, I never expected to find you. With that, it gradually vanished into the air, as if it had never existed. Chapter 57. Another female lead. Mahjong suddenly felt a chill creep down his spine, an icy sensation surging up his back. Prompting an involuntary shiver, that he furrowed his brow in confusion, slowly turning around while thinking, could it be my imagination? Yet I distinctly feel someone watching me. Yuko sensed the warmth of Mahjong's hand atop her head abruptly cease its gentle caress. She blinked, then lifted her gaze to see him staring intently behind her, his expression tinged with vigilance and uncertainty. Curiously, she turned her head, following his line of sight. However, apart from the empty expanse, she discerned nothing unusual. Mahjong-kun, is something wrong? Yuko inquired softly, concern lacing her voice. Reacting to her question, Mahjong snapped back to reality, gently shaking his head in an attempt to dispel his unease. That it's nothing. Perhaps just my imagination, he murmured, striving to maintain a light-hearted tone. All right, if that's the case, let us continue on our way. Mahjong smiled faintly, attempting to mask his earlier tension. Yuko nodded, harboring lingering doubts but choosing not to dwell on them. The pair continued onward, leaving behind a trail of light footsteps. The Ice Crystal Shrine, an ancient and solemn edifice, graced the capital of the Cherry Blossom Nation, sprawling over an expansive area and esteemed as one of the largest shrines in the region. It venerates a plethora of deities, drawing countless devotees to its hallowed grounds. Yet, despite the summer heat, the temperature remained uncomfortably high even as night fell. Strangely, within the confines of the shrine, an eerie atmosphere prevailed. A light hail had begun to fall, crystalline ice particles cascading down, seemingly bestowing a touch of coolness to the land. However, this peculiar phenomenon did little to soothe the discomfort. Instead, it deepened the sense of mystery. The shrine staff, clad in heavy garments to shield against the cold, stood in stark contrast to the surrounding individuals in their light attire. They bustled about, appearing accustomed to the unusual weather as one approached the heart of the shrine. The hail intensified, pelting down with the ferocity of a torrential downpour, causing nearby structures and trees to sway precariously. That moment, a ghastly pale figure floated closer to the shrine's center, eventually arriving before a courtyard, passing through the wall and vanishing from sight. This courtyard lay at the shrine's very center, where the temperature had plummeted to several degrees below freezing, rendering it unbearably frigid. Anyone standing there would surely be overwhelmed by the extreme cold. The courtyard was now blanketed in thick snow, resembling a silvery world. The spectral figure ultimately settled in a pavilion within the courtyard, muttering strange, incomprehensible words. Before long, a breeze stirred within the previously deserted pavilion, sending snowflakes swirling about. In an instant, the wind ceased, revealing a snow-white figure standing before them. Clad in a long, white robe, her silver hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, gently swaying. She possessed a tall and graceful figure, exuding an aura of mystery and allure. A thin veil concealed the lower half of her face, yet her captivating eyes betrayed her beauty as an ethereal enchantress. Leaning languidly, resting her chin on her hand, she languidly inquired, "What's the matter?" Her voice was soft and melodious, akin to a celestial melody, drawing one into a trance. Then, the eerie pale figure spoke in a voice reminiscent of someone with a strangled throat, as if attempting to speak through a mouthful of muck. "Master, I believe I have spotted your disobedient little dog." The originally languid woman, upon hearing the words, had her eyes light up with a flicker of excitement, letting out a melodious laugh. Is that so? I recall that at this time, that disobedient little pet seems to be in the hands of those several women. How could it possibly be in the land of cherry blossoms?" Her gaze then turned icy as she raised her hand, pointing at the peculiar creature suspended in the air, making a pinching gesture. With her motion, the figure suddenly contorted in agony, as though grasped tightly by an invisible hand. Viscous purple ichor began to ooze from its pitch-black eye sockets, emanating a nauseating stench. Simultaneously, its two severed limbs began to frantically tug at its body, as if striving to break free from some unseen restraint. Yet it remained powerless. Around its neck, a phantom-like noose appeared, constricting its throat and rendering it breathless. The grotesque creature emitted a piercing, anguished scream, a sound steeped in despair and terror. It struggled with all its might, yet could not escape the overwhelming force. Its voice gradually grew hoarse, until it was reduced to faint gasps. "Master, I beg you to spare me. How could I dare deceive you?" the bizarre creature managed to utter, its tone rife with pleading. However, the woman did not ease her grip. Rather, she intensified her hold, exacerbating its torment. "Master, I swear, I truly have not lied." It continued to plead, its voice now exceedingly raspy, as though its throat were being torn apart. Nonetheless, the woman remained unmoved, her expression cold as she gazed at IT. "It seems to be true. As a newly born little spirit, you likely lack the audacity." With that, she relaxed her fingers, and the grotesque creature instantly felt a wave of relief, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. Yet the next moment, a strange smile appeared on the woman's face as she conjured an ice spike with her fingers, launching it towards the bizarre creature. It had no time to react before the ice spike pierced its head, transforming it into a wisp of black smoke. The woman raised her hand, drawing the black mist into her palm. Closing her eyes, she savored the energy, letting out a satisfied sigh. "Ah, indeed, it is to be expected. The revival of spiritual energy has birthed this strange spirit, and the spiritual power within it is truly delightful." Then, with a flick of her finger, she conjured a face out of thin air, the visage belonging to Mo Jiang. Chapter 58. Is the female lead an aging leftover woman? The woman then extended her hand, as delicate as white mutton fat, gently caressing the flawless face, a captivating smile gracing her lips as she softly said, "Little puppy, you abandoned your sister in your past life. In this life, you cannot escape." Although she was uncertain why her disobedient little puppy had appeared in the land of cherry blossoms ahead of time, it conveniently spared her the trouble of searching for those women. The woman slightly turned, directing her gaze towards the gate of the courtyard, suddenly sensing an approaching presence. Frowning, she swiftly employed her formidable abilities to probe the situation. However, upon discerning the identity of the visitor, her previously tense expression relaxed. Before long, the courtyard gate creaked open, revealing a slightly stooped, elderly figure, who entered with a cane in hand. The figure seemed impervious to the chill, clad only in a thin shirt. Standing in stark contrast to the heavily clothed shrine attendants, his form trembled slightly in the biting wind, reminiscent of a willow branch swaying. He walked in with steady steps, each one imbued with an indescribable majesty and solemnity. Upon seeing this figure, the woman's lips curled into a gentle smile, and she spoke softly, "Grandfather, what brings you here?" "Naturally, I came to see how well you are wielding your powers," the elder replied, gazing at the young woman before him with a glimmer of anticipation and satisfaction. "Fengyuan Nantang, as the 13th priestess of my ice crystal shrine, your talents are the most exceptional in history. Now that the spiritual energy of this world is continuously reviving, it is fortuitous for our shrine. And as the priestess, you must not be ordinary." Fengyuan Nantang smiled lightly at his words, waving her fingers. The hail that had been incessantly falling abruptly slowed, as if time itself had paused, coming to a halt in midair. Then, it erupted with tremendous force, akin to a volcanic explosion, obliterating the birds that had been flying above into mere fragments. The hailstones that were closer to the ground detonated, creating a massive crater, and the sound of the explosions reverberated continuously. Yet, the surrounding shrine attendants merely glanced up momentarily before resuming their tasks that a careful observer would note the vacant expressions in their eyes, as though they had lost their souls. Resembling puppets, the elder, witnessing this, displayed a satisfied smile, lightly applauding, "Excellent, excellent, truly deserving of being the priestess of my ice crystal shrine." Fengyuan Nantang smiled slightly, humbly responding, "Grandfather, you flatter me. In truth, I still have many shortcomings. Haha, no need for such modesty. The reason I have summoned you today is to discuss an important matter, Dado." "What is it, grandfather?" "Please do tell." However, just as the elder was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Fengyuan Nantang. with a resolute gaze. She earnestly stated, "However, if you intend to discuss my marriage, there is no need to elaborate." The elder, who had been poised to speak, fell silent, shaking his head in resignation, sighing, "Tanger, you should be well aware that every generation of priestesses in the Fengyuan family, once they surpass the age of 28, lose their ability to bear children. You are already 26. Your beauty is unparalleled among our lineage. With your attributes, what kind of man could you not attract? If this continues to be delayed, our Fengyuan family, with a furrowed brow, Fengyuan Nantang pondered for a moment before replying, "Grandfather, I understand your concerns, but I truly have no interest in those men." She sighed lightly, her eyes betraying a hint of helplessness and fatigue. "But rest assured, grandfather, I already have someone I admire." Fengyuan Nantang suddenly murmured, a faint smile appearing on her face. Upon hearing this, the elder's previously disappointed expression brightened considerably. His eyes widened with anticipation as he asked, "Really? Who is this young man?" Fengyuan Nantang smiled slightly, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Grandfather, do not rush. When the time is right, I will naturally inform you." The elder, slightly displeased and a touch anxious, urged Tanga, "Who is this young man? Speak up, and I shall bring him to your side." With that, he prepared to take action. Fengyuan Nantang quickly stopped him, gently reassuring, "There is no need. Grandfather, I will handle it myself. After all, it is only right that I capture my little puppy myself and then administer a proper punishment." With this thought, a subtle smile crept onto Fengyuan Nantang's lips. "As for how to punish such an unruly puppy once captured, perhaps I should sever its legs, without anesthetic, of course. Only then could it truly recognize its identity as my pet. This notion crossed her mind. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Fengyuan Nantang's mouth. The L, after all, should he dare to disobey? Note, by the way, today marks the first day of the debut, and today's performance is of utmost importance. Therefore, dear readers, after finishing this, please lend a hand and encourage updates. It's a free gift. Just a little click will do. Of course, if possible, a small gift for Xiaoyan would also be appreciated. A substantial contribution would warrant an additional chapter, and so forth, that if the encouragement exceeds 200, another chapter will be added, and so on. Here, Xiaoyan wishes to express gratitude to all the esteemed readers. Chapter 59, The Nightmare of Lo Shirhan. Filled with hatred, one could only turn it into a specimen. "Achu, who is thinking of me?" Mo Jiang inexplicably sneezed, wiping his nose with a tissue, likely due to those few lunatics that he glanced at Yuzi, who was sleeping casually beside him. Chuckling softly and not giving it much thought, he lay back down, drifting into slumber. However, not long after, Mo Jiang, deep in sleep, was drenched in sweat. Clearly, he was having a nightmare. In the dream, Mo Jiang found himself bound to a chair adorned with thorny pepper spikes. Leaning back, even slightly, would leave him bruised and bloodied. The sensation of pain felt overwhelmingly real. He yearned to struggle and escape, yet his arms were shackled by two chains weighing over 100 kilograms. Just as he was perplexed by his predicament, the sound of a door creaking open reached his ears. A sound oddly familiar, reminiscent of the front door of his home being opened. Then came a series of footsteps, followed by a loud snap as the dim room was illuminated by bright lights. Mo Jiang momentarily went blind, and after a while, he slowly opened his eyes, his face instantly reflecting terror. The intruder was none other than Lo Shirhan. Yet this was not the most astonishing aspect, for alongside her were Cai Yunjing, Lin Yuer, and the red-haired Qin Yao. Strangely, these individuals, who were usually at odds with one another, had suddenly gathered together. Mo Jiang was filled with confusion, but before he could ponder further, he heard a whoosh. Reacting instinctively, he quickly turned his head to the side. Thud! A long chopping knife, measuring over 10 centimeters, was driven straight into the back of the chair beside Mo Jiang. That he turned to see the knife. Mere millimeters away from him, swallowing hard. Through the knife's glimmer, he could clearly see the sweat trickling down as a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Mo Jiang, though he had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. This intense agony surged over him like a relentless tide, forcing him to open his eyes once more. Veins bulging in his neck, his face contorted in a grimace, he appeared on the verge of unleashing a furious tirade. However, when he lifted his gaze to meet Luo Shirhan's chilling, morbid stare, the fire of his anger evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of terror and despair. He cast his eyes downwards, fixating on his severed fingers. The exposed bones sending a shiver down his spine. His palm trembled uncontrollably from the excruciating pain, and his once pristine trousers were now stained crimson, blood continuously oozing and dripping onto the cold floor. The significant loss of blood caused Mo Zhang's consciousness to blur, and soon he slipped into unconsciousness again. Yet it was evident that Luo Shihan had no intention of relenting. She conjured a bucket of icy water from thin air and, without hesitation, doused Mo Zhang's entire body. The piercing chill intertwined with the agonizing pain, jolting Mo Zhang back to consciousness. His eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Luo Shihan, that a faint, cold smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she softly remarked. "Did I make you faint?" Her voice carried an unforgiving and resolute tone. She continued with sinister words. "I want you to witness your fingers being sculpted into bone, to feel the depth of my affection for you." At that moment, Mo Zhang had completely lost his capacity to resist. His body was feeble, and all he could do was plead weakly, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. If this continues, I will lose my life." However, his pleas elicited not a shred of compassion from Luo Shihan. She seized the hatchet beside Mo Zhang's face and gently lifted his chin with the blade, compelling him to confront her indifferent gaze. She coldly stated, "Only now do you seek mercy. It is too late." With that, she began to methodically carve away the flesh from his severed fingers with the hatchet. Just then, Qin Yao approached from behind Luo Shihan. A hint of a cold smile gracing her lips. She turned to Luo Shihan and suggested softly, "Why don't we let him experience the pain once more?" Upon hearing this, Luo Shihan paused briefly, but quickly regained her composure. Smiling as she replied, "Very well, let us proceed as you wish." Qin Yao smiled subtly, and then snapped her fingers that a faint blue light enveloped Mo Zhang in an instant that the light flickered. Mo Zhang's severed fingers astonishingly regrew at an incredible speed, as if nothing had ever happened, and Mo Zhang gazed at his restored hand. Yet he felt no joy, for the pain he had just endured was far too vivid. As though etched into the depths of his soul, he slowly raised his head, his eyes landing on Luo Shihan, who was approaching him with a pair of pliers in hand, in that moment. She appeared breathtakingly beautiful, yet the sight of the pliers filled Mo Zhang with dread. "Oh, don't come any closer," he stammered, his voice trembling as his body instinctively recoiled. However, he was met with the sharp sting of blood behind him, leaving him battered and bruised. "I know I was wrong. Please don't come any closer." His eyes reflected despair and helplessness. With a piercing scream, Mo Zhang abruptly opened his eyes, half sitting up, his pupils dilated, filled with sheer terror. After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, he began to gasp for air, clutching his head tightly. I'm still alive," he murmured incredulously. Was that just a dream? Mo Zhang furrowed his brows, striving to recall the scenes from his nightmare. The dream felt hauntingly real, as if it foretold events yet to come. A wave of worry washed over him. Might he truly endure such torment in the future? With this thought, he couldn't help but shiver. They say reality and dreams are opposites. Perhaps I've just been too exhausted lately. Mo Zhang took a deep breath, attempting to soothe himself. Yet, the unease lingered, refusing to dissipate, leaving him restless. He looked down at Yuko, who was peacefully asleep beside him, likely lost in sweet dreams. At that moment, Mo Zhang found himself devoid of any desire to sleep, fearing that if he lay down, he would once again plunge into that nightmare. Rising to his feet, he moved to the window, where a gentle breeze caressed his hair, akin to a tender hand brushing against his face. The dawn was approaching, and people were beginning to stir on the streets. After pausing for a moment, Mo Zhang turned and walked toward the bathroom, splashing water on his face in an attempt to awaken himself. Upon entering, he lifted his gaze to the mirror, only to find himself drenched in sweat. His clothes soaked as if he had been caught in the rain. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the bathroom door. Chapter 61. The senior who wants to dig up the wall outside the bathroom. The unexpected knocking startled Mo Zhang. "Who is it?" he exclaimed, turning sharply, suspicion flickering in his eyes. "Mo Zhang, is that you?" A soft female voice called from outside, tinged with worry and uncertainty, upon hearing the familiar voice. Mo Zhang's tension evaporated, replaced by a sense of reassurance. He took a deep breath and slowly approached the door, gently twisting the knob to open it. As the door swung open, his gaze fell slightly, revealing Yuko clad in a pink nightgown. Her eyes were still hazy, as though she had just awakened from slumber, yet they sparkled with concern to AT that moment. She blinked curiously at Mo Jiang. "Why aren't you asleep at such a late hour?" Mo Jiang asked softly, his tone laced with a hint of reproach. "Of course, I was worried about you, Mo Jiangkin," Yuko replied, her eyes twinkling as a gentle smile graced her lips. "Worried about me?" Mo Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Bewildered. "Indeed," Yuko nodded, genuine emotion shining in her gaze. "Worried about what?" Mo Jiang furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled look at Yuko. Just then, Yuko stepped forward, tightly wrapping her arms around his, resting her head against him. Playfully nuzzling at Mo Jiang. "Did you have a nightmare?" Yuko's voice was as soft as a whisper, as if afraid to disturb him. "You were tossing and turning in your sleep and making sounds that I couldn't quite decipher." Her voice trailed off, her cheeks flushing slightly. "When you woke me up, I opened my eyes and saw you drenched in sweat." Yuko lifted her head, concern etched in her eyes. Hearing her words, warmth surged within Mo Jiang. "I'm sorry to have worried you." "I'm fine," he said, patting Yuko's shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. "Are you really okay?" Yuko's gaze bore into his, searching for the truth hidden within. "Rest assured, it was just a dream," Mo Jiang replied with a reassuring smile, gently ruffling Yuko's hair. "Well then, if that's the case, let's return to bed and continue sleeping," Yuko said, satisfied, as she took Mo Jiang's hand and turned to head back to the bedroom. The two settled once more on the soft bed, with Yuko leaning against Mo Jiang's shoulder, the scent of youth enveloping him. In that moment, Mo Jiang felt an unprecedented warmth and happiness. Gradually, he closed his eyes. And this time, he did not succumb to the realm of nightmares. Instead, he quickly drifted into a deep sleep. The night passed in tranquil stillness. The following morning, before dawn, Yuko's uncle and aunt were already bustling about, preparing for the day's business. Upon hearing the commotion, Mo Jiang and Yuko descended the stairs to lend a hand. Yuko's uncle and aunt had prepared the dough and various ingredients, while Mo Jiang and Yuko organized them. With the assistance of the two, the preparations were completed in no time. Yuko's aunt set 2 steaming bowls of ramen before Mo Jiang and Yuko. "You both have worked hard. Finish these bowls, and then you can take Yuko's luggage to the academy." "Thank you, Aunt," Mo Jiang replied politely. Yuko glanced at the time and told her aunt, "Aunt, I'll go pack my luggage first and then come back to eat." Her aunt smiled and nodded. "All right, Yuko, be quick." After Yuko went upstairs, her aunt turned to Mo Jiang and teased, "Mo Jiang, you're so handsome. You must attract quite a few customers. Once Yuko leaves, you must help me take good care of them." Mo Jiang smiled and nodded. "Aunt, don't worry. I will do my best to help." Yuko soon returned with her luggage, and after both had finished their ramen, Mo Jiang helped her carry her bags to the academy. Watching them depart, Yuko's aunt remarked, "What a lovely couple. I hope they remain happy together." At the entrance of Fight's academy, looked up to behold a grand and magnificent teaching building standing before him. Its architectural style seemed to hail from the 19th century of the West, exuding a rich classical ambience and cultural heritage. This edifice was replete with Western elements. The academy sprawled over a vast area, rivaling Xinjiang University. After all, this was one of the premier international schools in the land of cherry blossoms, boasting formidable strength and resources. The campus buzzed with activity, not only populated by scions of wealthy families gliding through in luxurious cars, but also by students riding electric scooters. However, unlike the congregation of affluent offspring at Xinjiang University, this academy appeared more amiable and inclusive. It emphasized international education, maintaining relatively fair standards for student selection, free from biases based on family background. This was also one of the reasons why I could smoothly gain admission to this institution. As a newcomer needed to report at the entrance. While she filled out her information, the senior responsible for reception was entirely captivated by the standing behind her. The senior's thoughts drifted away from her duties, entirely enchanted by it was only after completed her form and inquired multiple times that the senior regained her focus. "Oh, my apologies. Junior, I will take care of this immediately," she said with an apologetic smile, quickly entering details into the computer system and informing her of her dormitory location. However, when the senior lifted her gaze, it fell upon. Curiously, she inquired, "May I ask which department you belong to?" After all, appeared youthful and handsome, likely around 19 or 20, and accompanying this junior might lead one to assume he was also a student of the academy. Moreover, the senior had noticed the intimate gestures between and speculating that they might be in a romantic relationship. Yet, she paid little heed to such details, as everyone has the right to pursue love, with diligent effort. Who knows what happiness one might attain? Upon hearing this, felt a wave of confusion wash over him, that he wondered, why is this girl suddenly asking about me? Then, as he carefully observed the senior before him, he discerned the affection in her eyes and her slightly flirtatious demeanor, which immediately illuminated the reason behind her inquiry. That it became clear that this senior was attempting to make advances on him. A brief interjection. Chapter 2 will be updated at 7:30 p.m. today. I apologize for the delay, as I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. Chapter 62. Why abandon an entire forest for a single tree, with clarity akin to a mirror? Could hardly be oblivious to the intentions of the overly enthusiastic senior before her. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped Des' hand and hurried into the academy, their pace brisk as if something were chasing them from behind. The senior tried to pursue them, but was halted by a junior arriving to report. "Senior, I'm a freshman this year, here to check in." The senior had no choice but to stop, stamping her foot in frustration. Watching helplessly as it vanished from sight, that on the way to the dormitory, appeared somewhat glum, pouting and glancing occasionally up beside her. Finally, unable to contain herself, she spoke. Hearing his name called, turned to her, a smile gracing his face as he gently asked, "What's wrong? You're so handsome. It makes me worry. I'm always afraid other girls will steal you away," pouted, frowning. Observing S' worried expression, found her utterly adorable and couldn't help but chuckle. He gently ruffled her hair, reassuringly saying, "Don't overthink it. It won't happen." Upon hearing S' steadfast response, S' previously furrowed brow instantly relaxed, a radiant smile blooming on her face. Like a contented kitten, she nuzzled her head against S' large hand, expressing her trust and reliance on him. The academy was indeed vast. Even after boarding the campus bus, which moved swiftly, it took nearly 10 minutes to reach their destination. Although this was the girls' dormitory, the matron did not impede from entering. After all, given the considerable amount of luggage had, it would indeed be challenging for her petite, seemingly delicate frame to manage it all alone. That dormitory was a quad, equipped with all necessary amenities, including air conditioning and even a washing machine. Overall, the dormitory environment was quite satisfactory and expressed her contentment. Subsequently, she arrived at room 9527, gently pushing open the door. Inside, a girl had already laid out her mattress. The girl, sporting a neat fringe and wearing half-rimmed glasses, was of average appearance. Upon hearing the noise at the door, she turned around, saw, and smiled warmly. "Hello, You must be a member of room 9527 too? It is a pleasure to meet you. Please take care of me." Upon hearing S' greeting, also looked up and smiled in response. "I'm looking forward to your guidance in the future." "Good," replied politely, adjusting her glasses. She noticed a boy standing behind and gazed intently, only realizing his handsome features after a moment. Her face flushed instantly, and her hands, previously busy arranging her bedding, grew slightly nervous. This boy must be S' boyfriend. He is incredibly handsome. His perfect profile, high nose, sharp eyebrows, and deep-set eyes seemed sculpted to embody the ideal image in a woman's mind. At this moment, neither nor noticed S' reaction, as they were busy unpacking their belongings. Chose a bed by the window, allowing her to enjoy the beautiful view outside. That assisted her, meticulously folding S' clothes and placing them in the wardrobe. Just then, the other two roommates arrived at the dormitory one after another, each dragging their luggage with smiles on their faces. Both were unremarkable in appearance, looking rather short and ordinary. However, upon entering the room, they immediately spotted the strikingly handsome boy. Caused their cheeks to flush and their hearts to race, making their movements slightly awkward. "What's your name?" One of the girls asked with a smile. "Are you both in this dormitory too?" Replied cheerfully. "Yes, we're roommates now, but your boyfriend is incredibly handsome." The other girl exclaimed excitedly. "Ah, thank you for the compliment. He is my boyfriend," said with a proud smile. The two roommates looked at with envy, secretly lamenting their own lack of such good fortune. After quickly organizing her belongings, stood quietly outside the girls' dormitory, his gentle gaze resting on the graceful figure of, a smile playing on his lips as he said, "I'll head back to my uncle's ramen shop now. See you after school, all right." Just then, suddenly spread her arms wide, her face aglow with a radiant smile, striking a cute pose that seemed to plead for a hug. "Give me a hug before you go." Of course, the smiled as he stepped forward, wrapping his arms around S' slender waist and holding her close. The unique, fresh scent of the girl enveloped him, intoxicating him with its sweetness, surrounded by S' warm embrace. S' face flushed with happiness, her eyes gently closing as she contentedly rubbed her cheek against S' chest, as if wanting to etch this tender moment into her heart forever. After 2 or 3 minutes passed, gently patted S' back, softly saying, "Is that enough? Goodbye, goodbye, see you this afternoon." After bidding farewell to prepare to exit the academy and return to his Uncle S' ramen shop. Along the way, he encountered several girls seeking his contact information. But upon learning he had a girlfriend, they quickly dispersed. Some girls, undeterred by rejection, took out their phones to snap pictures of S' profile and posted them on the campus confession wall. That flawless profile soon sparked a sensation, igniting a wave of excitement on the school forum. I am the land of cherry blossoms, a luxurious villa spanning thousands of square meters, towering 8 stories high. Inside this opulent residence, a stunning young girl with blue hair and violet-tinged black eyes sat on the floor with her legs crossed, sulking and throwing a tantrum. "Daddy, I really want to attend Shinchin University in Longwa," she pouted. The middle-aged man beside her, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, shook his head helplessly, gazing at his beloved daughter and saying, "Please stop this nonsense, all right? You studied at Shinchin University for half a year during your freshman year, but since then, you've been clamoring to return to continue your studies at IT is merely because of a boy. In this vast Sakura nation, with my father's prowess and wealth, he could easily find any handsome young man you desire. Why must one forsake an entire forest for a single tree?" Chapter 63. Fujimoto Ling? With a slight curl of his lips, Fujimoto Ling murmured softly, "He is unlike any other boy. I simply do not care. I must go." As soon as she finished speaking, she skipped over to the Mediterranean man, firmly grasping his large hand with her petite one, gently swaying it as she sweetly pleaded, "Daddy, I truly want to go. Please let me." Linger knew that her father cherished her above all else. Then, slightly tilting her head back, she gazed into the man's eyes, her beautiful orbs blinking rapidly. The Mediterranean man sighed helplessly, secretly lamenting, "What can I do? This girl is my precious daughter, after all." He gently patted her head, shaking his own in resignation as he said, "It is not impossible for me to grant your wish, but you must complete this semester at Fetus Academy diligently, and you absolutely cannot fail any subject. That if you can accomplish this, then I shall take you." Upon hearing her father's agreement, Fujimoto Ling's face instantly lit up with joy, and she cheered, "That's wonderful. Thank you, Daddy. You are truly the best." As for whether she would fail her subjects, Fujimoto Ling was not the least bit concerned. After all, she was the most elite heiress of Sakura Nation. It was well known that her father had donated half of the buildings at Fetus Academy. Even the principal had to show her utmost respect. It would be an absurdity for any of the teachers not to grant her full marks. Fujimoto Yuan was well aware of his daughter's thoughts. With a serious tone, he continued, "Do not think you can rely on your teachers to alter your grades. I will instruct them to report your results to me truthfully. Whatever score you earn is what you will receive. Understood?" Just as Fujimoto Ling had been basking in joy, her father's words caused her smile to vanish, leaving her dejected, like a deflated balloon. She began to worry about her grades, fully aware that she had never passed her specialized courses. At this thought, Fujimoto Ling felt as if her head had grown heavier. Seeing his daughter's pitiful expression, Fujimoto Yuan couldn't help but find it amusingly infuriating that he reached out and gently pinched her cheek. "You, my dear, always trying to be clever with me, instead of wasting time like this. You should focus on studying diligently, so you can take over my company and manage our vast business empire in the future. When I retire, I can travel the world with your mother." Fujimoto Yuan spoke earnestly. However, Fujimoto Ling remained listless, her spirits still dampened. Noticing this, Fujimoto Yuan shook his head and added, "Think carefully. You are always thinking about that boy. Do you not wish to see him? Are you really willing to give up on pursuing your happiness for a few academic subjects?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Fujimoto Yuan turned away, hands clasped behind his back, letting out a slight sigh that hinted at disappointment. That he continued, "It seems your feelings for that boy are not as strong as I thought." Fujimoto Ling, who had been feeling despondent, suddenly brightened at her father's last statement. her eyes sparkling with a mix of urgency and excitement. She quickly stood up from the sofa, her gaze resolute as she looked at her father and declared, "Daddy, you are right. It's just a few subjects. How could they possibly deter me from pursuing love?" Clenching her fists, she continued with unwavering determination. "I have liked him for so long. I cannot afford to give up easily, no matter the obstacles in my path. I shall not be swayed." With that, Fujimoto Ling turned and strode toward the door, declaring as she walked, "I am heading back to the academy to study right now. I will pass." Watching his daughter leave with such resolve, Fujimoto Yuan felt a smile of satisfaction tugging at his lips. He understood that while Fujimoto Ling could be somewhat headstrong, she was also remarkably intelligent and resilient at heart. His earlier provocation had evidently worked. If this could ignite her ambition and enhance her capabilities, it would indeed be a good thing. At the same time, Fujimoto Yuan contemplated that if Fujimoto Ling truly managed to pass her specialized subjects and met that boy, he, as her father, would certainly assess whether the young man was worthy of entrusting his beloved daughter for a lifetime. After all, love is not a simple matter. It requires mutual effort and dedication. With this thought, Fujimoto Yuan picked up his phone and made a call. "Hello, please help me look into someone named Mo Jiang, a student from Xinjiang University in Longhua, seated inside a Rolls-Royce." Fujimoto Ling rested her arm on the passenger window, her eyes observing the world whizzing by. She furrowed her brow and spoke to the chauffeur beside her. "Su Bo, do you really think I can pass those professional subjects that are as perplexing as a heavenly script?" Fujimoto Ling's voice was laced with uncertainty and concern. She knew the difficulty of the course required immense effort to pass. The over 60 Su Bo adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a benevolent smile gracing his face as he gently reassured her. "Miss, as the sole heiress of the Fujimoto family, your talent is indeed remarkable. Moreover, you have always been exceptionally bright and hardworking, so I have no doubt you will overcome the challenges before you and achieve excellent results." Upon hearing his encouragement, Fujimoto Ling's taut nerves relaxed slightly. Yet her heart still held some doubts as she murmured, "But this semester's specialized subjects are truly too difficult. I fear I might fail." Su Bo smiled encouragingly. "Miss, do not fear challenges. That if you persistently study and review diligently, I believe you will succeed." Feeling flattered by his praise, Fujimoto Ling couldn't help but smile sweetly, her mood lifting as she cheerfully replied, "Then I shall take Su Bo's good wishes. I hope I can successfully pass this semester's mock exam." That moment, while gazing out the window, Fujimoto Ling's attention was suddenly captured by a figure in the distance. Chapter 64. The mysterious butler. She spotted a tall, well-defined young man walking along the sidewalk, standing out remarkably in the crowd, as if he were the protagonist, due to the car's speed. Fujimoto Ling could not see his face clearly, but the outline seemed familiar, as if it were him. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Fujimoto Ling shook her head, dismissing it. How could it possibly be him? He should still be at Longhua Xinjiang University. But I have to wait another semester, past the specialized assessments, before I can see him. That I truly cannot bear it any longer. Perhaps I could find a substitute. She pondered, to stand in for my feelings for him. The idea filled Fujimoto Ling with hope. It seemed rather splendid. Moreover, if that boy could find someone as attractive and wealthy as herself, he would surely be over the moon, pursuing her relentlessly. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was an excellent idea, a smile unconsciously spreading across her lips. "Yes, that's the plan. Tomorrow, I'll have Su Bo remove the surveillance here and bring that boy to me," Fujimoto Ling resolutely decided. After all, the torment of longing had become nearly unbearable. Once she completed her examinations and passed the specialized assessments, she would rush to Longhua to meet her long-cherished moonlight. At the thought of this, she couldn't help but break into a joyful smile. As for that boy, as long as he was perceptive enough, a few million Sakura coins would suffice to send him on his way. Before long, the vehicle came to a steady halt at the entrance of Fetus Academy. The chauffeur, Su Bo, swiftly opened the car door, hastening to the passenger side, carefully opening the door and tipping his gentleman's hat. Bowing slightly as he respectfully announced, "Miss, we have arrived." Fujimoto Ling nodded slightly, her demeanor cool as she gracefully alighted from the seat. That moment, a bald middle-aged man wearing glasses stood at the school gate, flanked by several similarly portly middle-aged men, striding toward her. "Miss Fujimoto, welcome back to the academy." We have prepared everything for you, including a specially designed 5-star presidential suite single dormitory, surrounded by mountains and water. With a beautiful environment that will undoubtedly meet your needs, the bald man said, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Fujimoto Ling slightly raised her gaze, looking at the obsequious principal before her. She gently waved her hand, interrupting his words. There is no need to flatter me so much that if you wish for additional funding support, just go speak directly with my father. The principal's face betrayed a hint of an awkward smile. Yet he was a cunning old fox, full of guile and slickness, but he quickly adjusted his demeanor and said with a forced grin, "How could that be, Miss Fujiki, as a student of our esteemed academy? Your quality of life must be assured to the utmost. Only with an enhanced quality of living can one's academic performance improve. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, the dormitory environment we have arranged for you is truly splendid. I am confident you will find it to your liking. This will undoubtedly bolster your confidence in future professional assessments. After all, a prodigious beauty like Miss Fujiki is a rare gem indeed." The principal's flattery left Fujiki Ling feeling rather uplifted. She couldn't help but let her lips curve upward, her head instinctively tilting a little higher as she strolled past the principal with her hands clasped behind her back. After a moment, she suddenly halted, waved her hand, and said, "Not BAD at SU Bo. Remember to transfer 20 million Sakura coins to the account of Fights Academy." With that, she continued on her way. Standing behind her, the butler Su Bo, upon hearing such an outrageous request, chose not to comment further and respectfully replied, "Certainly, Mississippi." As Fujiki Ling distanced herself, the principal hurriedly trotted over to Su Bo, his corpulent figure jiggling with each step. Resembling a lively hunk of fatty meat, he deftly produced a cigar from his person and presented it to Su Bo with great reverence. Without hesitation, Su Bo accepted the cigar and placed it between his lips. The principal then donned a sycophantic smile, swiftly retrieved a lighter, and with a click, a pale blue flame erupted. He carefully moved the flame to the tip of the cigar, igniting it for Su Bo. Subsequently, he extracted an entire box of cigars from his pocket and stuffed it into Su Bo's arms. To Su, regarding the 20 million Sakura coins, what do you think? Su Bo took a deep drag from the cigar, slowly exhaling wisps of white smoke, and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Not bad, quite good. This cigar suits my palate. By the way, what was it that you just said, little Fei?" Upon hearing the butler's words, the principal felt no displeasure, but instead was elated. Thinking, "This is promising," he ingratiatingly remarked, "Su, as for the 20 million Sakura coins, little Fei, I shall share with you." Su Bo cast a nonchalant glance at the principal, remaining silent as he quietly finished the cigar. He then turned to fixate on the principal's eyes, gently patting his shoulder, his tone calm, yet undeniably assertive. "Little Fei, you truly are muddled. How could you misstate such a simple figure? It is not 20 million, but rather 25 million Sakura coins." Upon hearing this, the principal's face lit up, his rotund visage beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum, greasy and somewhat nauseating, but he hurriedly nodded and bowed. "You are absolutely right, Su. It is indeed my oversight. It is 25 million. What a lapse in my memory." Su Bo nodded in satisfaction before asking, "Now, regarding the remaining profits after the transaction, I shall take 70, and you shall take 30. Do you have any objections?" The principal shook his head vigorously. No, I shall abide by your arrangements completely. As you say, so shall it be." "Good. You're understanding that I shall take my leave now," Su Bo said, nodding with approval as he prepared to depart. "Take care, Su," the principal replied with a smile, his face radiating servility. However, at that moment, Su Bo abruptly halted, his gaze landing on another box of cigars nestled in the principal's pocket. He reached out without hesitation, seizing the box and stuffing it into his own pocket. "This box looks rather appealing. I shall take it as well. Any objections?" Su Bo's lips curled into a slight smirk, his tone laced with provocation. The principal quickly shook his head, plastering a servile smile. No, if Su desires it, please take it." Internally, he cursed the greedy old man. Watching Su Bo drive away in a Rolls-Royce, the principal's face darkened with fury. The other rotund figures behind him quickly gathered, indignantly exclaiming, "Principal, this Su Bo is utterly detestable. He is insatiably greedy." Another chimed in, "Indeed, Principal, we cannot continue to indulge him like this. He hasn't done anything yet, merely uttered a single phrase, and he demands 70 of our profits." The principal cast a silent glance at his two outraged companions, inhaling deeply before responding. Do you think I am not furious? But do you know who Subo truly is? He is not just an ordinary butler. A brief interjection. He is not your typical butler. He is akin to the steward in Wang Wei's poetry. Does he possess some special status, principal? One of the rotund figures inquired. The principal shot a glance at the figure, feeling quite displeased, thinking, with minds like yours, how could you ever aspire to be principal? Thus, he retorted curtly, do you not understand why I can be principal while you can only be directors? The two portly companions exchanged puzzled looks, their curiosity piqued as they realized they had no knowledge of such matters. They both shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. With a resigned sigh, the principal clasped his hands behind his back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, he feigned profundity, saying, it is not your fault. After all, I am already soaring in the stratosphere. After a brief pause, he surveyed the two bewildered figures, reflecting. Truly, someone cannot be carved. He continued, do not underestimate Subo merely because he is a butler. You must discern whose butler he truly is. Upon hearing this, the two figures remained utterly clueless, their confusion palpable. The principal sighed inwardly, thinking, these two fools truly leave one speechless, he elaborated, to be the chief steward of one of Sakura Nation's foremost conglomerates. Do you think he is an ordinary individual? Furthermore, despite the profits he has taken from us, it is precisely what he is owed. Without him, we would likely not have a drop to drink. The two figures appeared to grasp some understanding, yet could not restrain themselves from asking, but what exactly is his background? The principal inhaled deeply, patiently explaining, do you think such a vast conglomerate would fail to notice the lucrative opportunities here? Upon hearing this, the portly companions suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. So it was. Subo was indeed a remarkable individual. After all, as the personal secretary and steward to Fujiki Jin, chairman of the Fujiki Group, to partake of these profits under his very nose suggested that Chairman Fujiki turned a blind eye, allowing the profits to be consumed. One of the stout figures, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, racked his brain, pondering. The principal, pleased with this revelation, nodded approvingly. Indeed, well said. Turning to the bespectacled figure, he patted him on the shoulder, praising, well done. It seems you possess some wit. You have a third of my cleverness. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled figure's face lit up with delight as he stammered, it is all thanks to your guidance, principal. He scratched his head sheepishly, breaking into a goofy grin. Outside a nightclub, a sleek Rolls-Royce Phantom, adorned with leopard emblems, stood quietly in the parking lot that moment. Seated in the driver's seat, Subo wore a satisfied smile, his gaze fixed on the alluring woman in the passenger seat, who was bending down to retrieve his fallen phone. Just then, an absurd ringtone shattered the momentary tranquility. The unexpected sound caused Subo to freeze, his body jolting. Simultaneously, the woman, startled while picking up the phone, instinctively nipped at Subo's little Subo. The sudden pain prompted Subo to slap her lightly on the head, causing her to tilt away. The slap left the woman's face flushed, the sharp sting almost provoking her to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet when she recalled the exquisite necklace worth 100,000 Sakura coins that Subo had gifted her, her anger dissipated, replaced by an insatiable greed. She resolved to endure temporarily, biding her time for the opportune moment to extract more gold from Subo. Oblivious to the woman's shifting emotions, Subo snatched up the phone, inwardly cursing. Who dares to disturb me at such a moment? However, when he saw the caller ID displaying Fujiki Ling's name, his ire vanished instantly, that he understood the significance of Fujiki Ling and thus had no choice but to suppress his discontent and answer the call. Switching to a respectful tone, Subo said, Miss, how may I assist you? A melodious voice resonated through the line. Sue, please check the surveillance footage from the street we just passed and locate a young man. Understood. Mississippi, is there anything else you require? Subo inquired cautiously. Yes. Bring him to me, or let me know where he is once you find him. I shall seek him out. Of course, Mississippi. There's nothing more to discuss. So I'll hang up now. Shortly thereafter, a series of beeping sounds resonated from the other end, signifying the termination of the call. Subo gazed at the disconnected phone in his hand, remaining silent for a moment before slowly opening his contacts and dialing one of the numbers. After a brief interval, a sycophantic voice greeted him on the line. Sugu, what can I do for you? Please check the surveillance footage of the sidewalk on Fengtai Road, specifically from 3 to 3:30 this afternoon. I need an exhaustive investigation of all cameras within a 10-kilometer radius, Su Bo instructed with a serious tone. Look for a remarkably handsome young man during that time frame and report any details back to me. Understood, Su Ge. I'll get right on it, the voice replied eagerly. Make it quick. I want results within the hour, Su Bo commanded. After hanging up, Su Bo turned to the woman beside him, whose expression fluctuated between joy and trepidation. What are you staring at? Hurry up and pick up my phone. The woman, initially contemplating persuading Su Bo for some monetary gain, immediately lost her train of thought upon hearing his voice and obediently bent down to retrieve the phone. As an exemplary steward, it was imperative for him to maintain both execution and observational prowess. Just as earlier when Tung Mu Ling mentioned a young man she was seeking without specifying his appearance or location, Su Bo still had the potential to pinpoint him. After all, a qualified steward's observational skills were truly exceptional. Noticing the subtle changes in the young lady's demeanor as she gazed out the window, he had already discerned the direction of her attention. Reflecting on his earlier observations through the rearview mirror, he had keenly noted her expressions and reactions, enabling him to ascertain the precise location of her interest. He subsequently messaged his subordinates, providing them with the relevant details. Approximately half an hour later, Su Bo unceremoniously ejected a woman whose face was smeared with Wang snow cakes from the vehicle and began reviewing the materials sent by his subordinates. Upon seeing the accompanying surveillance photo, a wave of familiarity washed over him. Su Bo scrutinized the image, his brow furrowing as he delved into his memories. Eventually recalling past events, it dawned on him that he had accompanied the young lady when she went abroad to study in the Dragon Country. And thus, he had encountered the figure that lingered in her thoughts. That it was astonishing how strikingly similar the man appeared. He was virtually identical. Su Bo couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 66. The temptation of mahjong with a nose sculpted as if by a master artisan. Its tip slightly raised, exuding an air of nobility and mystery. The man possessed a jawline as sharp as a blade, conveying a sense of determination and decisiveness. His eyes, akin to those of a fox, were deep and captivating, as if capable of seeing through one's soul. Standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, he perfectly embodied the essence of masculine allure and vigor. However, when Su Bo contemplated the possibility of that white moonlight still being at Xingqian University in the Dragon Country, a sense of doubt crept into his mind. After all, it would be quite improbable for him to easily arrive in the land of cherry blossoms. That Su Bo meticulously reviewed the scanned information available, which revealed little more than a few lines. According to these brief descriptions, the man was the boyfriend of another girl from Fights College and currently worked part-time at a small ramen shop. Beyond that, there was no further information regarding his background or other identities. That Su Bo mulled over this, his brow knitting in concern as he murmured to himself, "This doesn't seem right, that if he were a resident of this country, there should be records of his parents and relatives since birth. Could he be a foreigner? How peculiar. Intriguing." Nevertheless, he resolved to focus solely on his duties. That if his young lady enjoyed playing this game of substitutes, then let her revel in it. After all, no matter how similar, he was merely a replacement. He then sent all the gathered information to the young lady's social media account, Shaolin Niao, within Fights College. Tung Mu Ling reclined on a campus bench, surrounded by a gaggle of admirers, 2 of whom were diligently massaging her shoulders and legs. With her eyes closed, she luxuriated in the attention and flattery bestowed upon her by her entourage. Whenever she heard sweet words, she would nonchalantly retrieve wads of Sakura currency from her pocket, tossing them to her followers. The young admirers gleefully scrambled for the money, expressing their gratitude and continuing to extol Tung Mu Ling's virtues. At that moment, a bespectacled admirer approached her, grinning as he said, "Miss, a handsome guy just appeared on the campus confession wall today. He's incredibly attractive, far surpassing even the first-tier celebrities." Tung Mu Ling let out a dismissive scoff, replying with disdain, "So what if he's handsome? Can he compare to my ideal?" With that, she turned her attention elsewhere. Undeterred, the admirer persisted, knowing that if the young lady found joy in the news, her generosity would surely follow. "Miss, he truly is handsome. If you don't believe me, take a look at the photo. The other wealthy young ladies are already scheming to win him over." "Oh, is that so? A man capable of stirring the hearts of those women must indeed be something special." "Show me," Tung Mu Ling said, her curiosity piqued. Just then, a melodious ringtone shattered the tranquility. Tungmu Ling fished her phone from her pocket, the screen illuminating a message from her steward. Su Bo elated. She mused to herself. Ah, as expected of Su Bo, his efficiency is commendable. He's found him so quickly. Eagerly, she opened the social media app, Xiaolon Yao, and began scrutinizing the information Su Bo had sent. As her gaze fell upon the photograph. An inexplicable thrill surged within her. The face in the image was strikingly familiar and incredibly handsome, momentarily leading Tungmu Ling to believe she was gazing upon her cherished white moonlight. However, reason reminded her that this was merely a striking resemblance. She gently shook her head, attempting to dispel the fantasies swirling in her mind. If this man were truly her white moonlight, he would have sought her out the moment he arrived in the land of cherry blossoms. Reflecting on this, Tungmu Ling couldn't help but smile ruefully. Continuing to peruse the information, she discovered that it was scant yet explicitly indicated that the young man was currently employed at a ramen shop not far from Fights College. Moreover, he was the boyfriend of a girl from the academy, implying that the extraordinarily handsome figure on the confession wall was likely him. Tungmu Ling murmured to herself, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. She turned to her nearby admirer and commanded, "Bring me the information." Upon receiving the phone, Tungmu Ling eagerly gazed at the screen. Before her was the very photo from the campus confession wall. Her eyes sparkled, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Indeed, it was him. Seeing their mistress display such enthusiasm, the admirer felt a surge of joy, believing that this matter held promise. So, what do you think? Miss? Isn't he incredibly handsome? Without hesitation, Tungmu Ling nodded affirmatively. Of course, with that, she reached for her waist and casually tossed a 5,100 Sakura currency bill to the bespectacled admirer. The other admirers looked on with envy, realizing they should have been more proactive in sharing such news, as it was already common knowledge among the majority. The bespectacled admirer gleefully accepted the currency, beaming from ear to ear. "Thank you. Miss, would you like me to keep an eye on that handsome fellow's whereabouts?" Tungmu Ling shook her head, closing her eyes once more, and instructed, "No need. Just continue massaging my legs." "Of course, miss," the admirer replied promptly. Having just received a windfall, the admirer was in high spirits, and her ministrations grew even more enthusiastic. So what if he already had a girlfriend? She could simply toss a few 100,000 Sakura currency at the woman, as such amounts were trivial to her. After all, men were all the same. As long as one had money, they would obediently comply. Moreover, this man bore an uncanny resemblance to her ideal. She simply could not let this opportunity slip away. After all, isn't it true that men can easily be swayed by a little financial incentive? Inside the ramen shop, the atmosphere was bustling, filled to capacity with patrons. It was now nearly 5 in the evening. And the establishment was thriving, with over 20 seats occupied, the majority taken up by groups of young girls. Outside the establishment, a lengthy queue formed, predominantly composed of young women. What could have prompted the once modest ramen shop to suddenly flourish so extravagantly? Within the premises, it was evident that nearly every woman had instinctively lifted her gaze, fixated on the figure at the noodle-making station. There stood Ma Jiang, clad in a pristine white chef's uniform. Tall and striking, diligently rolling out noodles. Occasionally, he would lift his shirt, revealing his enviable 8-pack abs, eliciting gasps of admiration from the onlookers. Chapter 67. The uncle with business acumen as the girls beheld Ma Jiang's handsome visage while he worked. Their eyes widened, and involuntarily, drool trickled from their lips as they exclaimed, "Wow, this is simply exhilarating." However, those accompanied by boyfriends felt a tinge of awkwardness. They glanced furtively at their partners while stealing glances at Ma Jiang, inwardly lamenting, "This guy is too handsome. Even if I lean a bit towards the other side, I can't help but be drawn to him." At that moment, the uncle bustling in the kitchen wore a broad smile, secretly congratulating himself. As he had anticipated, merely changing the person rolling the noodles, especially to a dashing and robust young man, could exponentially increase the foot traffic in the shop. He could distinctly perceive that today's revenue might surpass that of an entire month. Though exhausted and panting, his heart brimmed with joy and satisfaction. It seemed clear that inviting Ma Jiang to assist in the shop was indeed a sagacious decision. Many young women eagerly retrieved their phones, dialing their friends to urge them to hurry to the ramen shop to admire the striking young man. Thus, News of the ramen shop's irresistible heartthrob spread like a torrential flood. Moreover, the establishment's delectable offerings further fueled the influx of patrons, leading many to queue for hours, some willing to wait from the afternoon until evening, spending 4 to 5 hours just to savor a steaming bowl of ramen while catching a glimpse of the handsome noodle maker. When they finally relished their bowls, they deemed the wait entirely worthwhile. In the following week, the ramen shop brimmed with patrons, scarcely a vacant seat to be found, as soon as one table cleared. Another group of eager women would immediately replace them, often lingering for half an hour or longer. The uncle, counting the money in the back kitchen, felt as though his fingers might cramp from the sheer volume of cash, an amount so staggering it was almost unbelievable. In mere days, he had earned more than in the past 6 months combined. At that moment, a delightful vision graced his mind. His ramen shop blossoming into a chain, populating the entirety of Sakura country. Ultimately going public, that he envisioned himself as a distinguished CEO, ascending to the pinnacle of success. At the entrance of Fight's Academy. "Hey Yuko, did you know? Your uncle's ramen shop is absolutely booming this week," exclaimed Yamanako, scrolling through her phone as she called out to her companion Yuko. Yuko tilted her head, puzzled, for as an ordinary girl who managed to enroll in such a prestigious institution, her diligence in studying left little time for social media. She had spent the week either attending professional classes or immersed in the library, thus remaining largely oblivious to online happenings. Nevertheless, she had a vague understanding of her uncle's ramen shop, which, while not thriving, had been doing moderately well. Noticing Yuko's confusion, Yamanako quickly handed her phone over. Upon glancing at the screen, Yuko was momentarily taken aback. The display was filled with various articles and reviews about the Yabing ramen shop, with headlines boldly proclaiming, "A must-visit spot in Sakura country. Yabing ramen. Shocking. The wait at Yabing ramen can extend up to 5 hours. Its popularity is astounding. Discover the secrets behind Yabing ramen's phenomenal success. Why are women so captivated by the noodle-making young man at Yabing ramen?" Reading these articles, Yuko's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart brimming with surprise and curiosity. What on earth? Yamanako, noticing Yuko's reaction, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Of course, it's about your boyfriend. I visited your uncle's ramen shop the other day. If it weren't for your aunt knowing me, I wouldn't have been able to skip the line." She animatedly recounted the scene. "The line stretched for hundreds of meters. If I had started from the back, I can't imagine how long I would have waited. Luckily, your aunt recognized me and let me cut in line." Then, her gaze turned slightly suggestive, a smile playing on her lips. "Your boyfriend was wearing a pure white shirt, rolling noodles by the kitchen window. After a whole afternoon, his shirt clung to him, revealing those tantalizing abs. I could barely contain my drool. Yuko, how fortunate you are to have such an alluring boyfriend." Had Yuko not known Mahjong well, understanding what he was truly doing, she might have believed Yamanako, as vivid descriptions painted a picture of a male model preening for attention. As Yamanako spoke, Yuko's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, her brows furrowing tightly. She firmly believed that Mahjong was not the type to seek the spotlight, unless under special circumstances. Could it be her uncle's doing? Upon this realization, Yuko shook her head vigorously to no. I must confront my uncle for clarification. Without hesitation, she sprinted towards her uncle's Yabing ramen shop. Meanwhile, Yamanako, engrossed in the ever-refreshing content on her phone, was about to share her excitement with Yuko when she suddenly noticed her companion had vanished. "Ah, where did she go?" Yamanako looked around in confusion, just as a gentle breeze wafted by, causing a few dry yellow leaves to drift before her eyes. She tilted her head, her pink hair swaying slightly. Her expression filled with bewilderment. After a brisk 7 to 8 minutes of running, Yuko halted before the Yabing ramen shop, bending over with her hands on her knees, panting heavily. Raising her gaze, her eyes narrowed. The long queue appeared endless, predominantly filled with women. At the very end of the line, the corner led directly to the ramen shop. Chapter 68. An angry Yuko and Mahjong's modeling days come to an end. Yuko dashed forward, glancing over her shoulder at the throng of people waiting in line. Each woman's eyes sparkled with fervor, as if they were ardent fans of a superstar. Soon enough, she arrived at the entrance of Yabing ramen, breathless and exhausted, peering inside. Sure enough, just as Yamanako had described, the shop was brimming with patrons. Once, standing even slightly further from the door, had provided a clear view of the kitchen. But now, All she could see were a sea of eager young women. As Yuko prepared to enter, she was unexpectedly blocked by two women, each weighing around 200 pounds. One of them, with a hefty frame, glared at Yuko with disdain and bellowed, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" She then pointed at the line behind her. Continuing, "Have you no manners? How dare you cut in line? Do you know how long these ladies have been waiting?" The others in line, initially perplexed, suddenly grasped the situation and echoed, "Yeah, what's going on? How could she just cut in line? We've been waiting for ages." Their expressions quickly shifted to hostility, glaring at Yuko. Indeed, after waiting for hours, who wouldn't he feel incensed to see someone bypassing the line? Several women stepped forward, forming a circle around Yuko, launching their grievances. "Hey, why are you cutting in line? Do you have any decency? Everyone's waiting. Why should you be treated differently? Can't you see how many people are in line? Do you think we don't exist?" Faced with their accusations, Yuko felt a flutter of panic. Although she knew she was in the wrong, she mustered the courage to explain, "I'm the niece of the shop owner, so I—" However, her words did not quell their outrage. Instead, they only fueled further discontent. "Oh, what if you're the owner's niece? Does that give you the right to cut in line? We're all customers here. Everyone deserves to be treated equally. Just because you're related doesn't mean you get special privileges." "Exactly. We've all waited a long time. Why should you be allowed to skip ahead?" Confronted by an increasingly fierce tide of accusations, Yuko finally succumbed to the mounting pressure and fled in haste. As she ran, she glanced back, fearful that someone might pursue her. Fortunately, the other girls did not chase after her. They merely continued to queue patiently. With a sigh of relief, Yuko resolved to return to the shop via an alternative route. She took a shortcut, circling around to the back entrance of the yard. Upon entering the backyard, she dashed straight towards the kitchen that a single glance revealed her uncle busily cooking noodles, his lips stretched into a grin that nearly reached his ears, his smile unwavering. The noodles in his hands moved with remarkable speed, while her aunt, stationed at the cash register, beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum, her hands tirelessly grabbing Sakura coins. At the center of the kitchen's transparent window stood her beloved Mokujiro, clad in a white shirt that was completely soaked with sweat, subtly hinting at his 8-pack abs. Particularly, at the seats closest to the window, several women gaped with wide eyes, their expressions almost comical. This sight incensed Yuko, causing her to stomp her foot in frustration. Though she considered herself an ordinary girl, the fact that she had such a breathtakingly handsome boyfriend as Mokujiro stirred feelings of possessiveness within her. Without hesitation, she strode forward and grasped Mokujiro's hand. Mokujiro was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a sudden gesture, and when he looked down, he discovered it was Yuko. "Yuko, what are you doing?" he inquired. "Come with me," Yuko replied, firmly holding his hand as she led him out of the kitchen and into the backyard. As Mokujiro followed, he observed Yuko's back, a flicker of confusion washing over him. He could sense her agitation, but was unaware of the reason behind it. Once in the backyard, Yuko halted, turning to face Mokujiro. Her eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions, anger intertwined with concern. "What is wrong, Yuko?" Mokujiro gently asked, attempting to decipher her feelings. Yuko bit her lip, striving to rein in her emotions. "You know those girls were staring at you, and their gazes made me quite uncomfortable," she whispered. Inside the shop, the other girls, witnessing their idol being led away by an unexpected girl, were as frantic as ants on a hot pan. They had not come to the shop merely for noodles, but rather to catch a glimpse of their beloved idol. Now that he was missing, what was there left to see? Consequently, they all stood up, encircling the kitchen-ash transparent window, clamoring, "Hey boss, why has your handsome guy been taken away by a girl?" "Exactly, that girl is far too domineering, daring to hold my idol's hand." Meanwhile, the uncle, who had been cooking noodles, had not noticed Yuko's departure with Mokujiro until the cries of the customers reached his ears. That he looked up in astonishment to find that Mokujiro, who had been rolling out noodles, had vanished, leaving behind only a solitary mound of dough. Outside the transparent window, the girls surrounded the space, vociferously demanding the return of their idol. "Boss, bring my idol back." "Who is that little girl, daring to hold hands with my idol? I must expose her." Faced with the ire of the agitated girls, the uncle was utterly bewildered. After all, Mokujiro was not an employee of theirs. He was merely there to help out without any pay. Just meals provided. Moreover, his niece Yuko was the girlfriend of the very person in question, and even if he wanted to intervene, he found himself at a loss. The situation seemed to spiral out of control. Had it not been for the sturdy, transparent window, the girls would have surely overwhelmed it by now. The uncle was quite alarmed, abandoning his noodles to address the girls. "Ladies, please wait a moment. I'll go fetch him, that I in a rush." The uncle dashed to the backyard, only to find his niece glaring at him, visibly upset. Yuko, witnessing her uncle's frantic approach and hearing the uproar from the girls, quickly grasped the situation and questioned, "Uncle, I asked Mokujiro to come help out, not to be a male model in the shop." The uncle scratched his head helplessly, explaining, "I never anticipated it would turn out this way." Chapter 69. The Appearance. Originally, the plan was for Mokujiro to merely roll out noodles at the window, not knowing that a popular food blogger with a massive following would visit that day. Mokujiro's striking looks were captured multiple times in the blogger's footage, which exploded in popularity. The shop's revenue skyrocketed, surpassing that of previous days, with many traveling from afar just to indulge in their noodles. The uncle wore a blissful smile, acknowledging, "I am well aware that they aren't visiting for the noodles. They come to see Mokujiro, so I've been." He trailed off, looking utterly resigned upon hearing the full story. Yuko's understanding of the situation deepened, yet resentment lingered within her. After all, he was her boyfriend, and that did not justify Mokujiro being treated as a male model. "I've seen the photos. There are numerous pictures of Mokujiro posing with customers." Their hands nearly wandering, her voice grew, increasingly agitated. "All right, Yuko, don't be upset that I won't do it again," Mokujiro quickly reassured her, sensing her distress. Yuko turned away, her gaze falling upon Mokujiro, whose damp shirt clung to his muscular physique. Revealing his contours to AT that moment, he appeared somewhat vulnerable and helpless, as if he had just endured a harsh ordeal. Invoking a sense of compassion within her, in a fit of anger, she lightly punched Mokujiro's chest, scolding, "Why are you so foolish? If you feel tired or uncomfortable with the customers, you should have told me. Why bear it silently?" Mokujiro lowered his head, a look of guilt washing over his face. "All right, Yuko, I understand my mistake, that I won't let it happen again." Yuko gazed into Mokujiro's eyes, a surge of inexplicable affection swelling within her. She couldn't help but reach out, gently stroking his hair, as if he were a neglected puppy in need of care and comfort. Mokujiro's pitiful expression further tugged at her heartstrings. That moment, her aunt burst out of the shop. Worry etched across her face as she called out to them, "Hurry and get Mokujiro back in the kitchen to roll noodles. The customers are in an uproar." Her aunt continued, "Over 100 customers have been waiting all afternoon just to see Mokujiro. Now that he has gone, they're furious, demanding compensation for their wasted time. Get him back in there, quickly." The uncle, witnessing the chaos, looked equally distressed, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead while anxiously turning to Yuko. "Yuko, could you please let Mokujiro return to roll the noodles? We can discuss this later. It's vital we address the customers now." Yuko paused, her brow furrowing slightly, seeming hesitant as she considered her options. Sensing the urgency of the situation, the uncle's face flushed red as he implored, "Yuko, I'm begging you. Let Mokujiro return to roll the noodles so we can discuss everything tonight. Will that work?" Yuko raised her eyes to meet her uncle's gaze, recognizing his genuine desperation. She nodded in agreement, then turned to Mokujiro, saying, "Mokujiro-kun, I'm sorry to put you through this." Mokujiro smiled faintly, gently nodding in response. "It's all right, Yuko." With that, he followed the uncle back to the kitchen to continue rolling the noodles. The moment the girls inside the shop saw their idol return, their eyes sparkled with delight. The previously chaotic atmosphere fell silent as all eyes fixated on Mokujiro, their faces radiating adoration. Mokujiro smiled at the throng of eager onlookers, feeling a wave of disdain wash over him as he regarded the crowd. Yet he stifled his emotions, maintaining a pleasant demeanor. After all, he couldn't allow the customers to feel uncomfortable. Taking a deep breath, he resumed his task of rolling out the noodles as he moved with vigor. The strain on his shirt caught the attention of the girls, their eyes widening in admiration. Meanwhile, Yuko stood alone in the backyard. Her teeth clenched tightly, her eyes filled with indignation. "This is unacceptable. I refuse to allow such a thing to transpire. Tonight, I must leave this place. I will not permit Mokujiro-kun to be exploited as a tool for others to profit or as a male model. Mokujiro-kun belongs solely to me. No one shall take him away. Upon recalling the previously obsessive and unsettling gaze of the girls as they looked at Imo Jiangjun, Yuko felt a wave of nausea wash over her, as if she might retch. Consequently, she immediately sprang into action, striding purposefully toward her room to organize both her belongings and those of Imo Jiangjun. Meanwhile, approximately 1 kilometer away from the Yubing ramen house, a luxurious Rolls-Royce sped forth at an astonishing pace, closely followed by 5 or 6 Audi vehicles that in a short span. This imposing Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a steady halt across the street from the ramen shop, flanked on both sides by neatly arranged Audis. The sudden appearance of such a spectacle startled the girls in line, as they had never witnessed anything quite like it before, with a crisp sound signaling the opening of a door. A brand-new Rolls-Royce Phantom gracefully pulled up to the curb. The door of the driver's seat opened gently, and a man dressed in a black suit, Butler Sue, swiftly exited the vehicle. Striding purposefully to the passenger's side, he carefully opened the door and respectfully extended a hand, smiling as he addressed the occupant within. "Miss, this is the position of the young man you seek." Following suit, a total of 8 Audi cars on either side also came to a stop, and a group of individuals clad in black emerged from within. They formed 2 orderly lines, totaling 20 individuals, each carrying a heavy black briefcase. At last, a strikingly beautiful young girl gracefully leaped from the vehicle. Her long, light blue hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, radiating an enchanting sheen. The girl delicately rose onto her toes as she stepped out, gently tossing her hair aside to reveal a finely chiseled visage. However, her bright eyes narrowed slightly, fixated on the bustling Yubing ramen house, not far off. "S.U. Butler, please escort those women at the entrance away. Their presence disturbs my peace," she commanded softly, a hint of displeasure lacing her voice. "Certainly, miss." Butler Sue replied with a respectful nod. He turned and gestured to 10 of the men in black, signaling them to follow. The group moved in a grand procession toward the ramen house, while another 10 black-clad individuals encircled Fujimuki Ling, forming a tight protective barrier. They remained vigilant, ensuring her safety. Butler Sue, as the steward, exuded a unique aura. His appearance resembled that of a quintessential gentleman rogue. His tall stature of 6 feet, combined with a melancholic gaze, left a lasting impression. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Yubing ramen house, he immediately attracted the attention of numerous women waiting in line. Chapter 70. What is the problem? What do you mean, what is the problem? After all, that brooding gaze was indeed quite impactful for the girls, as those deep, captivating eyes seemed capable of penetrating the very soul, casting an irresistible allure. This distinctive aura evoked images reminiscent of the delicate, obsessive characters often found in female-centric novels. Some girls even felt as though Butler Sue's gaze was fixed upon them, causing their hearts to race. This emotional response plunged them into a deep curiosity about him, with some even beginning to fantasize about potential romantic encounters. Standing before the queue, Butler Sue wore a gentle smile. Yet his words fell like a chill wind. "Ladies, I must kindly ask you to disperse. This establishment is closed for the day." His proclamation struck like a dagger to the hearts of the girls, shattering their delightful daydreams and thrusting them back into cruel reality. Upon hearing his words, some of the girls were instantly displeased. Anger and disappointment surged within them as they had endured the sweltering sun, fatigue, and a lengthy wait of several hours, all for the chance to glimpse a handsome face and indulge in a warm bowl of noodles. Yet now, Butler Sue informed them that the establishment was not operating today. How could this be? Even if he were handsome, it didn't matter. Was he to accompany them? A girl weighing nearly 300 pounds shouted in agitation, feeling deceived and insulted, unwilling to leave empty-handed. She scrutinized Butler Sue with a lewd grin. The other girls chimed in. "Yes, we've come from far and wide. We've been standing here for over 2 hours." Their voices rose in a cacophony, expressing their dissatisfaction and protest against Butler Sue's decision. Butler Sue remained silent, patiently waiting. After all, he had encountered such situations before and had preemptively informed his associates within the establishment. Moments later, 3 or 4 police cars arrived. The girls standing nearby were momentarily stunned by the blaring sirens. Halting their chatter, from the police cars emerged 7 or 8 officers. One of them approached the queue, brandishing a baton and bellowing. "Due to verified reports, your current assembly is in serious violation of public order. Disperse immediately, or you will all be charged with disturbing the peace. Upon hearing the officers, some of the girls immediately backed down, muttering a few curses before leaving the line. However, a few rebellious spirits felt emboldened by their numbers and remained defiant. Undeterred by the so-called authorities, the previously agitated girl rallied her comrades, shouting, "Ladies, are you satisfied? We've EQ'd for 2 or 3 hours, and now these officers think they can just shoo us away. Are you okay with that?" Her voice brimmed with incitement, swaying those who had initially considered leaving to pause, their faces etched with discontent and anger that we are not satisfied. One girl echoed, "Why should we leave? We've waited so long." The chorus of dissent grew louder, and the girls began to converge upon the officers, their complaints rising in volume. Faced with this situation, the officers stood their ground, grips tightening on their batons, their expressions serious and resolute. "Please remain calm," one officer called out, attempting to de-escalate the tension, "that we have received complaints that your gathering is obstructing traffic and causing inconvenience to the public. Therefore, we ask for your cooperation in dispersing promptly." However, the girls were unyielding, continuing to approach the officers while shouting various protest slogans. The atmosphere thickened with tension, teetering on the brink of conflict. The girl leading the charge remained unflustered, hands on her ample hips, head held high, a look of disdain plastered across her face as she provocatively addressed the officers. "What is the problem?" Her voice was sharp and piercing, as if to rupture the eardrums of those around her. "We're not leaving. What is the problem? If you dare, arrest all of us," she continued to yell, unmindful of the potential consequences. Her words acted as a spark, igniting the previously restrained anger of the officers. Their expressions darkened, veins bulging on their foreheads, clearly incensed. "Very well. If that is how it is, we shall cease our pleas," one officer declared, his eyes wide with fury, gritting his teeth. "Arrest them all. This group of provocateurs, particularly that hefty individual, shall face criminal charges for disturbing the peace and inciting resistance against police enforcement." His tone was resolute and uncompromising. With his command, the other officers sprang into action in mere moments. Another 7 or 8 police vehicles arrived, their flashing red and blue lights casting an ominous glow, accompanied by the shrill sound of sirens. The police encircled the protesting girls, forming a tight perimeter. The girls, witnessing this display, felt a surge of panic. Regret for their actions began to seep in, but it was too late. The officers had already extended their leniency, which had gone unappreciated. The cacophony of police sirens and chaos outside intrigued those dining within the establishment. They set down their half-finished bowls of ramen and rushed outside to witness the unfolding scene. However, as they stepped through the door, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The officers were hard at work maintaining order, and the newcomers were mistakenly identified as part of the queue, swiftly being placed in handcuffs. The girls were thrown into disarray, hurriedly trying to explain themselves to the officers, but their protests fell on deaf ears. The officers disregarded their pleas, swiftly escorting over 100 individuals back to the station. At that moment, the officer who had just completed the task sauntered over to Butler Sue, who had been observing the spectacle from the sidelines. The officer grinned and said, "Sue, go. How did I do? My efficiency is commendable. Wouldn't you agree?" Butler Sue nodded in satisfaction, praising quite well indeed. However, that hefty woman ought to receive a harsher sentence at the highest standard. "I simply cannot tolerate the sight of her gaze. It is utterly repugnant." The police officer quickly nodded in agreement, echoing, "Yes, yes, I understand what Brother Sue means. Even if you don't say it, I will impose the highest standards of sentencing." Just a moment ago, her arrogance truly infuriated me as Subo patted the officer on the shoulder in appreciation before turning to leave. Chapter 71. The encounter, miss. You may enter now. Upon hearing Subo's voice, Tungmu Ling nodded in satisfaction, gracefully lifting her foot and elegantly striding toward the oil cake noodle shop ahead. Each of her movements exuded such elegance that it seemed as though she were not merely walking down the street, but rather gliding down a fashion runway. That a confident smile graced her lips, compelling onlookers to steal glances. Nearby pedestrians, especially those who had witnessed the commotion from start to finish, were utterly astonished. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, displaying sheer disbelief. Clearly, They had not anticipated that this beautiful young lady would possess such a formidable background, being connected to the police station and surrounded by so many police vehicles. In no time, the crowd began to murmur. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many police cars here? Has something significant occurred? I don't know, but judging by that girl's demeanor, she must be a person of great importance. Perhaps there is someone or something of considerable significance that requires attention in this oil cake noodle shop. Look at that luxury car. It appears to belong to the Tingmu Group, doesn't it? Some individuals, upon spotting the license plate of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, realized it matched that of Tingmu Yuan, the chairman of the Tingmu Group. Many speculated that this lovely young lady was the heiress of the Tingmu Group. Goodness, does that mean this girl is indeed the daughter of the Tingmu Group? Wow, so she is the legendary eldest daughter of the Tingmu family. Absolutely stunning. But how did she end up here? Is she searching for someone? As a mysterious heiress who rarely ventured into the limelight, her conspicuous appearance here raised eyebrows. Could it be that she came for the handsome man in the oil cake noodle shop? The nearby shopkeepers were well aware of why the previously quiet noodle shop had become an overnight sensation. All of this was thanks to that breathtakingly handsome young man, who appeared as if he had descended from the heavens. Consequently, they hastened to recruit many attractive high school and college students for various positions. Although this strategy yielded some results, it paled in comparison to the long queue of patrons stretching hundreds of meters outside the oil cake noodle shop. Now, as they observed the customers being escorted away from the noodle shop, the shopkeepers could not help but display expressions of schadenfreude. After all, in the past week, they had lost a significant number of customers, and their business had plummeted, nearly leading to bankruptcy. Now that it was finally the noodle shop's turn to face misfortune, how could they not feel pleased? Upon entering the oil cake noodle shop, Tingmu Ling immediately spotted the figure standing at the window, and she froze in place. Her gaze was fixated on that silhouette, her heart racing at the thought of it vanishing. She widened her eyes, staring motionless, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Could it be that I am not dreaming? They look so similar. How can there be two such alike individuals in this world? Tingmu Ling seemed to recall something, a self-deprecating smile appearing on her lips as a hint of melancholy and helplessness flickered in her eyes. But with his high education and intelligence, if he truly came to Sakura country, even if he didn't come to find me, he wouldn't have fallen to the level of working as a male model in such a small noodle shop. Would he? Her tone carried a sense of doubt and disbelief, as if she could not accept that the outstanding man in her heart could have sunk to such depths. Tingmu Ling shook her head and continued to mutter to herself, "Haha, he has always been a proud man. How could he possibly set aside his dignity? A substitute is merely a substitute. No matter how similar they appear, their inner selves are entirely different." The shopkeepers, who had been quietly observing, raised their heads in curiosity, their eyes fixated on the blue-haired beauty. However, none dared to speak, as if afraid of provoking trouble. After all, many among them had ventured out to assess the situation and discovered that the stunning young lady before them was not someone to be trifled with. If they were not careful and offended her, they might find themselves taken away by the police. Mo Jiang understood the current situation well, discreetly observing the blue-haired beauty who was intently staring at him while rolling dough. He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him under her penetrating gaze, as if she could unveil the deepest secrets of his heart. The sensation was akin to being stripped bare, standing there exposed for others to scrutinize, reduced to a mere object devoid of dignity. That Mo Jiang felt an uncanny familiarity with this blue-haired beauty, yet no relevant memories surfaced in his mind, leaving him perplexed and anxious that he could not comprehend who she was or why he felt such an inexplicable connection that he began to wonder if they had crossed paths before or if there existed some form of connection between them. Yet, due to his amnesia, these questions remained enigmas for Mo Jiang. Well aware of his striking appearance, Mo Jiang had often fantasized about his past experiences before amnesia. Perhaps he had been a charming rogue, a philanderer, or even a heartbreaker. Now, gazing at the imposing blue-haired beauty before him, a sense of dread gripped his heart. Could she be seeking revenge? Had he once hurt her feelings? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he noticed a row of men in black standing behind the blue-haired beauty. Seeing this, Mo Jiang's heart sank, and he cursed inwardly, "Damn, these individuals do not appear friendly, and each of them is holding a suitcase. What could be inside those suitcases? Could it be?" Mo Jiang felt a surge of tension, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He thought to himself, If a confrontation were to arise, he certainly would not stand a chance against them with his current abilities. At that moment, the blue-haired beauty finally spoke. Chapter 72. Mo Jiang on the brink of losing composure. This young lady will support you with 500,000 Sakura yen a month. How does that sound? Tingmu Ling said with a playful smile, her voice ringing clear. This statement struck like thunder, reverberating throughout the oil cake noodle shop, leaving everyone astonished, mouths agape, eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at the blue-haired beauty. The patrons, well aware of the recent events outside, had no doubts about the young lady's words, only feeling envy and jealousy. Especially the men in the shop, their eyes gleaming with greed, fixated on Mo Jiang. Hearts brimming with resentment and yearning, wishing to take his place. At once 500,000 Sakura yen a month amounted to an astronomical figure, one that many would find unattainable in a lifetime. Tingmu Ling certainly noticed the reactions of those around her, but she remained unfazed. This was precisely the effect she desired, and she gazed at Mo Jiang, her face glowing with a confident smile. She firmly believed that, faced with such an enticing offer, the young man before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her cherished memory, could not possibly remain indifferent at that moment. Mo Jiang was utterly stunned, pondering. What is going on? Does she not recognize me? He scrutinized the blue-haired beauty before him, noticing a hint of affection and possessiveness in her gaze. Devoid of any sense of familiarity, Mo Jiang felt a tinge of confusion, thinking, logically, a girl like her should have no shortage of admirers. Am I merely a substitute, akin to a character in a romance novel? Observing the blue-haired beauty's confident demeanor, Mo Jiang fell into deep contemplation. 500,000 Sakura yen a month was no small sum. For an average person, such income was nothing short of astronomical. However, Mo Jiang did not immediately acquiesce. That he understood that money was not everything. What mattered most was what he truly desired in his heart. Thus, he closed his eyes, memories of his time with Yuko flooding his mind. The beautiful moments they shared, their smiles and warm embraces filled him with happiness. Finally, Mo Jiang slowly opened his eyes, his gaze resolute as he looked at the beauty, sincerely stating, I'm sorry, but I already have someone I care for, and I wish to be with her. Therefore, I must decline. At this moment, his uncle and aunt displayed expressions of astonishment, having toiled their entire lives without ever encountering such a sum of money. Originally, they believed that Ma Jiang would unhesitatingly choose to be supported after hearing such an astronomical figure. Yet to their astonishment, the profound and sincere affection he harbored for his niece stirred feelings of guilt and remorse in his uncle and aunt. Tang Yulin had anticipated that this man would readily accept her proposal, but she was taken aback when he outright refused. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Have you truly made your decision? 50,000 Sakura coins a month is not a trifling sum. Many ordinary families might take 4 to 5 years to earn that much. Please reconsider. Tio forsake such immense wealth for that laughable notion of love. Ma Jiang inhaled deeply and replied slowly. Indeed, 50,000 is considerable. But what is the value of wealth if I cannot be with the one I cherish? Tang Yulin smirked disdainfully, fully convinced that the young man merely sought greater benefits. She mused to herself. As expected, there are no cats that do not stray. Dada man, you have certainly captured my attention. With that, Tang Yulin narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Ma Jiang's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to her own beloved, revealing a hint of a wicked smile. She felt a surge of pride, believing she had discerned the man's true intentions. Subsequently, she waved her hand lightly, and Su Bo, who stood to the side, instantly grasped her meaning, swiftly retrieving a blank check from his briefcase and respectfully presenting it to her. Tang Yulin accepted the check, flicking her fingers against it a few times before glancing at Ma Jiang, a smile playing on her lips as she provocatively pointed at him and said, Speak up. How much do you want? Just give me a number. Her tone dripped with disdain and challenge, as if conveying to Ma Jiang that his desires would be met should he voice them, that do not speak to me of love. It is simply a matter of insufficient funds. 60,000, 80,000, or perhaps 100,000. A glimmer of confidence and arrogance shone in Tang Yulin's eyes. She was resolute in her belief that money could procure anything. Including this man's heart, I will also gift you a villa after a year. How does that sound? Tang Yulin continued to tempt him, convinced that such terms would sway any individual. Man, my patience is limited. You would do well to make your choice swiftly, if it weren't for that face of yours. Ah, Tamulin's gaze fell upon Mahjong's face once more, the similarity igniting a fire within her. She longed to unleash all her pent-up desires upon this man, further solidifying her determination to possess him that moment. The men in the shop could no longer maintain their composure and rationality, particularly those with girlfriends, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as if they had lost all control. The allure of such unprecedented wealth was overwhelming. Any reasonable person would unhesitatingly accept it. After all, who could resist such temptation? As for love, it was merely an illusory sentiment, and since there was no marriage involved, why not choose the former? Faced with such immense benefits, individuals often forsake their principles and moral boundaries, pursuing material pleasures and riches that at this juncture, they all hoped that Mahjong would make the right choice, with some even unable to refrain from urging him. Buddy, love is something you can never truly control, and this opportunity, once lost, will never return without a monthly income of 100,000, plus a villa after a year. And this wealthy woman is as stunning as a top celebrity. It's a guaranteed win. As long as your head hasn't been kicked by a donkey, you would undoubtedly agree. That's right, buddy. Heed my advice and accept it swiftly. Once the deal is done, I'm not greedy. Just give me 50,000. However, Mahjong felt overwhelmed, his legs trembling as if he might collapse, that he couldn't help but recall a novel he had read, internally lamenting. Could this be the legendary enchantress of wealth? It was truly terrifying. Seeing the state of the man before her, Tingulin wore a smile that suggested it was all too predictable. Indeed, men are all the same. They lose their way when faced with money. Only he was a breath of fresh air in this world. Once upon a time, I was earning millions, and yet my beloved turned me down without hesitation. Her eyes reflecting purity and indifference to wealth, piercing deep into my heart. Chapter 73. Yuko, who shows signs of darkness at this moment. Yuko, having gathered all their belongings, hurriedly emerged from the backyard and circled to the front of the shop. She thought that all she needed to do was bring Mahjong out directly. Earlier, when leaving, her parents had already given her several thousand Sakura coins. Calculating, she figured that renting a room for a month or two while being frugal should suffice. Moreover, if necessary, she must ensure that Mahjong wears a hat and mask when going out to avoid being recognized by those admirers. With such thoughts, Yuko quickened her pace. However, upon reaching the shop's entrance, she noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The long queue that should have been there had abruptly vanished without a trace. What was happening? Concern crept into Yuko's heart. Could something have gone awry? Her heart raced as she quickly set her belongings at the door and rushed inside. As she entered, Yuko found the entrance surrounded by a dozen burly men clad in black, their imposing presence instilling fear. Yet, Yuko was undeterred. She squeezed her petite frame through the crowd. However, as she did, the scene that unfolded before her left her in shock. She beheld a blue-haired girl of striking beauty, her allure rivaling Yuko's own, if not surpassing it. The delicate skin and refined features of the girl indicated a life of pampering. At that moment, this blue-haired girl was actually vying to support her Mahjong. When Yuko witnessed this girl unhesitatingly produce a blank check and continuously raise the amount, even reaching a staggering 100,000 per month, her heart nearly leaped to her throat. This girl was audacious beyond belief. Especially as she noticed Mahjong's indecisiveness, a chill ran through her. Yet upon reflection, it was somewhat understandable. After all, she had lived for so long without encountering such immense wealth, let alone someone her age like Mahjong. At this moment, the once unshakable belief in love seemed so pale and powerless in the face of financial temptation. Yuko's mind was flooded with memories of the moments shared with Mahjong. Honestly, she truly did not wish to lose him. Though his time in her life had been brief, it felt as if he occupied her entire world. She felt utterly dependent on Mahjong. Yet what of it? Ultimately, he was still amnesiac. If he regained his memory, would he still harbor feelings for her? After all, a boy as handsome as Mahjong might very well have had a girlfriend before. And what right did she have to obstruct him from pursuing a better future? However, the thought of Mahjong leaving made her heart ache as if gripped tightly by a hand. Just then, Mahjong's voice rang out. "Miss, your terms are undeniably tempting. Had it been the old me, I would have unhesitatingly sacrificed my looks for such a reward. After all, 100,000 Sakura coins a month was a figure I could scarcely dream of before. Upon hearing this, Yuko shivered, a bitter smile gracing her lips. So it is, Mahjong continued, but now it is different. I have my beloved, I remain as I was before. If I cannot be with the one I love, what use is all the wealth? Thus, I am truly sorry. Yuko's emotions were akin to a roller coaster, fluctuating between exhilaration and despair. She never expected that Mahjong would be willing to forego 100,000 for her sake. Her heart swelled with excitement, thoughts racing, overwhelmed by a powerful sense of happiness that nearly drove her to madness. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, Mahjong, the one I adore, is capable of such immense sacrifice for love." Humph! Tingyulan scoffed coldly, her defenses shattered. She had never anticipated that this boy would remain unmoved by the allure of wealth. His steadfastness mirrored that of him from years past. This scene ignited a fierce desire for conquest and possession within Tingyulan. Man, you would do well to be wise. Do not refuse a toast only to drink a punishment. What makes you think you are so exceptional? It is merely a handsome visage. And beyond that, you... Fujimoki Ling's gaze roamed up and down Mahjong's physique. He possessed abs and a sculpted waistline. But there was nothing to be done about the situation, so he refrained from continuing his remarks. At that moment, behind Fujimoki Ling stood Su Bo, who adjusted his glasses with a gentle smile. As if all was well within his control, he slowly stepped forward and softly addressed Fujimoki Ling. "Miss, if you don't mind, allow this butler to speak that in a short while. This young man will undoubtedly accompany you home tonight." Fujimoki Ling was momentarily taken aback, then nodded slightly in agreement. At this moment, her heart blazed with fury, filled with discontent towards Mahjong. This evening, she was determined to severely punish the man before her, ensuring he understood the consequences of offending her. She envisioned Mahjong on his knees, begging for mercy, licking her toes, and a wave of pleasure surged within her. Once granted permission by Fujimoki Ling, Su Bo's lips curled into a confident smile. He raised his head, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Mahjong. His tone calm. "Sir, my young lady has made her position abundantly clear. 1 million a month. Such treatment is not afforded to just anyone that you truly not wish to reconsider. Moreover, over the course of a year, not only would you receive a villa worth tens of millions, but also, with a monthly stipend of 1 million, you would amass 12 million in a year, a sum ample enough to sustain a lifetime of indulgence. Just think, by merely accompanying our young lady for a year, you could secure this fortune and ensure a worry-free life for you and your girlfriend for the rest of your days." At this juncture, Mahjong began to waver. Indeed, with just a year's time, he could acquire 10 million Sakura coins. That was an immense sum, sufficient to afford him and Yuko a life of happiness, even opening up more possibilities for their future. Standing at the entrance, Yuko felt her heart stir at the mention of such figures, but she quickly shook her head. Though a year is not an excessively long time, for her, enduring a year without seeing Mahjong was a daunting prospect. Furthermore, many things could transpire in that year. This blue-haired beauty, both in appearance and background, surpassed her, and she worried whether Mahjong could remain steadfast in his affections. Yuko felt a tumult of conflicting emotions, her heart in disarray. She did not want to part from Mahjong, fearing that leaving him would render her life dull and lifeless. Faced with such a substantial offer, she found herself at an impasse. Noticing Mahjong's hesitation, Su Bo's lips curled into a slight smile, and he continued, "I perceive you are currently in a state of amnesia, correct?" Upon hearing the last words from the man before him, a flicker of anticipation and excitement surged within Mahjong that he abruptly lifted his head, his eyes glimmering with urgency as he inquired, "You have investigated me." His voice trembled slightly, as if he were striving to rein in his tumultuous emotions. "So you know about my?" Mahjong fixed his gaze intently on Su Bo, his eyes shimmering with hope, yearning to uncover the truth of his past. As Su Bo regarded the agitated young man with a knowing smile, fully aware of the hold he had over this youth's fate, that he nodded gently, speaking in a measured tone. "Naturally, once you consent, I shall disclose everything." Su Bo understood well that for someone in a normal state, the loss of memory would incite an urgent desire to reclaim their former identity and experiences. This young man appeared to have emerged from the void, devoid of any trace, as ephemeral as a breeze. Yet, more perplexing was the discovery, through thorough investigation, that he had indeed lost his memory. Curiously, this young man's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the beloved white moonlight of his young lady. Previously, he had learned that not long ago, the young lady's white moonlight had mysteriously vanished during the birthday banquet of an heiress from the Luo family. The timing of this young man's appearance coincided precisely with the disappearance of that white moonlight. Contemplating this, Su Bo adjusted his glasses, a gleam in his eyes reminiscent of Conan, and he mused, "Indeed, there is but one truth. This young man before me is the very white moonlight that occupies my lady's thoughts." He could almost envision the events that would soon unfold. Once he was brought back, given the young lady's character, she would undoubtedly train this white moonlight thoroughly. After all, for years, she had yearned for this figure. Now that he finally stood before her, how could she not be exhilarated? As for his little girlfriend, with the young lady's methods and allure, it would likely take less than 6 months for this white moonlight to fall hopelessly in love with her. By then, the little girlfriend would have no choice but to depart in sorrow. But what of it? Love is, after all, a ruthless game, is it not? Su Bo felt a swell of pride, convinced of his own brilliance. He even began to envision the joy on the young lady's face upon learning of this development, certain she would speak highly of him before the chairman at that moment, as the world awakened to new energies. He would be among the first to acquire such abilities. After all, as the butler to one of Sakura Nation's top tycoons, he was privy to certain secrets of the world they asked for that little girlfriend. A mere handful of Sakura coins would be sufficient to dismiss her. After all, one must always strive for greater heights. Who can hinder another's pursuit of a better future? Yuko gazed at the excited expression on Mo Jiang's face. Her heart seized by a wave of panic. She began to spiral into anxious thoughts. If Mo Jiang were to regain his memory, would he no longer need her? Furthermore, once Mo Jiang's memory was restored, would he still be the same Mo Jiang she knew? A cascade of questions flooded Yuko's mind, like a seed quietly sown, taking root deep within her heart. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Jiang finally lifted his head, resolutely stating, "All right, I agree." After all, in the days leading up to this, he had been fervently seeking a method to awaken his memories, yet had achieved little success. Now, with this rare opportunity laid before him, he would undoubtedly seize it. "Miss Yuko, you have stood here for quite some time, and I trust you are now aware of the final outcome, that I regret to inform you that your boyfriend will need to part ways with you for a while," Su Bo remarked as he turned to Yuko, who remained silent. Upon hearing Su Bo call Yuko's name, Mo Jiang instinctively looked over, only to find Yuko gazing at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Yuko, I'm fine, Mo Jiang. Regaining your memory is of utmost importance. I will wait for you." With that, Yuko wiped her tears and fled in haste, and Mo Jiang felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest. As if gripped by an unseen hand, he hurriedly exited through the back door of the kitchen, intent on pursuing Yuko, but was intercepted by Su Bo, who stood in his path. "Sir, the count begins today, so you cannot leave," Su Bo interjected at this point. Fujimoki Ling had already claimed this young man as her own, and she would not permit him to pursue another woman. "You are now mine. Should I command you to go east, you must not go west, lest you face punishment," Fujimoki Ling remarked with a sly smile, advancing toward Mo Jiang. She wrapped her arms around his waist, her hands slithering like a serpent beneath his clothing. Feeling the contours of his physique and abs, igniting an inner flame within her. Leaning in slightly, she detected a unique scent on Mo Jiang, one that felt strangely familiar, as if she had encountered it before. Akin to a cat enticed by the scent of fish, drawn irresistibly closer. Mo Jiang's expression shifted as he attempted to break free from Fujimoki Ling's embrace, only to discover her grip was far too strong to escape. "Fear not. As long as you obediently comply, I shall not treat you poorly," Fujimoki Ling chuckled, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "Let me go." Mo Jiang struggled fiercely, trying to extricate himself from her hold. However, Fujimoki Ling clung to him tightly, refusing to relent. "Stop resisting. You are mine now, and you must heed my words," she declared triumphantly. Mo Jiang felt a wave of despair wash over him. He could hardly fathom how he had fallen into such a predicament. At that moment, memories of Yuko's forlorn figure as she departed flooded his mind, filling him with guilt and helplessness that in his struggle, his shirt shifted, revealing a small black birthmark on his back. Fujimoki Ling froze. Taken aback,